Hello there and welcome to coverage here of the Magic Online Champions Showcase. I'm Marshall Sycliffe. I'm your host for this event, and I am joined by Ely Cassis for this first run where we're going to be watching Vintage Cube. Ely, welcome along, and how stoked are you to watch some Cube?
Very stoked. Favorite format. Can't wait to see these amazing players drafting their hearts out.
Yeah, totally. And this is one of those great things where Vintage Cube is one of the most popular formats for the heavy vintage the heavy limited players out there in the world. We love it, can't get enough of it. We get a chance to play it on Magic Online here, but this one's a little bit different, Ely. This time they're playing for big prizes. This is not, oh, I really like the Storm deck, maybe I'll just draft it, right? This is like getting down to the absolute must-win type scenarios.
Yeah, I think there are people at home who grind and grind just to get to this event. So it's really the haymaker of the events.
That's right. Let's take a look at what this event actually looks like. It's a little different. It's kind of funny. I love this format. So basically, you can think of this event as breaking into 3 separate sections. The first 2 are each of our 8 qualifiers are going to be playing 3 rounds against each other to produce one 3-0 player. Then that 3-0 player will play against the other 3-0 player to decide who wins our grand finals. Now, the 2 halves are kind of interesting. The first one is Vintage Cube, and we are in fact going to be following along right now during this section. That's the one we're watching right now, and we get to watch along and watch somebody draft Vintage Cube and then take their deck into this field of very tough qualified players and try to find themselves in the grand final. Then after that, that player will have checked the box. And by the way, they will also have secured a spot at the World Championship plus prize money. We'll show you that in just a minute. And the next half of it is going to be modern. So we're switching over to constructed and we're going for modern. Same thing will play out. One player will emerge with a 3-0 record and find themselves in the grand finals against the player who won the Vintage Cube, and they're going to play for that for even more prize money. Now, there is an interesting catch here because you might be wondering, well, wait a minute, what if I win the Vintage Cube and then I jump into modern and win that too? You can do that. You don't stop playing if you win the Vintage Cube side, and if you do, you just scoop the whole thing. You don't have to play any more matches after that. You get all the prize money and you move on. So that, of course, would be the goal, but very, very difficult in this field. Now, you may be looking at this at this point and going, I want to play in this. Well, here's how you do so. You can qualify for the Magic Online Champions Showcase yourself, and we'll take a look at this. So there are 8 slots total. You can see that on the left, Ely. How do people qualify for this?
They have these awesome Magic Online tournaments where it's sort of winner takes all, and you can play it in standard, modern, legacy, or vintage. So they give you a lot of format variation, and 4 slots go to the people who win these constructed events. And then there are 2 more slots that go to these Showcase Open tournaments, where there are 2 open entry limited tournaments to try to get there in limited, so you don't have to do it in constructed. Then there's the fun one. They have a MOX leaderboard, the Magic Online Champion Showcase leaderboard, where you accrue points as you go through the season, and the people with the highest amount of points through these events also get 2 of the slots.
Yeah, that is awesome. For more information, if you're interested, you can check out mtgo.com/premier-play, and that will give you all the info that you need. This is the Magic Online Championship Showcase Season 1, but there are more seasons coming. Now, I mentioned the prizes briefly. Let's take a look at what the players are actually playing for. So here's how it works. In the first run and the second run, as it turns out as well, the one we're going to be watching, though, is this top one of limited. Just for sitting down, you get $500. So you make it here, and you're going to get that just for sitting down to draft. If you can pick up a win, you'll get $1,000. Your second win is worth $2,000. And by the way, yes, these are cumulative as well. We're not talking about like 500, and now you've won 1,000. You win an additional 1,000, then an additional 2,000. And if you do get that 3-0, only one player will get that from each half here. You get 4,000 additional dollars, and critically, that invitation to the World Championship. Ely, this has to be one of the most direct ways. Like, once you get here, it's right there. You're a 3-0 away from qualifying for World Championship.
Yeah, direct to Worlds, and that is the sweetest prize you could probably get, more than everything else that's being offered.
That's right. And people, it's interesting because, you know, we have these two great tension points, right? During the course of this tournament, when the players are playing for the 3-0 in the pod for either limited or constructed, they are playing for an additional $4,000 plus the World Championship seed. That is where you're going to see tremendous pressure. Then somebody will win it, another person will win, and they'll play each other in the championship round where they are playing for significant money, another $4,000 on the line for just that finals match. And of course, they will be playing to be the Magic Online Championship Showcase winner for this season. We call it the Mox, and that's what we'll be calling it here as well. Now, one thing that happens when you cover limited tournaments, which I've done a lot of, it's my favorite thing to do, is you got to pick who to follow. Who are we going to watch draft? And in this case, the choice was really easy because Eakin happens to be in the field this time. Take a look at everybody here. You see Eakin is Andreas Eklund in the lower right-hand part of your screen. And that is who we're going to be following. We'll take a closer look at Eakin in just a second here. But I did want to highlight something that I really like about these online-focused events. Magic Online is really great at bringing our game across the world. You know, sometimes it can be difficult to find high-level tournaments to play in locally, especially if you're not based in North America or Europe or, you know, some parts of Asia, stuff like that. It can be difficult. And we see numerous countries represented here from our Champion Showcase players. We've got Brazil, China, USA, Sweden, England, and Italy, all represented among just our 8 players here. So really cool to see that many countries represented out of just the 8 players who made it, Ely.
Yeah, giving everybody the opportunity to qualify no matter where you are, what time zone you're in. It's really a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And they will all be hoping to find themselves in that seat at the World Championship. I mentioned Eakin just a minute ago. That's Andreas Eklund from Sweden there in the lower right. And the reason that I said he's such an easy choice is, you know, in our circles, Ely, like Eakin is kind of, he's very well known as being a hardcore limited grinder. Look at how many limited matches Eakin has on Magic Online. 29,602.
This is like those movies where they say add a 0 to the check, and his limited matches has one extra digit than most people.
That's totally true. Andreas Eklund says add a 0. The interesting part too, and one of the reasons that we're going to focus on him for this vintage cube draft is you'll notice that his win rate and which is also high, 66.9%, and his limited matches that we have on his graphic here, those are in that kind of mythic orange red color. That's because those both represent the highest numbers in the field for limited play. Eakin somehow has by far the most limited matches played and the highest win rate to go with it. That is an impressive resume to bring to a table for a Mox.
Yeah, that's why he's going to be our limited end boss.
That's right. He did qualify via limited, and also interestingly, he has played in the Mox before. He played all the way back in 2013. And our producer director Bob reminded me that I covered that. That had to be one of my very first things because that's when I first started doing stuff. So pretty funny. We're back again, Eakin. Nice. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we get to watch Eakin go through his vintage cube draft right now. Now, do you have any sense for Eakin's play style, Ely? I'm sure you've played against Eakin before.
Definitely played against him, and we talked a little bit before the draft, and his strategy was very sound to me, trying to be as wide open as could be, but to sort of move in after around pick 5 or 6, which I like that style. It's a good idea not to wait too long. Some players will wait till the end of pack 1, and sometimes you move in a little too late that way. So I liked that idea. And Eakin said that Reanimator could be contested and sometimes fall apart. So they were more thinking that they would stay open to what they see, but also preferring a soup kind of deck. So I'd be curious to see how their soup deck comes out, if that's what they go, and what they prioritize to make soup work. Because some people are taking duels and fetches really early. Other people are focusing on linchpin cards like Fractured Identity and early Thoughtseize picks so that they have a good curve. Some people force just a couple colors and then splash a bunch of things. Whereas some people are just like, anything goes. I want the most powerful spells.
All right. Well, let's see what Eakin does here in the draft. Here is our pack 1, pick 1. Wow, there's one of those linchpin spells right in the middle of the pack, Minsk and Boo. One of the most powerful cards in the cube, but look at that trio of fetch lands too. If you want to stay open, this pack definitely gives you that.
Yeah, this is a really solid pack. Minsk and Boo is largely considered the best planeswalker in the cube. So usually a first pick, not something you want to pass, and mostly because it snowballs the game so fast with what it does. But on top of those 3 fetches, there's also Fury in the pack, which is also a really high pick. So I can imagine this pick is going to give basically the whole table a lot of good cards.
Totally. There's some nice cheap interaction here too with Counterspell and Chain Lightning. And but I think that these fetch lands are going to be they're going to be hotly contested, particularly Misty Rainforest and Polluted Delta. But it does look like Eakin's going to take Minsk and Boo on the short list of very powerful cards in the Vintage Cube. Let's see what pack 1, pick 2 brings. Looks like it's refreshing. There we go. Let's see. Well, there's a Fractured Identity that you talked about. I also see Quantum Riddler. What else is here? Snapcaster, I guess. What do you like?
Well, I love the cards Metamorphosis Fanatic, Quantum Riddler, and Fractured Identity, and sometimes Failed Passage if you're focused on mana fixing, but it's a bit early to worry about that yet. So Fractured Identity has the highest ceiling. It's probably the great take here. It's funny because you just took a red-green card, but now you're looking at a blue-white card, but this is part of staying open in draft. Take the best card, focus on what you're going to do next after the first few picks have cemented what you're seeing and what signals you're getting from the other players. It looks like Eakin agrees. Fractured Identity is the route.
Do you view this as I could go either direction from Eakin, or I'm going to go both of these directions?
Well, it's funny. We know from Eakin that soup is their preference, so they very well might play both. But I generally take that pick and have a thought process of I'm not really deciding if I'm going to go both one or the other quite yet.
This pack's pretty flat, right? There's a lot of kind of mid-tier cards in here, but then boom, Flooded Strand. And I don't know if you saw that, but he snapped it off. He reserved Flooded Strand almost immediately.
After passing 3 fetches in the first pack that are not going to wheel, you need to prioritize something like that. So I can definitely see why they're snapping that off. I do think there are several powerful cards in this pack, though. Crabomination, Mystical Tutor, even Cavero. All those cards can form very good centers to decks, but we certainly want to prioritize Flooded Strand here.
I see Questing Beast, now the flag bearer for the green deck somehow. That card ended up defining how a lot of these green decks play out. Instead of ramp now, we have these kind of assertive mid-range green creatures. Let's see. This is our 4th pick. And it looks like Eakin's looking at maybe Rafine's Tower.
This is a complicated pick. if you're looking at like most powerful spell, there isn't one that just like stands above the others.
Right.
Natural Order is a very good card, but you need to have the supporting pieces to it. It is kind of okay with Minsk, but now we have a curve of 5/5, 5/4/4, and land. So like it doesn't fit together well. And Loot is one of the great cards you'd want to get with Natural Order, and it's in the same pack, so you're not likely to even get the two together. So you probably have to ignore that. Focus on fixing here. This is what you do in Cube when there isn't a pick that seems to support the deck you're doing, is you focus on fixing. And it seems like that's what we did with the Talisman. I was thinking maybe the Triumph, but Talisman is still a good fixer. I kind of like that it helps the curve too.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting pick already, just because I think most people would be taking the land there. Mm-hmm. All right. Speaking of taking the land there, wow. Wasteland here? This pack must be terrible.
It's certainly not a pack you want to see for the soup deck. We could take a black green land, even though we don't have any black spells yet, but we don't know what we're going to get. It's still early on. Wasteland most notably hurts the soup decks, so it might be I'm taking Wasteland so I don't get hurt by it later.
It's a good point. You know, we should point out that these players are playing in pod, of course. This does not look like the normal league style drafting that you might be used to if you play on Magic Online or Arena regularly. You know, these cards are going to be used against you. And you can take a look, by the way, if you want to kind of get an idea for how the table's going and how the cards are flowing. You can see Christopher Ellis, who's passing to Eakin, and then Eakin's passing to Brady Monroe. And you can kind of see how the colors are starting to pan out. This is already some pretty rough picks here in the early stages. Now it's going to be Vibrance. But
yeah, I wouldn't be too excited by this seat just yet. Having Minsk and Fractured and Strand are nice, but then the other three picks are very late picks that are unfortunately in our first 6 picks. So this is probably a medium start for sure. Looking down at Ellis's deck, that's where I like being. This sort of mud deck is a very powerful choice, if the right cards come, of course.
This is the blue artifact-based deck, you mean?
Yeah, Mud is usually referring to these like Tolarian Academy, mono artifacts, big spells deck. If you get a good Tinker in there and a nice artifact payoff, these decks can be just very hard to combat. They go quick, fast, they have extra mana and big spells all at the same time. Just kind of like the recipe for success in Magic.
I used to draft that deck all the time, and then Louis started his YouTube channel, and now I can't do it anymore. Let's see here. What did he just take? Ancient Cornucopia?
Yeah, so this is a fixer and a life gainer. So the idea of the soup deck is to answer the opponent's stuff and kind of play like a control deck with powerful spells. And Cornucopia can help you do that. Fills a void in the 3-drop column of the deck so far as well. But yeah, these packs are not lining up well for this deck, and I'm wondering if Eakin is regretting this direction right now.
It's interesting. I was just thinking that too, Ely, but then I was also thinking, where else could he have gone? Was there an obvious direction? By the way, this is the wheel pack here.
Not an obvious direction, I don't think either. And still, we're kind of open. Like, we could still be several different things. There could have been like a more heavy green-centered Natural Order deck right now. But I think that this deck probably still has more options. And picking up this Leyline Binding here is quite nice.
Yeah, this is where, you know, you'd rather have the Triumph instead of the Talisman of Creativity here, just to help turbo out your ley line, but Talisman is currently Eakin's only 2-drop.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you don't do stuff on turn 1 and 2 in Vintage Cube, you can usually be too far behind to come back. So I don't hate it still. Getting an extra sort of fetch land here in Fabled Passage is kind of nice, even though it's also kind of a slow land in this format. Although we do have 2 fetches, and that's a Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Be curious to see if we're passing it, though.
That's funny. No, he selected Generous Ent and then looked down and went, I have 2 fetches, and that's Brainstorm. And looks like he's deciding between the 2. Oh, he's really deciding between the 2. And he's going to go with the Brainstorm.
Right, Brainstorm. Wow. So here we have Natural Order Lapped. I actually really like Phantasmal Image in Cube as well. So that's another powerful choice. We're not a Saheeli deck. That goes more in the mono blue mud deck that Ellis is drafting. And then there's also Green Sun Zenith if we end up with like a plethora of the smaller green toolbox creatures. But a lot of players in Cube don't like that deck. So Green Sun goes down in value because then you're playing the style of deck that people don't love as much.
You can see what Ethan thinks about these picks as well as he's putting these cards directly into the sideboard.
Yeah, we definitely didn't need the Wastewood Verge with already having Bayou and these 2 fetches and no black cards so far. So I like that we took the Consult.
All right, well, here comes pack 2, pick 1. And there is a Bloodstained Mire that Ekin immediately selects, though now it looks like he may be changing his mind for perhaps a Mox Diamond. Other cards that stand out in the pack, I see a Hull Breacher there.
Yeah, it's actually a very good pack.
Yeah.
Mox Diamond probably the pick because we need acceleration. It also adds all of the colors, and we're definitely a multicolored deck. Bloodstained Mire would probably be our next pick. But then we have 2 amazing 3-drops in Hull Breacher and Barrowgoyf. Both cards sometimes just steal the game all on their own. And then there's Guide of Souls. If you're the low to the ground aggro deck, this card is very powerful.
Yeah, I wonder if there's anything good to wheel here for Ekin, because the Hull Breacher and the Barrowgoyf are unlikely to come back.
Yeah, I don't think there's a wheel pick in this pack that we're going to be excited by.
So either,
maybe Magda, possibly if we need a lower curve spell of some kind.
Interesting stuff in this pack. There's a Teferi Time Raveler. There's an Uro.
So Ekin mentioned in my interview with him that they prefer cards like Flage and Uro, and I imagine that the escape mechanic is just high on their desirability for limited, and both cards are quite good, but Uro tends to be a later pick in Cube drafts. People don't pick it high. Blue-green is like a seldomly drafted color combination, so it doesn't get hated much. So I'm kind of surprised to see we're taking it over Toxic Deluge and Teferi and Mother of Ruins. Yeah, there's just a lot of other great cards in that pack, and I would have maybe thought that Uru would just lap and not worried about taking it this high.
Yeah. Wow. So he's really prioritizing Uro here. That's interesting. How does this curve look? I love the optimism. The Leyline Binding's just in the 1 slot.
Yeah, high optimism. I love when you take Uro and then you end up with a Caracas too, because you get to play Uro, then with the extra land, put in Caracas, and then before sacrifice Uru, bounce Uro back to your hand. That's one of my favorite combos in the cube.
That is sweet.
There used to be a land in the cube, I don't think it's in the current cube, where it comes in and it phases target creature. So you play Uru, you put that land in, and you phase out Uru. So Uru doesn't sacrifice itself, and it's just around on the next turn to attack.
That is sweet.
So in the interview, they
getting Caracas, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Caracas is a high pick. In the interview, they also mentioned preferring Luris decks, but we're way too far gone to be doing that now. So Solitude, clearly the pick there.
Let's see. What do we have here? There is an Indatha Triome, and with Flooded Strand sitting down there. Yeah, there's Lingering Souls? Sure.
I doubt we're taking Lingering Souls. This is most certainly
no
the Triumph.
Way.
Yeah, this is a pack full of stuff that we don't want, basically. I think Spell Pierce is the next most comparable card to me here. But I'm not super excited by Spell Pierce in decks like this, so I'm hoping we take Triumph here and basically expect that we're going to need mana fixing.
Currently, we're on Lingering Souls, but Ekin does like to wait till the last second.
All right, color me surprised.
Lingering Souls.
Yeah.
And there's a currency converter.
Definitely one of the top cards in Cube, being that it's colorless, 1 mana, and has a bunch of like secondary modes that it just helps any deck with. You could literally draft it in every deck and be happy with it. So easy to pick here. Vamp Tutor would be a consideration if we were focused on some sort of combo, but we're not. And holy cow, have you looked at Ellis's deck?
Yes, I was just going to say that. There's a Mock Sapphire and an Academy down there now. Things have developed very nicely. And if I look over at Brady's deck too, it's getting hostile with red-white aggro. And, you know, that's one thing to keep in mind is you might look at Eakin's deck and say, well, you know, there's some potential and things are coming around and who knows. But this deck is going to be judged against the other decks in the field specifically. And with our sample size of 2, it is looking rough here for Eakin. I mean, this is a very messy soup deck that doesn't have even the fundamentals under it yet with as far as really great mana goes. And that is going to be tough because the 2 decks that we see flanking him are both fast, assertive, low curve decks. And that is some scary stuff if you're sitting in Eakin's seat.
Yeah, and we've had to pass a lot of good combo fillers from Vamp Tutor, and now we're passing Lion's Eye Diamond, the Natural Order, and even World Spine if people get Flash. There was Chain of Smog. So our opponents can have any number of very hard to beat combo decks right now, and kind of been feeding that. Badger Mole Cub is kind of a cool addition to the cube recently, and we don't have the elf makers to like sort of make it good. And again, a lot of players don't really love it, so I could see more fixing being taken here. But even the witch there would have also comboed with the Chain of Smog to make infinite 1/1s. So a lot of fun tools that we have to expect our opponents to have.
Here's a tough one. There's Spar's Headquarters, which would be really good as a fetch land for the Flooded Strand, but there's also Path to Exile here, which is, again, super efficient.
We just passed Lion's Eye Diamond too, and here's an Echo of Eons as well.
Oh yeah, the 1-2 punch right there. Yeah, but I kind of agree with Eakin here. I don't think he's in a position to be, speculating. He really needs to get his mana underneath him here so that hopefully the third pack can bring the goods. The Magda did come back.
Yep,
yay.
Predicted. That one's nice. The unfortunate part is we even passed Hull Breacher when we opened this pack. So if we had gone Hull Breacher and then gotten the LED and then the Echo, well, then we'd have kind of a cool draw 7 punish deck. And I think at some point too we saw Fast Font, but I might be mistaken on that. But I thought we did.
Well, Eakin's going to have to settle for Magda here. Wow, Teferi Time Raveler did come back. So did Vivi. Wow, and Staff of the Storyteller. Jeez, this pack actually kind of delivered. I think this is a curve question here for Eakin because both Staff and Teferi are really good.
Yeah, I would slam Time Raveler. It's just so good. But I'm really surprised that half this pack is still in this pack. Time Raveler is often taken like first, second, third range.
Yeah, I would also take Time Raveler. It's also so good against certain matchups where it's like kind of even money card against the matchups where it's just whatever. And then it's so good against the decks that are trying to be super reactive. Looks like he's got a Grist here.
Grist would also
he did end up taking the
here.
Staff there, though, Ely. So he's maybe prioritizing curve picks or something.
I think that's exactly what Eakin's doing, is worried about the curve, doesn't have enough 2s, but Staff's not even that great on 2, so it's not like you're really playing a 2-drop unless you count a 1/1 flyer for 2 as your 2-drop.
Yeah.
So it's hard to value one over the other there.
Indatha Triumph did come back, so he had taken a little look at it, but it ended up wheeling, so that's nice.
And you would derive from that mana is open, that people are not really doing the soup thing just by that going so late.
Yeah, agreed.
So a little surprised we're not prioritizing Ephemerate here, since we have Solitude, Vibrance, Uro. We have some combos to be able to power out Ephemerate already, plus a whole nother pack to make it even better. I think that's just a sign that Ephemerate maybe shouldn't be in the cube.
Yeah, if it's not in this deck, then who's playing it?
Yeah, and last pick
Omnath is sweet. Yeah, that's great.
That's making the deck. That's I wouldn't be surprised.
Hello. Speaking of making the deck, double power pack here. Ely Ancestral Recall and Black Lotus.
This is a rough one. It's probably Lotus. Turn 1 Minskaboo is just going to win some free games, but man, passing Ancestral is also so rough. Wow, what a pack!
What would you take if you were in EconC? Would you take the Lotus?
Yeah, I think so. Even though Ancestral tends to be better in these like value decks, I think the value of a quick win, plus our deck is a little bit slow for a suit deck. So getting that kind of extra punch might just be huge. Like I was even thinking about taking the Lion's Eye Diamond in the last pack because with Uru, it can actually just be a quick Uru. And against an opponent who doesn't have a lot of answers for a 6/6, you can just kind of power it out on turn 3 with it.
Well, it's going to be Black Lotus, it looks like, for Econ. Boy, that is a decision that you would love to have to make, right? Do I want to take which piece of power? Wait, but does this mean that the Ancestral is going to Ellis with the blue deck? It does, doesn't it?
Imagine being Ellis. Your deck's already
that's so rough, because if it was past the other direction, it would be like, who cares, right? Like, maybe red white's going to try for something, but all right, so what are we our eyes both go to Underworld Breach here because we're built in a bad way, but what should Econ actually be looking at here?
More stabilization, mana fixing type things. Nadu also perfectly fine and reasonable card here. It has some combo implications, but it's also just a fine card on its own. No more lines
Greaves is in this pack.
People are playing combo. Yeah, I know, right? And it might lap. Only one person has seen it, not high reasons to cut it. So I think I would be Nadoing here, but there's a lot of choices between the fixing and the counter. It's a tough pick. I really wish we could take this Breach and had taken the Lion's Eye Diamond and the Hull Breach, and now we'd have Lotus. We would have such a crazy good deck. And now Tinker too. Oh, that would be the fun, awesome combo deck.
With Portal in the pack, what is up with all the 2-card combos being grouped
in the same? It's interesting to see if people are cutting or not, because if you take Tinker, there's not really a lot of reason for anybody to take Portal other than to cut you from having it with Tinker. So you could take one and expect to see the other, and it very well might happen because not a lot of people like cutting.
Yeah, for sure. It's not something that we're used to these days. With the advent of league play, which has been one of the best things, I think, to happen to limited play. I don't know, it was 10 or 12 years ago or something, they switched over from pod play to league play, and it's so much better as far as the play experience goes. But it does, encourage you to not cut cards. It's just not part of the experience. But pod play, it's a thing. It's not like it dictates everything. I mean, you're cutting a card from some one player, but you're not going to be playing against everybody in your pod. So it's not really like super great to do, but it's a consideration and certainly at least a tiebreaker. And I think, most players maybe that isn't even on their radar until they get into a situation like this where they're playing, high stakes in pod play. Hollowed Fountain for Econ.
Yeah, absolutely. We even see Lutri in the pack, and it's a card that used to go first very highly, and now seems to be going in like the mid-range of picks, but it makes cards like Fury and Force of Will really high picks, knowing that you can play them in any deck, because Lutri can companion any deck. So it's interesting to see that card going late and not being as high of a priority for people anymore. I love that they added Moon Shadow to the cube, and also Shredder too, which we saw a couple picks ago. These cards are cheap, efficient creatures that grow really fast and get really scary out of nowhere. But again, we see a lot more combo pieces. So sneak attack in this pack. We could take the boots if we had the Nadu in our deck already. There's just so many cool things going on in the cube at all times.
In the meantime, Econ's eating his vegetables here and looks like was deciding between two different lands and is going to go for Mana Confluence. The tough pill to swallow, for sure, as that damage can really add up. But when your deck is this soupy, having a 5-color land is pretty dang good. Wow, speaking of, there's steam vents.
I wonder if we're not taking Ignoble Hierarch, though. Just needing a cheaper curve, but...
Yeah, that would make sense. Also, I mean, how many spells are we at here?
That's exactly what I was going to say. When I look at a deck like this, I see 18, and we need at least 5 more. So we are late in pack 3, or middle of pack 3 at least. So I'd probably be taking a Mana Dork over the Steam Vents here.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is tight quarters here for Ekin, trying to make his mana work, have some type of game plan, and also hit enough playables. And just a few more picks left to go before he has to figure out whether he's going to be able to do all of those things simultaneously.
Another combo piece, Sylvan Safekeeper with the Nadu that we passed. Yep. Be interesting to see if any of that stuff wheels back around. Some duels here, which would be really good for fixing. I think that we're short a little bit on the green one, so Savannah over Scrubland is more likely if we're going with a duel, which looks like we are.
Yeah, this is just awkward because all the fixing is happening now, right? There's a breeding pool here, nice and fetchable. There's Celestial Colonnade there, which could go fine in this deck. But, playables is kind of the name of the game. But Ekin was trying to be responsible. Go ahead, Ely.
Yeah, there's just not a playable here that we super want. Like maybe Deceit, but we're short on black sources. The Baleful Strix is nice, though.
Yeah.
Nice cheap curve, slow your opponent down kind of an answer.
Sure.
I'm still sad that we passed so many combos that we could have used to just make our deck super sweet.
The one that really stands out was the Nadu, and there it is.
Speaking of,
but you cannot wheel both Nadu and Lightning Greaves and take them both. So does that mean that you want neither?
I think that you can still reasonably expect Safekeeper and the other equipment that gives haste and equips for 1 to come back around. The boots, yeah. So I think I would still Nadu there.
Think so too.
But it looks like it feels to me like
Ekin
not doesn't want to be comboing.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
And all combos, it seems like we're very focused on a different plan, which I definitely applaud that kind of determination, not giving in to these fun things to do. So somebody else took the Tinker.
I like the ones that how you mentioned, like how Nadu can be just a fine magic card on its own. Right? Like, yes, once you start putting Lightning Greaves in your deck, it's you're kind of throwing away a card, to try to do the combo. Same thing with Lava Spur Boots, which we see did actually wheel. But I get it, because I mean, if you look at Ekin's deck here, it's not like it's well set up for combo in the sense that, there's not a lot of searching or tutors or things like that to kind of put together. You just have to naturally find your way into these. So at least half the combo would have to stand on its own. And it looks like Ekin's decided that that's not the case here and ended up with a very soupy soup deck, Ely. How do you feel about this draft after we've seen Ekin, take all the picks?
I think it's certainly a good deck. It feels a little bit short on some of the playables that we would like to see. So there's not a lot of sideboarding options that Ekin's going to have for game 2 and 3. But the deck's solid. I feel like we're kind of running Thought Scour a little bit for Uro Lingering Souls, which isn't like great fodder for it. So it's just kind of like a filler that cycles. I don't love playing Wasteland in a deck where we need to have good mana every game, but it's better that we have it than they don't have it. And there is a lot of colorless pips in all of our spells, but we have some things that escape, like Uru, that are green, green, blue, blue, and then we also want to play No More Lies on 2 or Baleful Strix on 2. So colorless lands come at a high cost. So I don't know how much I like the Wasteland without any way to rebuy it. But we certainly have good spells here. You can see like Consult was immediately dragged to the sideboard earlier in the draft, and now it's in the deck. So I think we just ran out of room to play spells in the deck while we were trying to make our mana fixing work, and we missed out on some of the key things. But still, we have a Black Lotus and a Minskimbu. So turn 1, we can just win the game a lot by having those 2 cards in our opening hand. So this is definitely not a deck to underrate, and I'll be curious to see how games play out. We have some good catch-up spells with Fractured Identity, Mystic Confluence, and Solitude. Overall, a solid deck. I'd probably give it a 7.
Okay. Also, it does have the ultimate recipe for soup. If you look to the right-hand side there, all the lands are one-ofs, right? Well, why would you ever want 2 islands in a deck? That would just be sacrilege. So that is the deck that Eakin has drafted and will be playing. But we do get a chance actually to take a quick look at everybody else's deck. This is the one that looked the most exciting from what we saw. We got to see the 2 players passing to and from Eakin here. And this deck looks sweet. Ancestral Recall passed. Wow, got the Candelabra to go with the Academy too.
Yeah, yes, this deck's the dream, I would say. It's your sweet mud deck. There's 2 lands you always want to get, which is Workshop and Academy, and we got them both. We even have Candelabra of Tanos to go with them. The map to find the Academy, a sweet confluence of zeros and artifacts here. We have Mox Sapphire and Mox Opal, and Mox Opal is sometimes better than a Mox in these kinds of decks.
Seriously?
It's almost always on, and it helps you fix if you want to play your 3rd path Iconoclast. Really, the only thing we're missing here is, what's that blue 2/3 that untaps Basalt Monolith for infinite mana?
Oh, yeah, sure.
But that card would have just made this deck like over the top, because then we would have had the win con of just an infinite ballista and just killing people on the spot. But we might not even need it. This deck just kind of has everything: counterspell, mana drain, lose focus. So we're countering their early drops. We're playing haymakers. We're mana accelerating. It's just a not fair kind of a deck. This
thing looks
the deck to win, I'd say.
Definitely, man. Tinker, Expedition Map, Lion's Eye Diamond, Echo, like this thing just has it all. Let's take a look at the next deck and see how we're doing here.
So Soul Ring, one of the top picks that we can get. Yeah, this is where the Caracas went to. So Black-Red Midrange, I think, is always a fine deck. And this one has like a sub-theme of I can sneak attack in something, or Emperor of Bones, maybe put something into play, or Metamorphosis Fanatic. So it has like a sub-theme to it. I find these decks can sometimes be a little bit disjointed, but they're also powerful. If we have turn 1 Soul Ring, turn 2 4th the Orlingas for 2, I mean, we're probably winning a lot of those games as well. So this deck kind of dominates mid-range matchups and hopes to avoid faster combo decks or faster aggro decks.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the type of deck that did really well at the last Mox too, this black-red value stuff. So we'll see if that can do well. Let's take a look at the next deck. This one's from Filippo Cipini. And
wow, we keep seeing all these decks.
Yeah, very similar deck.
This one's lacking the power.
Yeah, so what do we have? We have Reanimate, but
Reanimate
for value.
Dead, but I think that this deck is focused on the Witherbloom Apprentice combo. So they got the early Chain of Smog, and they saw the Apprentice. I'm surprised they didn't end up with the Witch. Somebody must have taken it, which is kind of strange to me. But my guess is they gambled and passed it, expecting it to wheel, and then it just didn't. So this deck's advantages are a really cheap curve, and then it has tutorability with Seal and Vamp Tutor to set up for something that's a deterministic kind of win. So I think their focus is more on that angle and that axis, while they also have a bunch of fair mid-range cards to support it, because they were probably missing some of the other key pieces.
Okay, yeah, this does look like if it faces a creature matchup, it'll be just fine. Lots of removal and a curve low enough to not get ran over. Let's take a look at the next one. And this is from Lucas. Mox Ruby, Time Twister. So a couple of pieces of power here. And very heavy blue, just some splashes into black for a little bit of removal. Decavern Bat, Barogoyf, Shieldred, and Kaito.
This is kind of the deck I was thinking of for Econ Seat, is having these draw 7s and accelerators and punishers. So we didn't have the Shieldred, but we would have had the Hull Breacher. And then we could have just had like early answers, some good Planeswalkers mixed in there. That's where I was kind of thinking I might have headed in that seat, but I still think their deck looks pretty good. This deck is, I'd say, very good. It has a Mox. It has really cheap, low curve answers, hard to deal with things between Narset, Shieldred, and Jace and Kaito, and then has these punishers. Like Time Twister with a Shieldred is game over, or with a Narset, and Narset even finds Time Twister. And then they can force a negation to counter stuff while they're tapping out, and everything is just cheap and low to the curve. So I like this style of deck. I'd say if this deck is missing anything, it's probably just a little bit light on removal, but not much. It's very quick and efficient, and I'm guessing it's going to be consistent.
Yeah, that looks like a cool deck. Let's take a look at our next competitor. This is Jiao, who has, well, there's another Mox. The Mox Emerald got opened, and this looks like, oh, just green-white stuff. Yeah.
I always feel like Mana Tithe is kind of a troll, that they put it in the cube and there's certain people that are Mana Tithe truthers, and people live and die by this card. So it's kind of funny to see it in a green elf accelerator deck. But I'm surprised that the natural order didn't end up in this grouping, and that it didn't come with some of the other payoffs. We have all of the cheap mana accelerators, and I'm surprised we don't have Cub either in the 2-drop column, because we could probably make a ton of mana fast and set off like a big pest infestation, something like that. But looks like this deck is geared
at Cub, but wrong Cub.
Looks like this deck is geared at coming out of the gates fast with accelerators, trying to cradle, hoping nobody furies them or toxic deluges them, and then maybe sets off a kind of combo off of Titania. But do they have the land sack?
The Safekeeper didn't make it. Yeah.
Which Safekeeper went, I think, last pick to us. So I'm also surprised that we missed out on some of that.
And
do we have
one fetch land? It looks like just the Marsh Flats there. Oh, what's the other? Bloodstained Mire. Thank you. Yeah. So maybe, Titania for value is pretty good, but man, you just really want to have that one ability to just turn your entire board into an army and finish the game. Also, not often I see Arwen Mortal Queen making the cut, but there it is. This is a very straightforward. Yeah, this is a very straightforward cube deck. This is not the kind of deck that you see very often, because these type of decks can get preyed on by much faster combo decks, and value-based decks that have removal or interaction tend to do well against these decks as well. So this could be a precarious mid-range place to be for Jiao. We'll see how it goes for him.
Do you see the infinite mana combo here, though, Marshall?
No. Where is it?
So Nissa, who shakes the world, turns a forest into a 3/3. Springheart Nantuko bestows it. And then when you play a landfall trigger, it can create a forest, which adds 2 mana, and it costs 2 to bestow, and then it repeat triggers the landfall. And so you can have infinite forests with Nantuko and Nissa together, which could then lead into an infinite pest infestation or some other thing. So there is some fun subtle things in this deck. Yeah.
That's really cool. Infinite forests. I'm in for it. All right, let's take a look at our next list here. This is Fernando. What do we have here? Is this where the VV ended up? No. Ooh, I see Underworld Breach.
Yeah.
But we already saw the Lion's Eye Diamond.
It looks like this deck missed and was trying some of the combos that we talked about before. But there are powerful spells here, but it's not fast. So the early spells are all answers. So it wants to get paired into like a creature deck where it can slow them down. And then it doesn't really have like even that powerful 2s. We have Gao and Cub, but the other ones are also reactive, and Critique's not really a 2-drop either, unless you just want to catalog. So this deck might be a little tough to win. I think they're probably going to count on their opponents being a little disjointed and maybe drawing their few spells on curve. This might be one of the weaker decks we've seen so far, unfortunately for Fernando.
Yeah, this one really needed some acceleration because there's some decent action at 3, but it's just going to be a long way off from the beginning of the game to get to 3.
Yeah.
And especially if you're just holding a bunch of burn spells.
The good things we have going for this deck are the mana, I would say.
Yeah, I see that Fernando definitely made sure to take care of the mana base. Okay, looks like a little bit of a rough teamer deck there, but we'll see how it goes. What else do we have here? Who else do we have? We have Brady Monroe. This was the player to the right of our feature drafter, Eakin, and you can see it's a nice low curve and a good assertive strategy. What does Jacked Rabbit do? I have not played with that card yet.
It's a white and 1 for a 1/2, and then you can pay X. It comes into play with +1/+1 counters equal to X. If X is 5 or greater, draw a card. When Jacked Rabbit attacks, create a number of 1/1 soldier tokens equal to the power of Jacked Rabbit.
Wow.
So it's actually a really good card and often underrated in these things because it's a flexible casting cost card. So it's a good 2-drop, it's a good 3-drop, 4-drop, 5-drop, 6-drop, and even better at 7. So the fact that it has curve flexibility is what makes it such a powerful cube card, and it also demands an answer fast or it runs away with the game. So when you draft Arena of Glory with Jacked Rabbit and it comes out of nowhere and attacks right away and makes a bunch of 1/1s before they can answer it, usually you can win the game with things like that, especially with Skull Clamp in your deck like we see here with Brady Monroe's deck. So this is a great deck for Brady Monroe. It's a cheap curve. We don't have the benefit of Power 9, which sometimes that happens. You don't get it in every cube draft. We do have Library of Alexandria, but it's a little out of place because we're going to try to curve out our hands. Really, the best thing we have going for the deck is the One Ring. Now, that card is insane. It is almost as good as Power, and maybe sometimes as good as Power, depending on what stage of the game you play it in. Gut can seal away these games really fast. The curve is really low, so this deck's pretty good. I would definitely rate it maybe around 7.5 or 8. One of the things we don't have going for us with this deck is really poor mana. We only have 8 white sources and 7 red sources. And we can't play Abandoned Air Temple on turn 1 as an untapped white source to play Giver or Guide or Mother. So really just 7 of each. We would have really needed a duel or a fetch of some kind to get our mana there, and I can see us suffering for not having it, especially with double white in Unexpected Absence and Apparition and double red in Seasoned Pyromancer. We're probably okay with the 5-drops being double pipped because by that point we probably have both colors, but these earlier spells, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle to cast them on curve.
Yeah, I think the Library of Alexandria maybe was a little greedy here from Brady. The mana just looks so rough, and the times when, I mean, there are those times when you have the opener with Library and you just start going to town, and this is a type of deck that can still continue to play a spell and kind of optimize for it since the curve is so low. But the times when your mana jumps up and stings you and you have a library that's doing nothing is rough because you really do want to curve out with decks like this. Still, I love a good low curve assertive deck in a rough field where people aren't going to just be having their way with it. This is definitely one place that I'd like to be. Do we have anybody else? Who did we miss? Is there anybody else? All right, nobody else. That is going to do it. So that gives us a look, Ely, at the big picture. Did that break down roughly how you would expect a high-level vintage cube draft to go?
I think so. One of the fun things when you get to the professional levels of any tournament is you see things go a little bit differently than they do when you sign up for just a standard league. And that's how it goes. People cut certain things. Things aren't open. You don't see the cards you often see because people are taking them higher and valuing them. I think that absolutely went the way that I would expect a Magic Online Champions Showcase draft to go.
That's right. And that is what we just watched. Now, we are going to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to be right into the action with Eakin versus Philpin. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champions Showcase. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and I am joined by Ely Cassis for these vintage cube rounds. We just had a chance to watch Andreas Eklund Eken draft his vintage cube. Now it's time to play the matches. We're going to be watching him side up against Philpin, and that's Filippo Cipini. You can see there just a staggering difference when it comes to limited matches between these two. Ely, 252 lifetime limited matches versus 29,000.
In Filippo's defense, they've been playing for 3 years, so I could understand it being that low comparatively. But yeah, the fact that it doesn't chop off the first or second digit of Andreas's number is kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, that's less than 0.1%. I mean, that is like a weekend for Eken, and that's Filippo's entire limited catalog there. So let's take a look at what they're actually playing, because none of that really matters, right? All that experience and all that stuff still has to culminate with victories here. And Andreas Eklund's deck, it's a little messy. He ended up with a 5-color brew of sorts. This is kind of what we would call the soup deck, and this is an okay version of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay version's a great way to describe it. We do have the busted Black Lotus turn 1 Minsc and Boo hands that are just going to be free wins. But then we have a little bit of disjointedness, between Thought Scour and Staff of the Storyteller with only a couple other token makers. A little bit short on the curve if we don't have Mox Diamond or Lotus in the hand. But we have some good 5s to have comebacks with between Solitude, Mystic Confluence, and Fractured Identity. So we can certainly see some powerful hands. I'm curious to see how the playouts come with this deck. I think that's going to largely determine how good this deck is how solid of opening hands that we have.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking for that Black Lotus and Mox Diamond, basically every opening hand, to see if Andreas can get that kind of turbocharged start, plus the fixing, or if he's got to do it fair. He does have a decent mana base under him there, but it's slow. It's going to take a while for this deck to really get rolling. So we'll see how that plays out. Now, Philpin on the other side, Filippo, he drafted kind of an interesting deck here. What do you make of this thing?
Yeah, this is the combo deck, and it's kind of nice that it shuts down early aggression and sometimes can run away with a turn 1 Ragavan probably. But we're focused on getting out the Witherbloom Apprentice and comboing with Chain of Smog. I think we're a little bit poorly positioned against the deck that's kind of a little bit slower itself and trying to play answers rather than do its thing. So it might be a little bit of a tough matchup, but there are also just some really strong cards here that can run away with games sometimes. Fire Covenant could Plague Win our opponent, or Broadside Bombardiers can just attack in and then sack and deal a lot of damage out of nowhere. Even turn 1 Ragavan on the play against a deck that's like turn 1 Triumph Go could spell disaster. So there are definitely ways to run away. This is the deck that's, to me, trying to steal in this matchup and is maybe a little bit disadvantaged.
So what happens with the Chain of Smog Witherbloom Apprentice combo? How does it work?
So this one's fun. You basically are mind twisting yourself. You target yourself, and then you put another copy on the stack, targeting yourself, and again and again and again. And with each iteration, the Witherbloom Apprentice drains your opponent for 1 and gains you 1. But you have to be cautious, because you might take your whole hand away. Your opponent might let you, and then after 3 or 4 iterations, they just removal spell this 2/2 creature, and now you're kind of sunk. No hand, no board, and your opponent gets to be sitting pretty. So you kind of need to set up a scenario where you know their hand, and we have to rest and Thoughtseize to make sure that happens. It's not nothing, but it's hard to know that they have nothing and set it all up and execute before they get to you first. So like I said, this is going to be an interesting matchup. I could even see a scenario where they steal by going Dothy Voidwalker and then Thoughtseize, take a 5-drop, and then play a 5-drop early. So Filippo's playing, to me, the steal deck, like I was saying. We'll see how well they execute.
I was thinking that too. A lot of the combo that you will see here is Thoughtseize plus reanimate or animate dead on your opponent. This has some reanimator sub theme going, but if you look, there's not that much to get back. Maybe a combo piece like Witherbloom Apprentice, but there's no big heavy hitter at the top, no Archon or anything crazy like that. So this is a little bit of a different build, and I'm kind of excited to see how it goes. Okay, let's head down to the match here. This is our opening match between these two players, and honestly, the pressure's on straight away here, Ely, because if you lose, it's not like you're out of the tournament. You get to keep playing, you get to play for money, you still have the modern rounds later. But if you do lose, you cannot make it to the final of of the Vintage Cube here and play for the bigger money and the slot in the World Championship. So in some ways, for the big prizes, it's single elimination, although you do actually get to keep playing. It's just you're not in contention for those big prizes, at least in this first run.
Yeah, you probably think about it like double elimination, since you get another go of it in Modern, but certainly every player has their eye on the big prize of going to the World Championships. That is the hallmark tournament of the year, and the one that I think is most coveted. So these are some interesting openers. Filippo has the turn 1 Dothy Voidwalker if they want it, with the backup Reanimate, and Chain of Smog might be a cool, fun play. Looks like both players have mulligans. Yeah. So
to 5 for Eakin.
So turn 1 Thoughtseize and Reanimate with Lotus Petal. So Eakin is lucky that they don't have a big Reanimate target in their hand. Otherwise, that might have been a pretty gross turn 1.
Yeah, you mentioned the comeback style cards, and there's 2 of them in hand, and Eakin really needs to come back here, because on a mulligan to 5 on the play here, this is a very rough start, and the only choice here for Filippo is which one of them would I rather get rid of, the Mystic Confluence or the Fractured Identity.
And ultimately, I think the pick is somewhat irrelevant, because the way that the textures of the hands look, it seems like we might just play out threat, and then do a Chain of Smog the natural way, where we're not comboing, we just take away Eakin's hand.
Ooh. You see that swamp off the top there, Filippo? That was clutch. The Lotus Petal would have sufficed, but much better. And now an interesting choice on, do you just continue the curve with the Douthie Voidwalker, or do you go for it all and just try to get the Bombardiers going with no other board state? Ooh, Uro off the top here for Eakin.
But not good with Douthie Voidwalker on the table.
Right.
So that was an opportune play.
Smart here
the
from
gross thing
Filippo.
Here is, if we go conservative and just play Savannah attack for 1, and our opponent does fire off the Chain of Smog, getting Fractured Identity and Uro with Voidwalker out, it's going to be really gross.
Yeah.
Depending on what we draw,
tough spot here for Eakin.
The Chain of Smog is going to get bounced back by Eakin because it's a freebie, which might also enable Filippo to, in the same turn, reanimate Bombardiers and have a very aggressive, fast clock. Looks like we are throwing away the Uro. Oh,
so basically that would be the chance to get another land into play?
I don't even know if land is the focus, although obviously we want to be able to cast Fractured Identity when we can, but we're not under a quick clock just yet. And I think the idea there is that maybe we're not going to answer Voidwalker, and that Uro is just dead anyway, so we might as well cycle it now while we can with no cost, since we don't have an alternative play.
I see. But ultimately he decided not to. He's kept both of these powerhouse cards in hand, but he's very likely to see them disappear here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here's where I think I like the Chain of Smog play. We know that our opponent has the Fractured Identity. We certainly don't want them to cast it. And we have the Voidwalker to make kind of a gross play if they've drawn anything that's even better to cast. Yep.
There
and
it
then
is.
If it gets bounced back and we discard the 2 creatures, we can Lotus Petal and Reanimate and just have a quick clock. So we'll be at hand parity, both being empty, but we'll have 2 threats to no threat.
That would be an interesting situation for Eklund to find himself in, because, this deck with the mana under it can do a lot of things.
Absolutely. I think this puts the advantage bar in Filippo's favor at maybe greater than 80%.
Oh, that much? Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if we lost from this board position. If we keep the pedal and reanimate and put the clock on right now, I mean, Ekin has 2 or 3 draws, maybe, and whatever it is has to be better than a Fractured Identity from Dathi Voidwalker and somehow beating like either a Bombardiers or a Diviner.
Right.
And that's just really hard to do.
Yeah, that's going to be extremely difficult.
It'll have to be a few perfect top decks, and ideally the opponent doing nothing in the meantime, which, pretty rough.
Yeah, no, you're right. That has to be more or less shutting the door on things. You can see this Chain of Smog is being redirected back over to Filippo, but he would have anticipated this. So he can ditch the Diviner and the Bombardiers, play the pedal, play the reanimate, get the Bombardiers in and smash.
The thing that Filippo's probably considering is, do you hold the Diviner, just discard Bombardiers and pedal, not reanimate this turn, next turn have reanimate or Diviner? And the idea is, if you play Diviner on the next turn and then reanimate later, then you get 2 copies of Bombardiers, which could set up for a pretty lethal turn.
Oh, okay. What would be the downside of that line?
You're a little bit slower. You're not clocking your opponent by attacking with the Bombardiers this turn, but you're giving yourself follow-up plays. I think ultimately that is the right choice, but also you need to top deck a land. Otherwise, the next turn you're just reanimating anyway so that you don't do nothing, and then now you're 2 damage short of clocking them even sooner. So it's definitely risk versus reward here. Looks like we're going for the all-in play. Wow, great
Leyline Binding right off the top. Hello.
The crazy thing here is we have to take out Voidwalker before Bombardiers, and Bombardiers is such a top tier pick. It often goes first pick, but we can't afford to answer it first when a Fractured Identity is underneath Voidwalker.
And it has to happen like now, right?
Yeah, we don't bother instant speeding this, even though it has flash. That's a mistake I think a lot of people do, and the punish that happens from that has cost people many games. The discipline, by the way, when you see somebody playing 29,000 matches of limited to attack first and then play spells, even though both players are hellbent and there's no alternative play, but still, that's discipline. On Magic Online here, I would shortcut. I would just Leyline Binding, F6, attack 1, and then ship.
100% the same. There's Polluted Delta off the top, though, so no hand for either player, and Dathi Triumph is going to get cycled here. Can he find an answer for this Bombardiers? No, it's a Wasteland.
Not exciting, but we're also not dead to anything severe yet, with our opponent only having a Bombardier and not even a permanent sack. We can kind of still hope to top deck from here.
Oh, man. Oof. Look at that. Red source into Ragavan on the dash.
Yeah, past 10 good. Even using the treasure token with Bombardiers here to kill the Hierarch is just rough.
Yeah, and Ekin decided not to even play the Wasteland out, though if he had done so and Philpin had gone for that red source, he may have just end-stepped it or done something. It's just...
Ooh.
There's others. All right. Consult the star charts with Eklund at 9.
This is so interesting because we can kicker it, but if we do, we get hit and probably die. If we Wasteland the Triumph, Ragavan can't be recast right now unless Filippo top decks a Mountain. And we could just consult without the kicker now, which I think is the play, keeping the Wasteland up to then see what we want to do next. So then we can potentially keep them off of Ragavan and Consult.
Yeah, that is exactly what he's doing. Can he find an answer for these Bombardiers? Because if he can, he could strand Ragavan in hand and have no relevant board state here for Filippo. This would be an incredible comeback for Eakin, who started this game with 5 cards, got Chain of Smog for his last 2, plus Thoughtseize this game.
Looking at Eakin's list, there's not a lot more removal and nothing that we can get that costs the current mana that we have. So looks like we're setting up for a brainstorm, probably to try to see if we can piece multiple pieces together to accomplish the task. And the nice thing about brainstorm here is if Filippo drew a red source, we could use brainstorm to navigate what card gets exiled and prevent us from getting brainstorm locked. But wow, Lingering Souls here, that is really cool. Now we can just double block the Bombardiers, and unless Filippo top decks something, then we're not actually in the danger zone.
Oh, it's a creeping tar pit after the island. That actually is relevant for future turns. But right now, it's going to hold off. The Bombardiers stay back.
You know, what's interesting is we could have attacked and then animated the tar pit and then sacrificed it so that the Bombardiers didn't die to the double block. That could have been a lie.
It's a 0 creature. Basically, it would just do 2 damage.
Exactly. But I think I like the line better of use the tar pit as an aggressive weapon to hit them low, and then use Bombardiers to finish them off directly to the face. But we do see Eakin restabilizing with some of these draws. So we don't have a lot of time from Eakin's perspective, but we aren't going to lose to creatures just attacking anymore, unless it's unblockable with the tar pit and direct damage from the Bombardiers. But that is exactly what just happened. Now we drew the red source. Filippo, I think, got the things that they needed kind of right on time.
Yeah, that's right. So now the creeping tar pit can come in, smash Eklund down to 4, then he can go Taiga plus Ragavan and chuck it. Still 1 short.
Yep, Bombardiers does say other, so we didn't have the option of sacking itself for lethal. But
so he's
here
just going
is
to be
a lethal
patient.
turn. Yeah, if we don't find an answer.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Land off of Brainstorm. There is a flooded strand, but is it just too late at this point?
It is. We could sack the strand to shuffle away 2 and then cycle the headquarters with 1 mana up. But we can look at Eakin's list and see there is no 1 mana answer. And we're just toast here.
That's rough. When you brainstorm and see land after drawing a land for turn, that is just brutal. 4 lands there on top of the library for Eakin. And that means that Filippo, with that quick start, is going to just be able to eke over the line here. Very cool game, though.
Very cool. I kind of like how Eakin is letting their opponent make sure they make the play and not falling to a bluff. But it's funny how we didn't even play the flooded strand, because that would too far incentivize our opponent to attack with the pit. And so we're just holding it to see what they do.
Because I've got all these spells, so don't do anything.
This is where Eakin probably falls into the never concede camp.
Yeah, that does look like that's the case. And with somebody with 29,000 matches plus a very high win rate, I can definitely respect it. And that is game 1, though, going to Filippo Ciappini as Eakin, our feature drafter and limited end boss, finds himself down a game already. Just a rough start to the Vintage Cube here, and he's going to need to find some way to put the pieces together. Any type of early interaction, blocking, removal, anything is going to be really good for him here. As you could see, he kind of got ran over. I mean, once my opponent plays a Ragavan, I'm like, oh no. right? Like I got to do something.
Absolutely. And there's not really much in the sideboard for Ekin to choose with. We are already filling the deck with all of our fill. So we're just locked into what our main deck configuration was. Meanwhile, Filippo actually has some options. I'd be curious to see if bringing in something like Bronco is a good idea against a deck that is trying to maybe outgrind a little bit, but doesn't really have a lot of tools in that direction. So I think that's something I would certainly consider. Luris could be another choice, another grindy card, and could be a companion, but obviously we can't do it with what we have currently in the deck. But we could also just put it into the deck and use it to bring back things like Lotus Petal or Witherbloom Apprentice or even Dothy Voidwalker, which we saw kind of run away with that game in the early stages. So those are the cards I would consider. And then I'd be low on cards that are like Tarfire, the reactive, cheap threat killers when our opponent isn't really playing many things that can target.
Filippo, taking a look at the sideboard plan here, as you mentioned, Ekin very limited on sideboard options given the way that the draft went. We had a chance to watch along with Ekin as he drafted. If you're just joining us now, you can go back and watch his draft. A little bit of a bumpy ride, tried to stay open, but faced a lot of difficult decisions about whether to go for individual combo pieces or mana fixing or raw power, and ended up very much in the middle of everything. And that can be a difficult place to be. You would prefer your deck to be a little more focused. How do these opening hands look for you?
They're a little bit clunky. We don't have a lot of early plays to make out of Ekin's deck, and Filippo still has cards in their deck that are better paired against a creature deck. So we have Legion Extruder and Seer, and we're not really killing much. And Duress does not give us a viable Animate Dead target. So things are a little bit jointed on both ends. It's kind of like, let's see who maybe draws out of this faster and better. I think Ekin's hand is a little bit more set up for this game state. So that's where I would say I'd be leaning towards rather being on that side of the fence for now. But we'll see how things shake out because a few draws can change that fast.
Yeah, if Filippo agrees with you, he's going to take Mystic Confluence with the Duress. Basically, the idea being, I just want to try to take away your most powerful card draw engines or, card draw spells. The problem is that Ekin's very well set up here, right? He has Staff of the Storyteller plus Consult the Star Charts, both of which will gain him card advantage over the one-for-ones that Filippo has available to him. Yeah, this is much better start here. Now he's going to add the Ancient Cornucopia to the battlefield and even start chipping in there with that Spirit token.
Yeah, I like that we didn't hold up for No More Lies. I see a lot of players make plays like that and get punished for them. So it's a better idea that it's going to have a target later. And if you say go holding it up and your opponent doesn't play a spell, then you get kind of a clunky stuck scenario happening. And you don't want to end up in that zone.
Thought Scour in response to the Voidwalker, just to make sure the Thought Scour actually makes it into the graveyard. Oh, and there's a Leyline Binding, so an answer straight away for the Voidwalker.
But do you see what's about to happen?
No.
We can Animate Dead our opponent's Omnath, but then Ekin has Leyline Binding.
He put Omnath in the yard off of the Thought Scour.
Yeah,
mill?
Obviously not intentionally. The mill was random, but it did happen that way. And so this set up for a very interesting state. Yeah.
Dude, that is rough. So now he has to face down an Omnath on the other side.
Fortunately for Ekin, they drew Leyline Binding. So that's going to be a really great answer to this scenario. The funny thing is, if you choose Animate Dead, the Omnath goes to the grave, but Voidwalker then exiles it, and then they could bring it back. If you choose Omnath, Animate Dead goes to the grave, and then at a later stage of the game, if you can bounce or answer your own Leyline, well, then you get Omnath straight to play. So there's a lot of choices here, and it's very interesting how the cards interact.
Yeah, we saw reanimate in the first game as well, so Ekin will be aware of that. That isn't, it was Animate Dead as it turned out this time, but he'll have to consider that down the line too. First things first, though. Spirit token in the red zone.
Which is an interesting play because you're trying to win this later game. You're certainly not racing, and you've already seen Ragavan from your opponent. And we do see that Filippo has Ragavan in hand. So I think I maybe don't want to attack there.
Yeah, that's a sketchy situation for sure. And Eakin may sense that regret in a moment here because it looks like Filippo wants to dash in Ragavan and put Eakin to the test. He could no more lies.
Probably the right play. No more lies and binding.
Still binding?
And sold for max value. Yeah, we have 4 colors.
Okay, and he has the cornucopia, so it all works out.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is if No More Lies goes to the graveyard, then Voidwalker has a No More Lies. So you have to cast the Leyline Binding first so that you don't get blown out by the Voidwalker.
That is so annoying.
We target the Omna. Oh, we target the Voidwalker. Interesting.
Okay.
I can see that being right. Voidwalker certainly is the more annoying threat, and you probably don't care about the 4 life that Omnath is going to gain repeatedly. But again, then why are we attacking with the 1/1 flyer? It's definitely some complicated maths here.
Well, it has all come down to a consult the star charts here to reload the hand here for Eklund.
Yep, which is basically a 1 more mana stock up.
Right. Which kind of says a lot about stock up because
yeah.
we are willing to play that. All right.
Yeah,
kick,
such a gross card.
It's nasty. And he finds Lingering Souls and Brainstorm with Flooded Strand in hand.
I wondered when we played the Forest if we were supposed to have played the Flooded Strand instead in case this scenario came up where we hit Brainstorm. I wish we said it before we saw it because now it's like, sure you did, Ely.
There's that Creeping Tar Pit again.
Creepy Tar Pit is actually a very high pick in Cube. I've seen it win so many games. Unblockable 3 power is just gross.
I love that card.
Me too. Good job, design team, on that one.
No kidding.
Are we firing off this Brainstorm end of turn?
Interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I usually wait till my own
would have
turn.
waited. Yeah.
Ooh, Wasteland.
Yeah, because he's going to get stuck drawing one of these, although maybe he just wants them. It's a little awkward.
Nice. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying it's kind of nice having the Uro here because we can fetch land, shuffle, and still use the Uro to put in the Wasteland to answer the Tar Pit.
Yeah, and that is really nice.
And adding Uru to the mix now, Eakin is probably firmly ahead. Filippo doesn't really have anything that's going to interact well with this. And the life gain, the extra card draw, this is all just going to spell doom for Filippo.
Yeah, when you're looking down at your hand, I mean, he has removal spells. He can combine the 2 red spells or use the Infernal Grasp, but that just is not a way to get ahead in a game like this where Uro can just take over.
Yeah, this is where I wish Filippo had subbed out a lot of the stuff that's in their hand right now.
Yeah,
you don't
totally
want removal spells in this sort of a matchup or situation, and we're just clogged with them.
So Lingering Souls, and then is there a reason to be proactive with Wasteland? You know, if at some point you're going to hit the Tar Pit anyway, you may just do it now to keep the mana off the table. But also there's that temptation of having your opponent, you know, feel forced at some point to activate the Tar Pit, and then you get that mana advantage. How do you balance that out?
I don't think your opponent will feel forced. They just won't. And instead, they'll just have an extra land on the table, whereas your wasteland isn't doing anything extra. So I would definitely take it out and make sure my opponent doesn't have double blue in case they're playing any double blue spells, which I believe it's open list. So they probably see the list and realize that's not the case. But you never know what an extra land can do and how it might help your opponent play multiple spells or spell into spell. It's just better this way.
There's Overgrown Tomb. And you can see Filippo's life total has benefited greatly. But generally speaking, that's not what's going to be the decider here from Filippo's perspective. If Andreas is able to do the things he's trying to do, wow, he just ripped Minsk and Boo, then life totals will fall very quickly.
Yeah, this is interesting because we didn't even need Minsk and Boo, but getting Minsk and Boo just makes the game all that much more of a slam dunk. Been very impressed with the cornucopia, by the way. I think at least 10 life has been gained already at this point.
Exactly. So by the way, this is the amazing, very narrow case where instant speed burn is actually really, really good against Minsk and Boo. I got tricked by it when it first entered the cube, and I happened to have a lightning bolt the first time somebody played it against me, and I thought, well, this card's kind of dumb. They just spent 4 mana. I spent 1 and they got a 1/1. And let's just say I had to readjust my evaluation over time. But Filippo does get away with it here. He used Seer to kill Minsk and Boo because it does put that trigger on the stack before you can activate the Planeswalker at sorcery speed and effectively turn it into just the 1/1 Boo token, which is about as good as you're ever going to get out of a Minsk and Boo.
Absolutely. And it's funny that even with these answers, it's just not enough. That would have been great, maybe a turn sooner, but now we can't run into a 6/6 blocker.
Right.
That's another one of the steal cards I mentioned. Filippo's deck is just full of things trying to steal game wins.
Yeah, just this game for win.
This game is above 90% for Ekin to win, so.
You can see the currency converter, vibrance, and lingering souls, and all ahead here for Andreas Eklund trying to pick up game number 2 against Filippo Cipini after a very rough start for Ekin in the first game. This one has gone much, much better.
Pretty ideally, I would say.
Ekin getting very aggressive, even sending in the Boo token there to its death.
I definitely see it as a good line, knowing that your opponent will block and then turning on Vibrance, which you want to pretty much cast anyway.
And there we go. Getting full Vibrance value here as well, an additional land into hand, and then the follow-up Lingering Souls, and it's easy mode from here on out. You can see the Staff of the Storyteller ready to go, and this is just an absolute flood of value here for Ekin. With Legion Extruder in hand, it's hard to imagine any way to come back now for Cipini, and yeah, that should just about lock it up here, even at 17 life.
With open lists in Ekin's spot, I'm thinking to myself that I really only die to the 2/2 and the Smog combo. So from there, I think I'm not really trying to progress my board state as much as I am just trying to draw into answers to that to make sure that I isolate the only out my opponent has left. But it's such a narrow scenario that your opponent even has those, or what you draw into can answer it if they do just have the nuts on you.
The old Black Lotus, but who needs it at this point?
Right. Now,
in fact, discard it to currency converter. You know?
In a traditional queue, we would just hide this information from our opponent, knowing that there's a third game to be had.
Mm-hmm. Hey, there's a Legend of Roku.
We have Lotus Petal gone, so we can't hit the full combo out of that.
Ah, okay. Because that is the type of thing that you're thinking about at this point, right? And yeah, it looks like it was a miss there for Filippo. So we're going to get a game 3 between these two players. I'm kind of excited for this. This is the type of match that I would expect from Vintage Cube at this level, which is that it's not easy, right? Like you don't get to just have these super smooth, good mana combo finish, great decks. It's like, no, these are really good players. Everybody's fighting as hard as they possibly can, and you're going to have to kind of scrap it out with something. And that's what it feels like watching.
Yeah, and 33 years into the creation of Magic, the power level of cards is just so extreme that a single top deck can change everything and sway things in a different direction. Both players are playing excellent Magic so far. We're not seeing mistakes. We're just wondering who draws better at that point.
It's really great stuff and super fun. We're really happy to have you along, by the way, if you're just tuning in. Yes, you are watching Vintage Cube, and yes, it is for a lot of money and prizes. This is just our opening round here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase, the Mox, and the first run of it is Vintage Cube, and then later on in the day we'll be switching over to Modern, where we'll have Reduke along for the ride as well. So lots of fun stuff to bring you today, and we're really happy to have you with us. And right now we've got kind of an interesting David versus Goliath, at least as far as limited goes between these two players. Andreas Eklund, easily the best and most experienced limited player in the field, against Filippo Cioppini, who is the least experienced limited player in the field. Yet they have split the first 2 games. They're going to play this game 3 decider right now. This is going to be Filippo on the play. Does he have the combo? Not quite. He's got half of it, though.
Yeah, half of it with a rebuy. So this could be very interesting. Filippo has multiple ways to find the Chain of Smog. So if we draw that, there's no answer in Eakin's hand currently, and very few in Eakin's deck that can instant speed respond. So if we get 1 or 2 well-placed draws from Filippo, this could be the end of the end boss.
Kind of funny, we get to see the extremes of Filippo's deck, right? Like he's got the Witherbloom Apprentice, so half of his combo. He's got some redundancy, even the Lotus Petal to potentially turbo it out. But then he's also staring at a cut down, right? Which, not great in the matchup here. It's just kind of
another card that should be sideboarded out, unfortunately.
Right. Now it looks like Eakin's deciding on a keep here, potentially.
Yeah, it's which one to put back. We're definitely going to play the Mox Diamond Talisman on turn 1 and have 3 mana on turn 1. But do we put back Cornucopia, Grist, or Lingering Souls is the question that Eakin is wondering. And ultimately, Cornucopia was the choice, and I agree with. We don't need the mana, probably don't need the life, since we're going to be the first one out of the gates with lots of aggression.
Yeah, Grist is definitely the type of card that can establish a really great early presence. It does have a little bit of a downside to it in this scenario with Filippo holding Animate Dead. But, you do what you got to do. All right, so Plains, Mox Diamond, and then Talisman of Creativity. Explosive start here for Eklund. He's going to be looking to establish an early board and then find one of his haymakers, a way to get a couple of cards into hand, or perhaps one of his 5 mana spells to really take over this game. Filippo's got land, petal, go. He has Fire Covenant in hand. Another. Oh, and there's Minskin Boo.
Wow.
What a rip here. For Eklund, this could be a turn 2 Minskin Boo.
This is a deck fail for Filippo right now, just having removal into not having targets. But we draw that one combo piece, and the game is still over. And Filippo will steal it, playing the steal deck as we established before. But yeah, Ekin having a turn 2 Minsc and Boo. I think what they're considering right now is, am I going to get seared again? Should I bait my opponent with Grist first and then play Minsc on the next turn? There's really no pressure that I'm under right now. But also, what is my opponent up to? What are they doing? They have kept this hand, so obviously they have something, and they haven't played a turn 1 or a turn 2 spell. And they played out Lotus Petal, so what could I be expecting on this next turn that might surprise me? I'm really surprised too, we're baiting with just Lingering Souls instead of even Grist. I think what we're doing here is saving the removal spell on Grist, knowing that we might need it. So funny, I would be leery of this Thought Scour, knowing that it turns on my opponent's reanimate effects.
Right.
And we can't actually cast Grist anymore because we didn't use the Talisman to cast Thought Scour instead of the Breeding Pool. So I wonder what the plan is in Ekin's mind here. If we're just going to Lingering Souls and go for that kind of aggression. We do see the Fire Covenant coming in clutch, and that card's also a very high pick in draft.
Right. This is not the best matchup for it, but it's nice here. Going to be able to wipe the board because Ekin has basically decided, I'm going to take the slow route, actually playing kind of the reverse of the most powerful stuff in order, which, it's interesting. If you see Chain of Smog on the other side, are you automatically assuming combo?
Usually, I mean, you assume that they're going for that kind of a combo with the cards that you've seen. I think you can imagine that they have it, but not sure if they show them like the naked deck list in terms of like a text file and not showing them what's in the main versus the side, or if they see it the way we see it, which is a lot easier to break it down into its pieces.
Because, that would be a big difference maker for me if I'm in Eklund's seat, right? If I know that there's a potential combo kill, I'm going pedal to the metal. Like, here's my Minsc and Boo, good luck, right? But if I think that my opponent's trying to play black-red control against me, I'm playing it like how he played it, where I'm like, I'm actually going to save my best threats for last and make you answer, some of my less impactful cards like Magda and Lingering Souls and stuff like that. So it's a really interesting dynamic shift if you think that your opponent's on some grindy black-red deck versus a deck that can actually just kill you in one turn.
Absolutely. Also in game 1, Chain of Smog got cast on us, so we know our opponent's playing it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I brought it up, because he has not seen Witherbloom Apprentice, but do you assume, right? And by the way, this is an interesting situation too, because Eklund's probably going to be kind of relieved to see that Seer. Oh, this is funny. He's going to get back Vibrance, but it's just going to be a creature. All right, here comes Minsc and Boo, and with Seer out of the way, that thing is going to hit. And you can see the F6 nature of things here as Andreas Eklund takes a very big step forward in trying to advance to the second round. Pick himself up another $1,000 in the process as well.
Huh. I played the Triumph there.
Were you thinking cycle it next turn, or what was your...
Yeah, certainly was thinking cycling it. Yeah, like we don't need the land, so why are we playing it? We already have 5 sources, we already have access to black, green, and white, and we're hellbent, so we kind of want to draw into something.
Does it signal maybe that he wants to use Minsc and Boo to draw cards here?
I assume. I think that's why we kept it back. Our opponent is trying to catch, Filippo is trying to catch Ekin here into using the -2 on Boo and then responding with the Fire Covenant. And that way there's no threat to sack, and then the board wipe happens. And it's a very disciplined play, but it also only works against somebody that plays right into your hands. So I'm a little surprised that we went this route. The alternative was just Fire Covenant on your turn and then attack the Boo down to 1. It doesn't give you a lot of good follow-up plays either, but you're also stuck in a situation where nothing seems all that good.
Yeah, that is what I'd be feeling if I was Filippo. Now forced to use Fire Covenant just to wipe away the board, although it will do that, and it does burn that plus ability on Minskenbu. So that is still a good, effective play, yet here comes some spirit tokens to protect Minskenbu, and then that engine will just get rolling again the next turn. Here's an interesting draw. It's Overgrown Tomb for Filippo. He has a Lotus Petal for green for the Witherbloom Apprentice, but it really does kind of give away the game if he plays the tomb out.
Yeah, it also needs to be used for the Cavero because we don't have blue.
Oh,
so we're
sure.
in a very tight spot here. Like Fire Covenant costs us a lot of life. We're at 7. Minskenbu's on the table, and we can't fully answer it just yet. Cavero. Can Cavero become a Grist?
I think
that would be
so.
a really
it's
cool answer.
Reacher, right? Yeah.
Because Grist can answer Planeswalkers, I believe.
Yeah, it can.
And really, the idea of this is
mode.
We're just buying ourselves time, hoping to top deck Chain of Smoke, because we're not really getting ahead on board. We're going to lose the Cavero, we're going to lose the Vibrance and all this. The idea is just that we don't die and we maybe have a couple extra turns.
Yeah, and that does actually work out. Very cool. And there goes Minskenbu. And then he's going to go ahead and play the tomb and then pass. A land off the top means that, well, it happens to be a Cavero here, is going to end up in the graveyard. And then a land go here from Ekin. And we are really in top deck mode. A Duress probably want to hold that.
Yeah, our opponent hasn't played anything, but we could also get a trigger off the Apprentice.
Oh, sure.
I think I would have been on team hold this as well.
And then, that's where the Lutri ended up. Okay, didn't even see that.
Yeah,
and now we're racing somehow, and like Ekin's actually significantly ahead in this race. Oh, there's Fallen Shinobi, but no blue.
No blue. We can't even do it. Oh man, that would have been huge. And not having the Indatha Triome to cycle also for Ekin, I think, was huge.
Yeah,
that top
sure
might even seal the deal.
Mystic Confluence off the top of the library for Andreas Eklund. That has to be one of the absolute best top decks in his entire list here. And it looks like
just drawing 3.
He's just gonna go for Ancestral Recall here.
Yeah, I think I would have maybe waited and potentially known that I couldn't die to a bog and then draw.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe, No More Lies doesn't actually stop the combo either.
No, the only benefit he gets here is he does get the currency converter down now and can start using it. And he needs to, because he does have 2 cards in hand that are relative blanks at this point. And now he's actually going to slow down.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that's really interesting that he's not attacking here, too.
And despite the slowdown, we still played the Lutri as well. And we didn't attack with the Lutri.
Huh.
Curious.
What is Lutri doing that's better?
All right. Ekin drew Solitude. Now I think that Filippo's outs have drastically narrowed.
Now, can Ekin be aggressive with his Solitude and just take out the Apprentice and start bashing? Or is it a game where he wants to hold on to it?
There's no punish for waiting, so we probably would rather hold.
Oh, because it would just end up trading with Lutri anyway?
Yeah, exactly. My guess is we should start attacking again, and then when our opponent attacks, Solitude flash in and get the Apprentice out of there and block the Lutri. And then there's not really a lot we'd have to worry about anymore. We'd have no more lies to shield us from bigger spells. And we have a looter on the table with currency converter. I'm pretty much ready to call this one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Filippo, it's not for them.
Yeah, I mean, if Filippo doesn't come up with something and those attacks happen, how you said, he could even just take the 3 from Lutri and have Solitude. And yeah, it's just another swamp. No blue source here.
Been rough with the mana for Filippo this match.
Yeah, he is trying to splash for 2 different colors on top of the black-red core that he has here, and it has bitten him. He had the Lotus Petal this time, but it's been a little bit rough.
Not an easy thing to do to play 4 colors.
Right.
You saw Egan heavily prioritizing mana fixing for exactly this purpose.
Okay, it looks like Egan...
Ultimately, I don't think Filippo had enough to sideboard to take out some of these weaker spells like Cut Down, and lost due to not having the proactiveness to their deck. And that ultimately afforded Egan the chance to set up and win the long game here.
And Egan just does nothing with Solitude here, because this does represent lethal, as Filippo's only at 4 life. And that's going to do it. Egan takes down round number 1 against Filippo Cipini in an impressive comeback there, Ely. That was a tough one for Egan.
Very impressive. And I like how they played it. They stayed calm under pressure and got it done.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. And a good methodical game plan there for Egan. So we've got more Magic to bring you here from this opening round of Vintage Cube, where you can see we have Zhao Hongchen versus Fernando Martin. And as you can see how they both qualified here as well. Leaderboard for Zhao and Fernando came in via the Vintage Showcase qualifier. So kind of interesting, because we don't really know, Zhao, how much limited play. 2249 limited matches with a solid win percent. Much fewer with a much worse limited percentage here for Fernando. Perhaps a bit of a constructed specialist. We'll see.
I somewhat feel bad. I somewhat feel bad for these players going to be compared to the stats of Egan. It's like comparing Godzilla to a fly. Been playing so much longer and just so many more matches that everybody else looks like they barely play Magic. But 2,249 matches, that's not a small number. 8 years played is not a small number either. So I expect some very high level play and to be very impressed by these players still.
All right, well, let's see how this match is going let's take a look at the deck list from our players here. Here's Zhao Hongchen. This is funny because when we looked at this deck, when we were going over it, Ely, we were both kind of like, well, this is what you draft when you haven't drafted a ton of Vintage Cube, right? This tends to be an archetype that really stands out as you're learning the ropes, which is a green-white deck, because the power level is there. Like, these are good, powerful cards. But I will say that as you work your journey through Vintage Cube, starting to understand more of the archetypes and the nuance, you end up generally a little more towards where like Egan ends up, with a lot of different colors and kind of balancing out mana fixing, understanding 2-card combos and stuff, and less towards this more creature-centric, on-the-ground type approach.
Well said. I can't tell you how many times I tried to draft something like this, and it was like turn 4 or 5, and I was like, great, we got to parity. I just need to top deck something. And I draw, and I'm staring at a Llanowar Elf, and I'm like, no, that's not something.
That was not
the power
it.
level of cards just comes in so heavy when you are in those states, and those states happen so often in Cube.
That's right. The thing that this deck has going for it is consistency. You can see that the mana base is pretty decent, just the one little splash there for Othari, and everything else is low curve, lots of 1s and 2s, and The mana looks pretty good. So I do like the consistency from Jiao. So, if he can get off to a start where his opponent stumbles a little bit, this is the type of deck that can just be like, I just ran you over. I just played some creatures, a couple of removal spells and another spell, and the game was over. Let's take a look at the other side for Fernando and see what he's got. This one is a little bit messy. As you can see, it's got dabbles in different interesting combos, but unfortunately is just missing the other half of basically all of them. You see Underworld Breach and you're like, oh, right? You look around, kind of nothing left, right? You see a Hull Breacher and you're like, oh, that's really good. What kind of draw sevens are we working with? Oh, we're not. Okay. Right. And you keep looking around and it just feels like a bunch of starts that didn't quite get there for Fernando.
Funny enough, this deck wants to get paired against a green elf type of deck because it just has so much 1-mana removal spells.
Totally.
And that's what they got. That's what they got.
That is really funny because one of the weaknesses of this list is if you look at the 1-mana slot, it's all cheap burn spells. And there are too many matchups where those simply don't do enough. But here, those are going to be killing the first 2 to 3 plays of the game for Jiao. So let's see how the match is going as we come into it. And it looks like we come in, yes, with Jiao actually up a game here over Fernando.
Ooh, and
is there no red source here for Martin?
A really bad opening hand for Fernando and a really strong hand for Jiao.
Is that a prismatic vista? Okay, well, that'll solve some problems here.
Yeah, that was a very, very necessary first draw. From seeing so much landfall being played lately, whenever I see a fetch land and a Badger Bolt Cub, I'm like, oh no, wait, you should just wait till turn 3 and Earthbend the fetch land. But
right.
In this case, we probably just need to go a little bit more aggressive.
Interesting that Fernando does have a choice on killing Noble Hierarch or playing out the Badger Mole Cub. Goes for the more mana efficient play, but it does mean that that Jiao now has access to a lot of mana here, especially with Gaia's Cradle coming down, as this is going to be an explosive turn here for Jiao Hongchen.
We have the option of, do we play the Cerebral land so that we can play double white spell next turn, or do we try to just level up the figure twice with Cradle, but then we reveal that, removal spells would be great to cast right now. So I think I like this. We make the figure a 2/3 and we keep the swords up, but I'm a little surprised we didn't swords the cub. Instead, we're choosing to hit the Tromp. But maybe that's just a recognition that there aren't other mana dorks. So we basically make our opponent's land tapped. That's one less land for them for the turn. And they don't know what we see, that there's not really anything our opponent was going to do with that land anyway.
It also depends on how much you've played against Earthbending. Sometimes people get trapped into thinking that exiling is going to solve the problem, and it does not. All right, now Gaia's Cradle comes down. And does that mean we're going to see Othari Sun's Glory? Yes, we are. And with just a Burst Lightning, Death Greeter's Champion, and Loot in hand, Fernando has to watch on as Othari starts to snowball out of control. Firebolt off the top. Still just a single red mana available, though, for Fernando.
This is just how gross Othari is. Not only did it come out turn 3 with 2 coming to play tap lands, but there's just no answer from our opponent's hand. And so by the next turn, creating 2 more creatures upon the attack, the game's just over. I don't even know what in Fernando's... Yeah, I don't even know what in Fernando's list can come back at this point. We don't have a Wrath Sweeper effect, no Deluge, nothing like that. So we're pretty much just toast already.
Yeah, very quick start. We mentioned it. The consistency from Jiao's deck is the strength of it. Now, theoretically, Fernando would be able to break up that consistency by using those cheap burn spells and knocking those cheap mana creatures out, but that is not how this played out. And as it stands, Jiao with that turn 3 Othari is ready to take over.
Seeing Fernando's number of matches played, I'm guessing that they spent the majority of their time focused on preparing for the modern portion and maybe considered this part somewhat of a wash. And it makes sense. It's a good strategy to hyper focus on one rather than splitting your focus on two. So I'd be curious to see what they end up doing in the modern portion later.
We're still in the opening round of the mocks here. This is Vintage Cube. There's Death Breeders Champion coming down, and it looks like it's just going to be a blocker to eat up some of these tokens. But that does mean that yet again, Othari gets to jam. And now we're going to see Nissa come down too. Goodness sakes. And another Cradle Tap if you want it. Sandstorm Salvager. Plus Friend. And then Pest Infestation just for $1 million? Just into the ether. Wow. Fernando must be looking at this like, are you kidding me right now? And now we're going to see Rebel tokens.
This is turn 4, everybody.
Wow. That is absolutely incredible. So the Badgermole Cub and the Death Breeders Champion get to eat a couple of tokens, but Fernando's down to 9. And look at this board state he's facing.
By turn 4, Zhao played 15 creatures on the board.
Wow. That is incredible.
And a removal spell, and 2 of the lands came into play taps.
That is wild. Yeah, you can see Fernando, he's got the Burst Lightning that he can use to take out Othari here, but he is just overwhelmed on board at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a lethal board.
It's just got to be lethal. Yeah, because Nissa gets to wake up another land. Let's see what happens here. 6, 7, 8, 9, and then the 2 3/3s get blocked. It's just lethal.
Also, the Sandstorm Salvager just grows all the tokens, right? So.
Oh yeah, so easy mode.
Yeah.
And just leave back the Salvager and the Noble Hierarch. But this is
in the Noble Hierarch.
You got to send
to send a message.
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
do. Well, the message has been sent loud and clear here for Zhao Hongchen. This is going to be an easy round 1 victory, 2-0 sweep over Fernando Martin. I'm going to put Fernando down into the cash bracket, if you will. They get to keep playing, and there are cash prizes for each win that they accrue, but it does mean that you are not going to make it into that last round, and you're not going to secure that world championship seat, at least for this portion. But as you mentioned, Ely, one way to view this tournament is that there's a double elimination element to it. Even if you're not actually eliminated at any point, you do get another run at it in Modern, where your record basically resets and you get to try to be that 1-3-0 player to make that world championship seed and get into the grand final.
Also, I don't know about you, Marshall, but I want $500 just to sit down. That sounds nice.
Yes, I do. I do like that. That is very appealing. Take a look at how our first round 1, who is still in contention. Lucas, Zhao, Brady, and Eakin, who we saw play, are all the ones who are still in contention for that big final, that seat in the grand final. And all the money
Ellis
plus
lost
the
sick mono
way.
flu deck. Yeah, 0-1.
I am shocked.
Wow,
whoever's any of our 4 players who are still live, or the other 3, let's say, that didn't defeat him, are going to be really, really relieved to see that, because that deck looked easily like the best one in the field.
Yeah,
wow,
absolutely.
Really great stuff. So that's going to do it for our first round of Vintage Cube action here from the mocks. we are going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll be into round number 2. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back here to round 2 coverage of the Mox, the Magic Online Champions Showcase. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Ely Cassis, and we are covering some vintage cube here. We're heading into the second round of action where we've got 4 players left who can still make it all the way to that grand final seat and that world championship seat as well. So that's everybody else is also playing, but they're just playing for the prize money that's left. 4 players, though, still have that chance for the seat. Let's take a look at our feature match here for this round, where we're going to be seeing Brady playing against Lucas. And as you can see, there's a pretty big disparity there between matches played in Limited, with Brady having not that much experience in it, quite a bit there for Lucas, but there is not a big gap in their win percentage. They're both sitting just over 50%, Ely. So even though the experience difference is pretty big, it looks like these players both come in at about the same win rate.
Yeah, 9 and 15 years. I don't give too much of an edge to experience here. I think both of them have that middle range. I'm saying middle because I'm at 33 years, but middle range of playing the game where they have a lot of experience, enough to know what they're doing. It's all
relative, isn't it?
Oh, so relative. We sometimes joke, especially Reed and I have talked, that it'd be living the dream if we're in the senior center still doing these things, you know?
Oh, totally. Absolutely. Yeah. And for Reed, that would really be kind of an end-to-end thing for him because he started so young. We're going to, by the way, have a chance to have Reed on the stream here. He's going to be covering the modern rounds when we get there a little bit later today. Let's take a look at the deck list from our 2 players here. I really like this list from Brady for a field like this, you know, especially when you look at the decks that we've seen where some of them clearly missed. You know, they went for a few combos, didn't quite get there. Maybe their mana didn't get under them. Maybe they're kind of a soupy mid-range kind of deck that might be a little bit on the slow side. Hit him in the mouth. Look at this deck. Just the old red-white punch him in the face deck. I like it.
Punch him in the face is a great way to put it too.
Yeah.
The only thing missing from here is some power, some acceleration, and some mana fixing. And it's got everything else it really needs. It's got every good card that you have is a good card. There's no filler like we saw Thought Scour and Eakin's deck.
Right.
It's just got nice, consistent game plan where everything kind of works together.
Yeah, really, really sweet deck. And it has some resiliency against maybe a sweeper effect or a deck that's well set up with removal. The One Ring, you know, can completely change a game that maybe even you were a little bit behind on. The life total doesn't matter as much when you're the one who's the beatdown. Lots of really good stuff here from Brady. Again, the weakness is the mana for sure. The mana base in this deck is horrible for Vintage Cube. You can do much, much, much better than this. No dual lands, and even the greedy Library of Alexandria made it in where there's really the only window for it is when it's in your opener. Because if you don't have it in your opener, you're going to go land, creature, go. And then if you draw Library of Alexandria, it's already turned off. And of course, it only produces colorless mana. So we will see how this one goes. Let's take a look at the other side of the battlefield here for Lucas Hervas's deck. And this is kind of the interesting one here. It does actually have a couple of combos that came together, though. Particularly, you see the Time Twister with the Shieldred or the Narset.
Yeah, this has a lot of synergy with Twister. It really wants to draw Twister, and having Profs or Narset or Shieldred all can be just kind of back-breaking plays. It has a lot of ways to find the Twister, so like the deck has this nice consistency between the Trainer and the Narset, and even just Preordain or Mystical Tutor directly for it. But it also has a really nice cheap curve and a piece of Power 9. So this has a lot of good cards, and I like the cohesion of this deck. It even has some backbreaking spells on their own, like Barrogoyf and Riddler and Jace, and then it has Force of Negation and Daze to have these free pitch spells that also help catch up if you're behind the ball. So I really like this deck. This is the kind of deck I'd be happy with, and I would certainly expect to not go worse than 2-1 with a deck like this.
Now, but one thing that I do see here that's kind of interesting is matchups wise. A lot of these cards are more self-centered, right? Mystical Tutor, Preordain, Storm Chaser's Talent, right? These early cards that you would hope for a deck like this could provide a little more interaction with what Lucas is going to be facing here. They're not, right? A lot of these are looking to do your own thing. And in the meantime, I'd be really worried if I was sitting across here because, you could easily just get ran over by Brady.
Yeah, absolutely. But the nice part about these combo pieces is on their own, they're also doing a lot. So Shieldred against the red-white deck used to just be a classic answer. So yeah, it's busted if you follow it up with a Time Twister, but they also just have to have an answer and fast, or this card will just run away on its own. So
That's
it's
right.
definitely going to be who wins the die roll, who draws well, who has spells at the right time. But I would give a slight edge to Lucas in having good mana, power, and some combo synergies.
Okay, well, we get to find out right now. Is it going to be Lucas or is it going to be Brady who emerge? Let's get into our opening game. How do these opening hands look? I see a Mox Ruby there for Lucas. That has to be high on his list.
Oh yeah, I'd love to give some stellar insights, but person with power against person without power, and they're on the play. All right, well, we kind of know who has the advantage in this start. You probably do play the Riddler here because you're not going to get to a point with one land where you then pay 2, so you probably take this opportunity to warp it. And then having the Barrogoyf follow up against a red-white deck, this is also just one of your best cards in the matchup.
Wow, what a great start here for Lucas. And we see on the other side for Brady, it looks like an uncharacteristically slow start for him.
No 1 drops, no 2 drops. The Impractical Joke probably will catch the Barrogoyf, and if not, the Skyclaver Apparition will as well. But if Brady can't put a clock down, Lucas is eventually going to get there. We have inevitability with this Riddler to draw into something. And then too many things that could just go wrong for Brady if they give Lucas too much time.
I think that Brady may have disconnected here for a second. Otherwise, we're just waiting for the warped Quantum Riddler to resolve. So we'll let him reconnect and then see if Lucas finds something good off of the Riddler. There it goes.
Yeah. This is kind of like in any kind of game where you have a slow peel of like, am I going to top deck or not? So the disconnect gave us the opportunity to sweat the Riddler draw and be like, oh, it's just another island. We bricked.
We bricked. And a mountain off the top here for Brady means there will be no turn 1 play for him. He's just going to go plains go. And that will open the door for Barrogoyf. Yeah, and just another land off the top here for Lucas. So a little bit unfortunate of a start for him as far as the lands go. But he does get to get this turn 2 Barrogoyf down if he wants.
Definitely poor draw 1 and 2. With Riddler in the wait, you're disincentivized to hold this Barrogoyf till it gets bigger. So even though we know what the hands look like and it would be better to wait, it's probably still the right play in the moment while you're playing the hand to run it out. Also, if your opponent spends their turn 2 removal spelling it instead of playing out another threat, well, then you're also pretty happy that you've delayed your opponent doing so. Every draw step having been a land so far is pretty tilting when you're in Lucas Lucas's seat, especially because he kept such a good opening hand. But there's still no pressure, and a Riddler is going to come down next turn. So Lucas is going to be looking at least 2 new cards, 3 by the time it's actually time to tap your lands for a spell. So this game is still very much a real game, and if we look at Brady's hand, we don't see an answer for Riddler. We can't target it with the Apparition. Glorybringer doesn't do enough. Portable Hole, CMC is way too high. So this Riddler is actually going to just do a great job soloing. So it's definitely anybody's game still at this point.
I wonder if Brady's considering running out Skyclave Apparition here.
the old Gray Ogre, 3 mana for a 2/2 do nothing. But I guess you could hit Mox Ruby, so that's actually not the worst.
It's not the worst, and then he has the Abandoned Air Temple, like, because he doesn't have anything else going, right? It's
true, but you could always Portable Hole the Ruby if you wanted to, and if you look at Lucas's deck list, there isn't high CMC spells. So the Ruby isn't doing much, but you do know Riddler's in weight, so Portable Holing it might be the right answer, and saving the Apparition for something like Shieldred, which could be a real problem for Red-White, is maybe the route to go. Lucas is probably just relieved that his opponent still isn't doing anything, so he has all the time in the world
going to
play these. Yeah, this has been a really bad run out for Lucas. Lucas kept, 4 land opener, and used a fetch. So thinned out the deck from a land, and then in the first 4 draws drew all land. That's pretty unlucky.
That is rough. Well, Guide of Souls is going to hit the battlefield here for for Brady, and now we see Time Twister off the top from Lucas. Has he had enough of this hand?
Oh, there's no way you can cast Twister against a red-white deck here and expect to be in it. You have to save this as combo piece A and just hope to draw combo piece B. So Riddler would probably be the play here.
He's thinking.
I have seen many of people take the gamble of playing the Twister here, and they almost always get punished by the red-white decks.
It never works. Never.
Yeah. Red-white
I have
such a low
fallen for
land
that
count.
level of desperation and died accordingly. It's really rough too, because you give your opponent the first crack at it too. Like you spend your 3 mana, get your cards, maybe you can play one thing, and then they untap with all their mana and all their cards, and it's like, even if you drew some he's going for it. Twister on the stack. Oh, good luck, all in. Here we go.
Oh man, we even have the Profs, which does work post follow-up, but there's no creature to put it onto. So rough.
That's brutal. So he's going to go for Azure Beastbinder.
Oh, Marshall, have you looked at Brady's hand?
No,
it has Library of Alexandria.
He got the library.
with library, it actually works, but he decided to play out the Containment Priest and basically said, I don't even want library.
Took himself off of library. Well,
yeah.
That means he can start to get gut going here if he'd like. He has so many great options.
Yeah, I don't even know what the right play is. The Twister's gone. You don't have to worry about a combo, so you don't have to keep unexpectedly absent up. You want to do as many things as you can in short order, but you don't have spells you prefer to discard for Pyromancer. If Gut is out, it's already active, and Guide of Souls is active. So you maybe just go Gut Jacked Rabbit and forego paying X for Rabbit in the future. And then sacrifice the rabbit for a 4/1 and use Guide of Souls to give +2/+2 and flying and deal 7, knowing that at 12 you could probably kill them on the next turn with Tersa and Absent. So I think that's probably the line.
Yeah, it's interesting because it forces you to bend your brain a little bit to say, is Jacked Rabbit worth just sacrificing? Because it's so tempting, right, to look at that and go, well, next turn I can play it with the X and I can do all this stuff. But yeah, right here, right now, you can slam. You know, when you lay it out that cleanly like you just did, Ely, it makes perfect sense, right? It's just not intuitive at face value because you probably view Jackrabbit as like a later game play or a play that would be great next turn. But it looks like Brady's found the line. He ran out the Jackrabbit, slams with both creatures, and you see that trigger from Gut go on the stack. And Brady has had enough. He is jamming. He's going to sack Portable Hole here and turn it into a 4-1.
Well, that's different. I wasn't expecting that. I would have thought the Jackrabbit would get sacked, but I can see the Jackrabbit having a lot of extra value next turn and being another Guide of Souls trigger, perhaps. Maybe that's the thought process that Brady had, and maybe thinking Lucas can't use the Ruby as profitably. But I would be very hesitant to give my opponent an extra land after they just played a draw 7.
Right. I mean, that could be the difference between a double spell turn or even a triple spell turn or something like that pretty easily.
Absolutely.
In the meantime,
look at Lucas's
8 damage coming across.
When we look at Lucas's hand, we see that Barragoyf is in it, which is pretty clutch. We need that to even have a chance at this game. But still, I think we're just dead to lethal on board. 2 different menace 4-1s. 2 creatures are going to have flying with Guide of Souls. It's a really rough state that we're in. And if we had a sweeper, I would say our only play is nurse it and pray here and try to get it. But I don't think that we have one. So this game is probably just in the bag for Brady. I still think that Twister just couldn't be cast. I think that's a primal thing that we see in Cube. If you do something like that into a red-white deck, you're asking for it.
Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, in your mind, you can theorize, well, I could do this, and then how much could they really do? And then I can come back and it maybe makes sense in the moment, but in practice, like when you just play a ton of Vintage Cube and see people try that move, it never works. It always ends in tears. Especially, Brady, one shortcut you can use when you're trying to decide a play to make or not, is if your opponent's really excited that you just made that play, that's rough. That is going to make it very difficult. And for sure, Brady was excited to see that thing go on the stack because he had a slow hand. That was not the normal curve out, and he would have gladly shipped that thing back and got 7 cards. So it's another indicator that it's a very rough spot you find yourself in if you're Lucas. So he's going to play Proseidetic Memory, and then what?
The idea is Barragoyf, grow the Barragoyf, and then maybe have a resilient wall / life gain threat for future turns. But as we've already established, there's going to be 2 Guide of Souls flyers and 2 menace creatures, and it's just too many things. The Beast Caller can vigilant attack here and maybe turn the Gut off, but not the Gut and the Guide of Souls. I think the best thing that could happen for Lucas is that Brady plays Tersa first and then goes for the Absent and walks into Spell Piercer Daze, and then maybe can't kill Lucas this turn, but then is still so far ahead next turn that I don't know if Lucas has really ways to catch back up. Originally, it was Time Twister in conjunction with one of the other cards that punishes, but we've already fired off the Twister. And do we have any ways at rebuying? Do we have a Snapcaster Mage? Looks like no, we don't. So there's not actually a reasonable way to come back from this board state. No sweeper, no way to rebuy. Oh, we have Storm Chaser's talent, but we don't have the mana. 1 to cast, 4 to bring back, and then 3 to play. It's 8 mana to play the Time Twister off of that, and we don't have the punishing spell already out. So that would be in addition to needing to play something like a Shieldred. So yeah, I think we are just a little bit too far behind.
And it says a lot too, because this is that triple spell turn that we mentioned, right? This is Profs into Barragoyf into probably Thieving Skydiver. And even then, it's not enough.
We do see having kept the rabbit around actually ended up being the right play for Brady, and having the Ruby lined up in a way where it didn't actually advantage Lucas that much. In fact, I think it actually made Lucas tap out, banking on days rather than peers, which is going to make this absent just too hard to counter. But here we go,
Right.
Glorybringer anyway. So this is probably just the easier, better play. Even has the 1 mana up to play around days.
Yeah, he played his library first, so maybe library's great after all. In comes the steam. Here they come. And this looks like game number 1 going to Brady Monroe. Just plain straightforward.
Definitely some very disciplined lines from Brady. I think the only thing that could have been in question was that opening hand a keep. And it certainly worked out. So who could fault them?
And here comes the Guide of Souls to get, looks like the jacked rabbit up in the air. Well, rabbits can jump, right? And there's game number 1. Brady Monroe picks up the game as you see Lucas take a look at the next few cards of his library. Looks like it was Jace the Mind Sculptor coming. And I'm curious to see how sideboarding plans go, particularly for Brady. Does he want to try to do any type of changes here? Ooh, is that Time Twister coming out?
That's what it looks like. And I'm kind of surprised with this many punishes. I guess their thought process is that Brady won't let them profitably keep around a punish. But I don't know if that's the right call. And even just cutting Narset against a deck that has the 1 ring is also an interesting call. Because even though red-white can kill it usually pretty easily, they spend time trying to kill it while you replace itself. And so it ends up being kind of like life gain tempo advantage. Mm-hmm. So this is peculiar, but I could definitely see maybe they think they're on the play and they stand a better chance switching roles and throwing their opponent for a loop. It's funny. I thought the blue mud deck that was all artifacts and power was, somewhat unbeatable and going to win, and it lost round 1. And I thought that Brady was disadvantaged here and just firmly ahead after 1 game here. So just been wrong on every street. No big deal. Good thing I'm the expert.
We're in capable hands. We don't expect you to predict game wins. Like that is not how that works. I mean, you can say somebody's advantaged, but that's a far cry from you saying, and therefore they will definitely win this next game of Magic the Gathering. That is not how you built your career. I'll say that. You know the numbers very well, better than almost anybody. Ooh, Mox Ruby in hand again here for Lucas. And he has kind of a similar opener, but with more interaction. He's got that fatal push. Ooh, this is a 6, it looks like. Still.
Yep. Yeah.
That is a nice
a 1-lander. Oh, super nice, because turn 1, fatal push the God of Souls. Turn 2, Conductor, and assuming you draw a land, turn 3, you get to warp the Riddler and draw 2. So it's really kind of one of the nicer scenarios to have had to mulligan. And if you consider that Sky Coach Conductor and Warping Riddler is also a combo.
Oh, yeah, that's really nice.
Yeah.
Dude, he's got it all here. He's got the Conductor or Spell Pierce available for what comes down. He's going to get to use up his mana one way or the other. It's going to be the Sky Coach Conductor, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Now, Lucas is really hoping to draw a land so that Riddler gets to draw 2 instead of 1. But ultimately, It doesn't make that big a difference. We're still going to pull off our combo. It's just how gross is the combo going to be is the only question. So probably pretty sad that they drew the profs there. It would have been better as the next card.
Yeah, and there's the land.
A little bit out of order.
And now he's going to all aboard the Riddler and just start to pop off here. Another card into hand, and it's Mystical Tutor.
You see what we can do with that Mystical, right?
No, what can he do now?
Time Twister with Profs, although we boarded out the Twister, so we don't have that for just like an instant speed +7/+7. The cool thing here is, though, if we manage to spell pierce something, they go for absent or erode without playing a land first, perhaps, we can upkeep Mystical Tutor and use Riddler to draw 2, since we'll only have 1 card in hand. And then we can play the profs, and then it's +2/+2, probably to the Flying Vigilance creature that doesn't draw extra cards, to diversify our aggressive threats. And could just be that Lucas might be firmly ahead if those things go according to plan. But it looks like Brady, again, smart play. Plays around the Spell Pierce, land first, runs out the Erode, doesn't try to do anything tricky and walk into something later. And so we'll see what Lucas has in mind for this Mystical Tutor now that Time Twister's out of the deck.
Yeah, you gotta feel like he can find something amazing here. Let's see what he ended up getting. Yeah, stock up. That definitely counts as something amazing.
We did talk about the power of stock up earlier.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not an extra draw, so doesn't assist profs, but still obviously a great spell to find some other lethal threats.
So can Lucas find the tools to finish this game off? Brady with an interesting hand here. Seasoned Pyromancer, a couple of lands, and an unexpectedly absent. This is where the library is punishing. You see both double red and double white spells in hand here for Brady. Okay. Sky Coach picks up the counter, and in it comes. Brady's at 15. Never punished. There's a planes off the top here for Monroe.
Well, I think we have to Pyromancer anyway.
Yeah.
The goal has to be finding some more actionable spells. The absent alone won't do it, and Brady doesn't know this, but Lucas, having drawn Force Negation, puts that absent at basically not very helpful.
Well, he trades out 2 lands for 2 more lands, though one of them is an abandoned air temple, and he does have 2 creatures on the battlefield now. Maybe he could start to cobble something together. As we can see that at least currently Lucas doesn't have any way to deal with the creatures. Though his beatdown plan is going nicely. He's got Brady down to 12 already. And he's got the Barrowgoyf down now, 4/5 currently. And is going to leave up Force of Negation and or Spell Pierce.
Importantly, leaving up the mana to be able to hard cast Force of Negation, not wanting to have to pitch the Spell Pierce. I actually think I would have played the Storm Chaser's talent, even though it's somewhat negligible. I think holding up the Pierce or valuing the Pierce in these late stage games against what we know to be in the red-white list is not as valuable as just going in and having more mana efficiency. If you played the talent and then next turn you use 4 to bring something back, you can bring back stock up. If you draw a land, you can play stock up in the same turn. You can't if you have to play Storm Chaser's talent right there. But it is a more disciplined play if you think the game will go long, and if you think both of these negate type spells are going to both be valuable.
And your assumption would be that the cards that Brady's likely to play would be like a threat, like a creature threat or something like that, where you may just not see a target for the Spell Pierce anyway.
Yeah, and they had 1 mana up at the end of your own turn, so they either have to play it on their turn or after you've untapped, and then you can hard cast the Force Negation anyway. So the only thing that we would have worried about is the Erode, which we've already seen the Erode played, so there isn't anything else to be concerned about.
Here's the Storm Chaser's talent. After Brady did just play the Abandoned Air Temple and pass, so it does look like he's on that plan of growing his team. But this is going to be very difficult as we see Storm Chaser's talent go to level 2.
Well, you can see now, too, we don't have Force Negation available on our turn now because we did the play of last turn this turn when our opponent has 5 mana untapped. And now the Unexpectedly Absent is live. As long as they play around the Spell Pierce, they can cast it reasonably and maybe still have chances to draw out of this.
It's really interesting to see the cascade of that decision that you were talking about there, Ely, about do you play out the Storm Chaser's talent the prior turn? It didn't seem like a big deal. It felt like, well, I'll just keep up my Force of Negation, my Spell Pierce, and then I'll just play it next turn. But that lack of mana efficiency has now cascaded a little bit here as the stock up is stuck in hand. This is exactly the scenario that you outlined where, had he already had it on the battlefield, he would have been able to play both here. And now a little awkward with the mana. Spell Pierce, Force of Negation. But of course, it is Lucas's turn. So that Force of Negation is currently turned off.
Also, by picking up the stock up, we actually shrunk our Barrowgoyf. If the plan was to never attack, that's fine. But I think attacking first before we ever level 2, before we even play stage 1 of the Storm Chaser's talent, probably is the proper sequencing.
You see the Barrowgoyf sitting at a 3/4 as on end step, Brady activated Abandoned Air Temple. So his 2 creatures each picked up a +1/+1 counter, and he drew Elspeth Stormslayer off the top.
This is actually where the way Brady played is going to work out better for Lucas, because they had the opportunity to use the Absent to take less damage from the Sky Coach, and since they didn't do it now, Lucas is going to get the opportunity to pierce it or force negation it. Obviously, we can see both players' hands, so we have a huge advantage in determining these things. But this is actually going to go poorly for Brady if he plays it the way anybody would straightforward play this hand, which is just to jam these things. So it's really going to depend on how well Brady can intuit what Lucas might be holding here for how this game is going to go.
Okay, so Brady's going to start by playing a land and then decide if he wants to go into combat. He does not, and he's just going to pass the turn back. There is an island off the top now for Lucas, who is going to fire off this stock up and see if he can find the tools to close out this game. It feels like he's just about there already with Brady down to 9. He still has the attacks with the Sky Coach Conductor, but a stock up could really just slam the door on this thing.
And Brady very wisely playing around Spell Pierce, in my opinion.
Not running out the Elspeth.
Yeah, not running the Elspeth. I would imagine when they do play the Absent, they'll probably play it for 2. But
here's DCB though, Deep Cavern Bat. Yeah, and that's going to kind of give up the ghost here.
Yeah, too much to contend with.
Yeah, right. There's nothing Brady can do about it.
Not a good catch-up color combination to be in red-white.
Right. So Deep Cavern Bat hits the battlefield, and we'll see Unexpectedly Absent and Elspeth Stormslayer to go with the Mountain in hand here for Brady. And it looks like we're going to see Brady respond with Unexpectedly Absent on the Deep Cavern Bat. He's just doing it for 2. Well, for 0, I should say. He's only paying 2 mana.
Yeah, it's a very interesting line. We certainly could have put 2 more mana into this if we wanted to, but maybe we want Lucas to draw the bat for the next turn. And so 0 is more ideal. I think Brady is choosing to place their hopes on the Elspeth, hoping that that can somehow recover this game.
That makes sense. Elspeth has proven to be a very powerful addition. I have to admit, when I first saw it, I was like, in the cube, I thought, well, yeah, another white planeswalker at 5. It makes some tokens or whatever. I kind of just dismissed it. But my opponents played against me a couple of times, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I got to respect that one. Like that card is a one card win condition and can do well in various board states, and that's kind of the sweet spot for a planeswalker.
Certainly. I think it was a standard all-star when it first came out, and eventually got delegated, but I think it was still a powerful thing.
Okay, there's the Beast Binder, and Brady falls down to 6 here.
So one of the things I like seeing from Lucas's spot here is identifying that your opponent is very well playing around Spell Pierce. And so for game 3, I like it to be in my sideboard.
Oh, that's
You would
really
give it
good.
respect anyway. You don't even need it in the deck.
And is this the door slamming on the game here for Lucas? He does use Force of Negation on the Elspeth, which was kind of Brady's last attempt. He draws the Deep Cavern Bat for the turn, and he'll see Glorybringer in hand there for Brady. And this just doesn't feel like there's any way forward now for Brady at this point.
Yeah, pretty iced out. I like the diligence of Lucas, making sure not to throw anything, still leveling up the talent.
Mm-hmm. And now he's going to attack with everything. 3 is going to come in the air. That's going to knock Brady down to 6, so he's got to jump in the way of the Barrogoyf at least. Perhaps just chump blocking.
Yeah, eating the otter, chumping the Barrogoyf, the beast caller will neuter the rabbit. It looks like Lucas is just saying, I don't even want to bother with combat. Just send in the evasive creatures and having a double lethal line of either 2 1-power flyers or the conductor for next turn. I think the One Ring is the most concerning card for the red-white deck if you're blue-black. But at 2 life, What can the One Ring do? You'd have to have some way of follow-up life gain with it. So Guide of Souls is life gain, but that's in the graveyard. And I don't think they have other forms of life gain. Yeah, looking at their list, it doesn't appear so.
Lucas looks like he's still deciding whether these are the only 2 to attack or if it's worth it to throw in the other 2.
Yeah, really being sure to make very careful lines so as to not throw anything.
And it is going to be
I'm
all of them.
I'm a little jealous of players that have this because I'm always anxious. I don't want to lose too much clock for the next game.
For sure. And you see that Lucas is getting down a little bit on clock at the 10-minute mark. That might not sound like a lot of time, but that is plenty of time in Magic Online world. So don't worry. But every once in a while games do go long. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case here, though, as Lucas is on the verge of victory. He has Brady down to 2, and he drew Reprieve for the turn. So he just doesn't really have anything going on at all. Well, it took a very good draw from Lucas, but he was able to even things up here, it looks like. Oh, God, Shieldred too. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's rough.
I assume Lucas might reevaluate cutting the Twister, or at least maybe not keeping Mystical Tutor in for the next game if we're cutting Twister. I assume.
Yeah, you'd think that you would cut either both or none, right?
Yeah.
But you don't want to be in a position to play Mystical Tutor for like a counter spell or something. I mean, those are rough. We saw it for Stock Up, and even then, it's a lot of mana to be up a card.
Especially when we have fine cards like Deceit and Sideboard to bring in.
Yeah.
We don't have to settle for some mediocre picks. So Lucas has had Mox in both openers and been on the play in both games. Now Brady's on the play, and maybe Lucas will not have a Mox in their opening hand, and we're going to see potentially a very different run out.
Yeah, this could be the runouts that Brady had in mind with the low creature curve, Guide of Souls into Jacked Rabbit on the play. Much more, I think, what he was thinking when he put this deck together. He's actually had 2 games here that have been a little bit more towards the mid-range than I think he would ideally prefer. So there it is. Guide of Souls on the play. Turn one here from Brady, trying to knock out Lucas and continue to the last round with the hopes and dreams still alive of A, getting qualified for the World Championship, B, making some money, and C, getting yourself into the grand final here, which is even more money on the line, $4,000 more on the line. Rafine's Tower go here from Lucas back over to Brady. Does this change anything? He drew Giver of Runes and could opt to play that out and leave up Unholy Heat rather than getting the Jacked Rabbit down on the play. But he's going to go for Jacked Rabbit.
Yeah, I like this play better. I think we need to put that kind of pressure on our opponent. And oof, Lucas dazing here. That's not the kind of oof where it's a blowout for Brady. It's actually just like a somewhat time walk. So now we're set back a turn on lands. So I don't imagine Brady's going to mind that all too much.
Brady probably excited to see that happen, though it is a acknowledgement by Lucas that an unchecked Jackrabbit here on turn 2 with the Guide of Souls would not have been beatable for him. Mm-hmm. Interestingly, he's going to play an untapped island rather than Rafine's Tower, giving him access to Mystical Tutor.
I actually was hoping that we would either play the Tower or the Misty and go for Underground Sea, because then we could Mystical for Fatal Push, cast Fatal Push, and get the come into play tap requirement of the Tower out of the way. This doesn't open us up to being able to play the Tower and push by playing basic Island here. And so we're going to be a little bit stuck trying to get this Barrogoyf out in a timely fashion.
Okay, he did fire off the Mystical Tutor for the Fatal Push, as you mentioned.
Maybe the expectation is that this miscalc will be live this turn, and then if not, Fatal Push. And then the next turn, we'll have the Tower tapped. But it's just asking a lot of your deck not to have the mana more available by playing the Misty first for the Underground Sea.
This is another situation for Lucas where a decision like which land to play, replay, I should say, does cascade down the rest of the game. He now is stuck with Rafine's Tower in hand, and if he doesn't have a land drop off the top of the library, then that's yet another tap land and another slowdown type scenario for him. He is down to 17 life. Oh, there's a land, though. He also did not crack Misty. Not yet, anyway. Okay, Tower comes down. He's got Misty Rainforest Island. He's got Fatal Push and Miscalculation. He did not play Ledger Shredder or Warp the Quantum Riddler. And he's facing down Guide of Souls and Giver of Runes from Brady. But Brady could go for Glorybringer here. Seasoned Pyromancer. There's no target for Unholy Heat.
And even though the Glorybringer might get countered, you've seen Days Gone already. And so Miscalc is really the only thing left that'll counter it. But you kind of want to get to a low hand count for Pyromancer, so it's a draw 2 anyway. So Brady has every reason to think I should cast Glorybringer here, even though it's going to play right into Lucas's plays pretty well, having kept the Miscalculation up for 2 turns. We saw the cost was not getting a Ledger Shredder out or a Fatal Push the previous turn, but maybe the payoff this turn makes up for that kind of safe, careful, slower play.
Yep, and there it is. Glorybringer on the stack. That should prompt Lucas to want to run out Miscalculation, but then that's another attack step here from Brady. And as you mentioned, marching towards value with the Pyromancer. Okay, there's Miscalc, so that'll nab the Glorybringer. He's got to be happy about that. He was patient with that Miscalculation and ended up getting a 5-drop with it. Okay. And Fairy Mastermind off the top. Does he just want to get Barrogoyf going here? He can have Barrogoyf and Fatal Push.
The fact that you have both this turn seem good, but it could be that they're thinking about their outs and what their opponent's outs are. They might be worried about Palace Jailer or the One Ring. And if it's Palace Jailer, you'd rather double flyer. If it's the One Ring, you'd want Fairy Mastermind on the table. So I could see a couple different lines, especially since, too, if you play out your weaker creatures and your opponent uses their removal spells, it doesn't hit the Barrogoyf, and the Barrogoyf gets to run away with the game in the long term.
Yeah, so he's going to go with Ledger Shredder.
But not playing the Mastermind, choosing not to have the Ledger Shredder trigger this turn. Didn't really have like a good card we wanted to discard. We want our whole hand, except for the Fairy Mastermind, ironically. But wow, the Fairy Mastermind payoff. That's
there it is. Season Pyromancer goes on the stack. Yeah, crazy.
And since
there's Fairy Mastermind in response.
Mountain, they couldn't Unholy Heat it in response because they don't have a third red.
Right.
The crazy thing is the land slot in the mana base of Library would certainly have been Mountain. So that would have been a huge difference if it was Mountain.
Library strikes again. And here comes the Guide of Souls. And it's actually going to trigger here as well. So it jumps up into the air and hits for 3. Down to 12 goes Lucas. But he gets to untap with a lot of action here. Barrogoyf, Preordained, Fatal Push, Quantum Riddler, and 5 lands available. You got to feel like he can put something together with that.
Certainly. And I like starting with the Preordained. We're probably going to go Goyf, Push, Preordained for this turn. So we want to look at card selectivity first to see if we want to adjust the plan for anything even better. So, I was digging on myself earlier about predicting wrong. Maybe I predicted right here.
I won't be surprised.
The game seems to be turning in Lucas's favor.
Yeah, he's got some very nice tools at his disposal here. What are the key things that he needs to clean up? Like, what are his biggest concerns as far as the battlefield goes?
Well, opponent has a very high life total, and we have a low life total, so we need to watch out for the Guide of Souls growing more creatures and connecting more. We don't have a lot of removal on our list, and the few that we do, the push that's already in our hand has to go with the Guide, otherwise, not the Guide, the Giver. Otherwise, the Giver just protects the Guide. So we don't have a lot of answers per se, which means we need to start making these powerful plays and getting ahead of it, trying to reassume the offense instead of the defense, which is where the Barrogoyf comes in. If it has that kind of a power where it's life linking and the opponent can't deal with it and has to be chump blocking it, otherwise the effect happens, then we get to run away with the game from that.
Ooh, Headliner Scarlet, Impractical Joke are what was found there by Brady.
We couldn't see the hand at first, and now that we do, we actually see that Lucas could be in big trouble from the Scarlet. That card is bombastic.
Yeah, that's funny. We got to play it from the same seat as Lucas there for a little bit. I also mentioned the clock situation. I said 10 minutes is a lot. And it was, but Lucas is playing very slowly, and he is down to 4 minutes now. And that clock is unforgiving. If it goes to 0, he is done. No matter what the board state is, no matter what the game count is, you lose to your clock outright. So he not only needs to stabilize this board, but he also needs to find a win. And he has spewed a ton of time doing it here. I'm really worried about it now because it's one thing to stabilize, but it's another thing to also close out the game. A couple of removal spells mean that you don't always get to. Good Lord. Headliner Scarlet Gut and Practical Joke here for Brady.
Yeah, I would say that I thought Lucas was crushing, and now I actually think we're behind. I would probably be saying the advantage bar is in Brady's favor, and not just because of the clock. I think just on board. Even not pushing the giver on your own turn gives them the ability to make another creature unblockable if they don't want a Headliner Scarlet here. So I feel like we have to be popping this off at some point. It would have been better on our own turn.
You see Gut come in, and now the Guide of Souls is attacking. That's going to trigger Gut. And he's going to upgrade a 1/1 token into a 4/1 menace that is attacking right now.
Which pretty much we have to double block, or we're just going to lose to the Scarlet. And we don't really have a good double block when Giver's on the table. So we really needed to push on our own turn.
Yeah, that was going for perhaps a perceived upside.
Yeah, everybody wants the instant speed surprise and to turn it to their advantage, but players are smart enough to see things coming, and instead they get to turn it into their advantage.
That happens all too often. And there's Impractical Joke that will trigger Ledger Shredder, but it's just a Sky Coach Conductor there. And it looks like Brady is setting up for next turn Headliner Scarlet to close out the game, as he's got Lucas down to 8 life and just an Otter token on the battlefield. Finally, we see Fatal Push take out the Giver of Runes, but that is a heck of a lot to put on a poor little Barrogoyf here.
And in Lucas's mind, we need Barrogoyf to stabilize, but Headliner Scarlet makes that not possible. So this is probably game set match in favor of Brady.
Brady methodically working his way through here. And there it is. Headliner Scarlet goes on the stack. And it resolves. Lucas can only look on. And he's about to get smashed here. Sky Coach Conductor, he's just going to go ahead and scoop it up. And that means that Brady picks up round number 2. Ely, he's got that solid, not super over the top, but good curve. Lots of powerful spells at every point in that low curve red-white deck. And he's gotten the job done for 2 rounds in a row now.
Red-white, definitely one of the most powerful archetypes. And I think if you have a draft queue where all 8 decks, no one deck comes together as like a 9 or a 10, then the red-white deck is just favored. That might be what we're seeing here.
That's right. Now we've got more action to bring you here this round. So let's take a look at our head-to-head for our next incoming round, which is Ekin versus Jiao. And that is going to be, once again, Ekin representing not only the most matches played in limited of our field, but also the highest win percentage. And it's not close. Look at that. He's almost 10% higher than Jiao. That is an incredible gap. Ekin ended up drafting what, you could call it like kind of the soup deck. Let's take a look at what these decks look like. And we'll see that Ekin's list here, well, it looks a lot like a lot of the decks that very experienced Vintage Cube players draft, which is where you kind of break down the frameworks of I'm in a certain archetype or I can only cast certain things. And you end up with a deck that kind of looks like this, where, if the mana gets under you and you often have tons of different options in the game to kind of carry you to the victory, this is what it looks like. On the other side of the battlefield is the exact opposite. It's kind of the initial decks that many players draft when they first start playing Vintage Cube, which is a green-white or a white-based creature deck And that's what we see here for Zhao, which is, it's just worse. I mean, I would anticipate Ekin to have a pretty good advantage here, even though from a consistency standpoint, Zhao is certainly ahead.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be a lot closer than it might look on paper, though, because we see from Ekin's Answers deck, they don't have sweepers, which a lot of these soup decks usually do, and that's like the bane of the green-white decks. So I think if Zhao gets ahead on board early and their deck is consistently able to do that, that they do have a reasonable advantage from that. But I think the only thing that might hurt Zhao is there's not a lot of payoffs. Titania is not really a payoff. This is a semi-payoff. Lothari is a payoff. You know, Sentinel and Arwen are good, but they're not payoffs. Palace Jailer is a payoff, but we don't do a whole lot else. We're kind of like eking out value. So we'll have to see if we actually draw the right spells in order to abuse the consistency to get ahead, or if we just also dive to an Uro that we have only a couple answers for.
Okay, well, let's get into the game and pick up the match from where we're at. It looks like once again we see Zhao up a game. These are, by the way, to remind you, the other two players who actually have a chance to make it into that last round and play for that seat at the World Championship in the grand final here at the Mock. So this is a big deal. And there it is, Birds of Paradise on turn one for Zhao, though a quick start here for Ekin as well, as he has the talisman into the currency converter on the play. See what the follow-up is
here. Very tough spot when you're in Zhao's seat. Do you keep up Mana Tithe? One of the reasons I don't love the card per se, and play Portico and a 2-drop, or do you play the Witch Hunter, even though your opponent has 2 decent targets already and a Leyline Binding in their deck, in order to be able to play the 2-drop and keep up the Mana Tithe? Having seen the hands, we know that's right, but will Zhao find the line that sacrifices the Witch Hunter in order to do that? Will Ekin even play into the Mana Tithe with this turn 3 Minsk on the play, or will they know where they see better of it? It looks like neither of those scenarios happened. We both played the Witch Hunter and played a 3-drop. It didn't bother with the Mana Tithe. So very interesting.
Yeah, so Sentinel of the Nameless City hits the battlefield here, so there is some decent pressure coming in, but Minsk and boo anybody?
We're free to play the Minsk, and we know from Zhao's hand that they can't kill the Minsk in response. But Ekin might also be thinking they have a Swords of Plowshares, and if they map onto the Sentinel and hit a non-land and swords my token, they're kind of getting Minsk at a really cheap cost. So maybe it would be better first to establish with Noble and Lingering Souls, and then from there, maybe draw a land and have Minsk and Leyline in the same turn. And maybe that's really the better scenario to be in. But no, we're going for the Minsk, it looks like.
All right, Minsk and Boo hits the battlefield here. And that's going to leave a 4/4 Boo token. And this is where you kind of hold your breath if you're Eklund, because you really don't want to see that thing go away. But it's just a Scythecat Cub to hit the battlefield. Now, that will be really annoying, though. Sentinel's now a 4/5.
Yeah, we'll have to chump the first turn, and then we'll establish and create other blockers, and then maybe get to use the Minsk to do a lot of extra draw.
Yeah, that would be the line here for Andreas Eklund. Oh, and there's Solitude.
Excellent one. Imagine if we had that a turn sooner and didn't have to chump block last turn. That would have been the whole game right there.
That would have been. So what now? Are you going to try to set up for Solitude hardcast, or are you going to leave, I suppose, Lingering Souls or something in hand to be able to evoke it?
If you look at your mana, you can play Noble Hierarch and Leyline and pitch Solitude if you were willing to let go of Lingering Souls. So you can play your whole hand out here, which is pretty enticing. Thing you have to watch out for is if you instant speed the ley line like we've been seeing players do and getting punished, your opponent can flash in their 3/1 and kill ley line with it targeting on the stack, which won't exile it to start. So it doesn't come back with summoning sickness. It won't lose the tokens that are on it. So I'll be very interested to see if that play comes up and if these players navigate into a board state where that's the call.
Yeah, the Cathar Commando could really do some work here. Because if you're going to have your leyline binding get destroyed, you at least want to get that tempo advantage out of it.
Absolutely.
And look at this. There's Ekin playing out leyline binding right now. There's a few of those 67%, piling up right there with that play. Really impressive stuff from him.
Maybe that's why we say this is why they call him the end boss.
No kidding. Now, he did choose to leave Ignoble Hierarch in hand, it seems.
And I wonder if this is an ode to the fact that game one might have been lost to the Mana Tithe.
Right.
This is a nice setup turn where we're like, okay, you'll spend your time making Cub big, trying to attack Minsk, and then I'll get you with the Solitude. And then next turn I'll get you with the Minsk. Which I really love, establishing plays like that.
Yeah, and this is going to work out so well. It ended up being Ice Till Explorer there for Zhao, and that's just the right size. Depending on what he does with the Scythecat Cub, that thing could die to the Minsk and Boo activation plus all those cards there for Eklund.
Yeah, Eklund has
playing well.
A choice here. Very well. Both players very well, which not surprised. People making it to this event, they are expert caliber players in my mind.
Absolutely.
The thought that maybe we should have solituted the Ice Till before that land could come in came to mind, but I think this is still the right play. Solitude the trample creatures. You have no worries about the mints. Connect with the Boo, even with Noble Hierarch, so it's a 5/5, and then sacking the 5/5 to draw 5 extra cards and killing the Ice Till is just too hard to come back from. I suspect that Ekin has this one with that 1-2 punch, and we'll probably see
he's going
3.
for the high upside line, and I love it. It's just, God, yeah, and this is really a clinic too. Ekin playing the main phase leyline binding and then having the discipline to not play an Ignoble Hierarch, to play around Mana Tithe as well. As it turns out, it looks like Zhao's tapped out here, but I mean, these are really important sequences that Ekin, if he did either of these wrong, could have been punished maximally. And instead, he's going to get this really nice line.
And spending the time to look over the opponent's deck list, making sure there isn't an avenue we didn't foresee. Oh, wow. We didn't Solitude.
It's interesting because I think so he chump blocked and just soaked up 4 of that damage.
Right. The play that we were just talking about, though, was just so punishingly ahead that I thought it nigh unbeatable. What line did Ekin see that I didn't that is even better? I am eager to learn.
Yeah, where did he go here? Because at this point, you don't want to leave that Ice Till Explorer on the battlefield much longer, right? Like, that thing's just generating advantage here for Zhao.
Yeah, certainly not. Ekin took Lingering Souls really high in the draft, so I'm getting that this is one of the cards that they value a lot as well. But I still want to see where that comes in here that's any good, because I look at this board state and I still think my play from last turn was the play. And I don't see anything better. So I want to learn. Show me the ways, Ekin.
Yeah, this combination of Scythecat Cub plus Ice Till Explorer gets really annoying really fast. Something has to go here. And you don't want to let your opponent get to their main phase, right? I mean, that gets kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. Casting Lingering Souls and Ignoble Hierarch, and just no evoke possible for Solitude here.
Wow. And now Zhao just drew Othari and gets these Ice Till Explorer triggers to happen.
Plus a
What
map
is going
token?
on? Make it make sense, Marshall.
I can't. It feels like Ekin is kind of a passenger here. He's just allowing so much extra value to happen.
Oh, and we just hit a fetch land too.
Oh,
my
boy.
Goodness. Oh, this could be the upset.
Did Ekin let this one get too far out of hand? Because this 1-2 punch is nasty. Look at this thing. Scythecat comes at 13-13 now. He hasn't even played Othari yet.
And we have Mana Tithe up.
Think maybe killing the Cub last turn would have been a little better.
Yeah, it's hard not to think that was maybe a throwaway.
Yeah, you can also kind of get in a sense for the mannerisms from each of the players as they hover over their cards or move them around or whatever. And I'm sensing some regret / tilt from Ekin, kind of going, okay, this didn't work out. Maybe he had a higher upside line. We both felt like he was already going for the high upside line, and it worked, but then he just didn't take it. And he's just,
that was
now what? I mean,
drawing the tap land there with the Mana Tithe so clearly in hand too is just so gross. The funny thing is, brutal. You see your opponent sees Mana Tithe, right? And then you're on the draw. Most players board it out and then let you play around it all game and don't even have it. But in this case, we kept it in, and now it's going to be a secondary blowout, which is just, wow. Much props to Zhao.
No kidding. I would, given what we knew, I thought it would be very difficult for Zhao Hongchen to actually win this game. I thought he was going to have no Cub, no Explorer, and 5 extra cards in hand for Ekin. And instead, he's now looking at, let's see how big this Scythecat Cub can get.
We just drew Pest Infant, saying there's 3 targets on the table. And we hit Cradle off of Ice Till.
No way!
Oh my gosh.
Okay, now Zhao's just running up the score here.
Yeah.
And he's going to end up winning this thing 2-0, because here comes Solitude, and it's just going to get Mana Tithe right out of here. Brutal.
Absolutely. Wow.
Good to know for Eklund. He's like, yeah, you got it. And that is Zhao Hongchen picking up the win. Very impressive. I am shocked that he got through that one through Ekin.
Yeah, there's a new end boss in town, everybody, and it's playing green-white.
That's right, and it does set up our final, which we're going to be bringing you shortly. Let's take a look at our standings, and we can show you where everybody sits. We have 2 undefeated players, Brady Monroe on white-red versus Zhao Hongchen on white-green. Both of them playing relatively straightforward creature decks in a tough field. And they are going to end up meeting in the finals, and they are playing for so much, particularly that seat at the World Championship. So that is the one that we're going to be focusing on here to see who ends up taking down the Vintage Cube rounds. Ely, do you have any predictions on that? These are 2 somewhat similar decks.
They are. It's going to be tough to call because Othari can run away with the game. Green-white can just be aggressive and has Jitty. and those are just traditionally very good against aggro decks. But we see the red-white deck has the benefit of the One Ring and has Gut and can also run away with different cards. So it really is going to depend on how things line up and who comes out of the gate faster and more consistently. And I think consistency is in the green-white's hands, and the red-white deck has a little bit of a mana issue with no fixing. So I think they have a slight edge based on that. But we're going to see. And I never in a million years would have thought, looking at these deck lists, that the green-white deck was the one that was going to emerge 3-0 in this pool of powerful cards that people had a mono blue mud deck or a 5-color Black Lotus deck. But here we are watching green-white versus red-white, and only one Mox between both of them to count as power.
Oh yeah, we got a fair fight coming at us. We're going to take a short break here from the Mox. When we come back, though, we'll have the finals of Vintage Cube. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I am with Ely Cassis, and we are bringing you the last round of Vintage Cube coming up. This is huge. This is about the highest stakes you can get playing Vintage Cube. These players are going to be playing for a seat at the World Championship. The winner of this next match will secure that, as well as their seat in the grand final of this event. Ely, it is hard to find a Vintage Cube match with more than this on the line.
I don't think there is, except if you go to one of those maybe alpha, beta, sealed 93, 94 cube live drafts where you get to keep the cards and can get a Lotus. This is the big one.
Exactly. And we've got two players lined up. Let's see who we have. This is really interesting. Zhao Hongchen versus Brady Monroe. And as you can see, Zhao having played more limited in his time, his 8 years playing versus the 9 years from Brady, but he's played a lot more matches. You know, he's coming up on 3 times as many and has a significantly higher win percentage of 57 versus about 52 there for Brady. And interestingly, these two players drafted decks that are, well, they're along the same vein. They're not the same archetype, and they're two different colors from each other, but they are kind of similar and not the type of stuff that you often see. Let's take a look at the deck list here for Zhao. This is really interesting because this is the type of deck that you often see from players who don't play Vintage Cube as much. It's a green-white beatdown deck, very straightforward, but also quite consistent and very powerful as well, Ely.
Yeah, and we see that there's a lot of hate for combo decks already baked in, Endurance and Keen-Eyed Curator for graveyard synergies, but they're up against a red-white opponent. It doesn't really utilize the graveyard, and so they'll lean more on cards like Othari and Jitty for this matchup. We're going to have to see if the smooth consistency, fast starts that Zhao has been showing in previous rounds come out in this round as well, because our red-white opponent doesn't have a Mox. They don't have some of the fast tools that Zhao has. So we'll see which one gets the drop on the other one and comes out ahead.
Yeah, my eyes went right to Umezawa's Jite. That is just such a backbreaker in creature-based matchups, and that's exactly what we have here. Let's take a look at Brady's list. This is red-white version of a similar deck. It's a straightforward, creature curve style beatdown deck. As you mentioned, though, much less explosive. Each of these spells kind of has to stand on its own, where when you look at Zhao's list, there's a lot of enabling type spells, things like mana creatures, stuff like that allow you to power out bigger, more powerful spells earlier in the game. Here, everything's just kind of on a silo. It's like, hey, each of these cards has to be good on its own. But to Brady's credit, They kind of are. He did a good job of drafting this style of deck. This has an overall fairly high card quality.
Yeah, all the 4s and 5s in Brady's deck match up really well against a green-white opponent. So if they don't suffer in the first few turns, they could win a long game, I could see easily. The green-white deck needs to close fast, is how I see this matchup.
Yeah, that's how I see it too. Get off to a quick start and shut the door, because if Zhao leaves it open for too long, Brady has a decent shot here. Okay, so our players are ready to go, and let's get down to the finals of the Vintage Cube here. This is our first run. We're going to be doing a modern run after this, but for now, this is it. I can't even believe how these players must feel sitting down with a world championship seat on the line, plus all that extra money. This is a very intense situation for them. And wow, look at this opener from Zhao. It is slow.
Yeah, not super exciting. If they were on the draw, I would say it was a little bit too punishingly slow to keep. And wow, Brady just immediately ripping them out. And I was about to say their hand is not super exciting because it's mostly reactive, but that mountain will change things fast. So we'll see if this Smuggler's Copter into Salvager start is strong enough. But we already see Portable Hole in Brady's hand, followed up with Apparition. But interestingly enough, Apparition doesn't have a decent target quite yet, because you can take out a 1/1 Salvager, which is not exciting. It can't target tokens, so it can't hit that. And in Zhao's hand, we see the infinite combo I mentioned earlier in stream. Nissa turns a forest into a creature, and Tugo bestows said forest. Landfall occurs, you pay 2 to make a forest, and then it triggers landfall again, and each forest taps for 2, thanks to Nissa turning into infinite forests. Now, they're not creatures, they're just forests, but it's pretty nice when you have infinite mana, and you can decide to do anything you want from there.
Now, do you get the infinite mana the next turn then? Like, you are not actually profiting mana per... Okay, cool. That is...
Correct.
That could be potentially backbreaking.
Now, if Zhao draws Gaia's Cradle, then it's infinite mana the same turn.
There you go. But the key that he needs here is something to spend that on if he does get to that point. Because it would be kind of funny if Brady just sits there and you say, okay, I make 1 trillion forests, and he goes, sure. Attack you.
Actually, I said an error. Gaia's Cradle is legendary, and if you sack the original, then the bestow falls off. So you can't use Gaia's Cradle to do that. So it's just infinite mana on the follow-up turn.
That's funny.
This Path to Exile actually might be a little bit costly to Brady, because now Nissa is coming out a turn sooner, which might actually make what it wants to do viable in a curve sense. And we see Brady firing off. Go ahead. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Firing off.
He's even going to attack. I love it.
I don't know if I'd be making some of these lines. It feels a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, Brady is really pedal to the metal here. It feels very aggressive from him.
Very different than how Brady played the last 2 rounds, where I think things were a little bit more conservative. I'm wondering if they're not worried about some of the things Zhao might draw and think that they need to just be hyper aggressive in order to win out in this match. But also, I think maybe some of the stress and pressure we mentioned from all the stakes that are on the line are coming into play right now. This headliner Scarlet killing Nissa, though, huge.
Wow, that was critical. And there's that Temple Garden in hand as well for Zhao. So he would have been able to get that chain rolling, though with the forest off the top of the library, he wouldn't have had anything to spend it on anyway.
Yeah. Zhao just drawing lands here.
Yeah.
Be a little bit too punishing.
Especially if there's another land here for Brady, right? Because you see Elspeth Stormslayer at the ready. And Zhao uses the landfall trigger, but doesn't pay because he'd rather just have an insect token.
Yeah, knowing that it comes in as a land and not a creature being very relevant, right? Because a 1/1 being better than a forest here for Zhao. Zhao doesn't have a top-end curve to try to get to. But we know that Brady's going to have this follow-up Elspeth play, so this is going to be a tough spot for Zhao.
Brady being rewarded for that hyper aggressive stance. He's basically killed everything on the other side of the battlefield every turn that he's had an opportunity to do so. And now he has to make a plan around Elspeth Stormslayer. Does he want to play it out, make some tokens, and then try to set up for a huge attack next turn? Does he just want to go for it here?
More
Zhao's
likely
at
play it out and
17.
make tokens.
Mm-hmm.
This time we switch tactics, and instead of going aggressive, we just go defensive for a turn with Mother of Ruins. We see our opponent with only one card in hand, and we kind of know it's a land because they didn't play it, and they would have if they could. Oh, we drew Gut.
Oh, he hit Gut off the Scarlet, it must be. Okay, well, now he has Gut plus Unholy Heat.
Unholy Heat's just going to be a 2 damage spell, but Gut makes 4/1s that have Menace. But is there anything that we want to attack with to even sack?
Right.
So I'm thinking we probably should have played Elspeth there.
Yeah, maybe so. There's Ice Till Explorer off the top of the library there for Zhao.
Which could be good if we end up drawing Titania or something.
That's right. Also just going to produce a lot of 1/1s on the ground here thanks to Springheart and Antuco.
Yeah.
And thin out the library a little bit too. So could do a lot worse than an Ice Till Explorer there.
Mm-hmm.
Zhao's at 16 life.
That Figure of Fable Mill is kind of rough because that would also be a sick card here for Zhao. They could level it all the way up in just one turn. It would have been a huge True Name Nemesis.
Well, he's going to have to settle for a pack of insect tokens and an perhaps aggressive attack here with his forest.
Yeah, this is somewhat of an uncommon attack, but if you see the fact that you either kill Apparition and Gut or Headliner, it's probably worth it. You still get to keep the Nantuko around.
And the forest is colorless, right?
Yeah, so Mother doesn't protect against colorless, only Giver does. So back when they were printing it in Urza's Legacy, I don't think they accounted for that. Or maybe they didn't want to account for that. They knew Masticore was coming out in the next set, and maybe they wanted it to just be a clean kill.
Yeah, that could have been. So does Brady just take it? He does have a little bit of wiggle room here at 13 life.
I suspect so.
So he goes down to 9.
Whenever you get into high level Magic, it often becomes right to almost never block, which just feels weird.
Yeah, it is. That is a very astute observation. It is interesting because most of the time, the thing that got us into Magic were, the creatures and the combat and the kind of onboard nature of it. But it tends to go away from that the deeper the sets and the more timeline.
I think the logic of Brady's part last turn of not playing Elspeth and playing Gut was they wanted to have the Gut for this turn. But I still see, if we played Elspeth and plus here, this turn would also just be gross.
Totally.
And, I don't know if Gut is even doing all that much for us.
Yeah, if you sacrifice the Skyclave, they get a 3/3. The Portable Hole sends the copter back over.
Yeah.
You would need to kind of have that be your finishing move, right?
Absolutely. Huh.
Oh, but he does get 2 of them. Right.
Doubling the number with Gut is pretty sweet.
That is incredible, and it's going to clean up a lot of the tokens here. So will he save one of the tokens? Yes. And then does Unholy Heat just finish off the forest? Is that kind of the logic here?
Maybe. I just don't know that the forest is a threat to us.
Yeah, maybe he's just worried because of the Spring Heart. This gives him a chance to try to clean that up. Oh, well, there's Endurance. You mentioned this, by the way, Ely.
Yeah.
Some of these cards out of Zhao's deck are kind of pre-boarded for the potential for the type of decks that you see more often in Vintage Cube, but that don't really matter to Brady that much.
Oof, we milled a pest infestation. That also would have been really good. It would have been an army of tokens and bringing back our Skycopter. So Springheart and Tuco doing a lot of work. I actually think the card is very good in Cube, but there are a lot of scenarios where they might have had a different creature and then done some like even better things.
Okay, here comes the illusion token.
Because if we were, say, playing a Palace Jailer and then bestowing that and making all these copies of Palace Jailer, well, then this game would just be in the bag.
Right. So down to 9 falls Brady. He's a little bit behind on life total, but feels like he's in a very good position otherwise. Man, that headliner Scarlet has been so clutch. It's just drawing him all these extra cards, and it was the thing that was responsible to take out the Elspeth too, or excuse me, the Nissa.
Netting 2 4-1s a turn is pretty nice. I'm curious here if we Endurance ourselves to get some of these very good cards back, but then we lose our fetch land. It might have been worth it to keep a fetch on the table here, and then Endurance to get spells back into our deck, and then hope to
he's just gonna
surveil into them.
Yeah, he's just going to nab Brady's graveyard, as it turns out. Unfortunately for Zhao, he's forced to play out this Endurance here because Voice of Victory was on the stack. And he's going to go for the minus here on Elspeth. Everything's going to get flying and much bigger.
Yeah, and that's lethal.
Is this lethal?
Two more menace 4-power creatures. So there's 13 menace in the air. And then 4 other creatures that have to be answered. Yeah, this is beyond lethal.
Yeah, Endurance.
Game 1 goes to Brady.
Yeah, once again, impressively just working his way through these games. You know, it's funny because sometimes I think when you think of this red-white deck and the wins that it gets, you sometimes just think like, oh yeah, you know, they went 1, 2, 3, 4 on me, or kind of had that perfect mix of threats plus one answer and just got me dead. That actually hasn't been how it's played out for Brady, though. It's gotten into the mid-range part of the game a lot more commonly, and he's won with some of these later game plays. The Guts and the Elspeths have really done work for him.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We see red, white, and limited play that way in Strixhaven, but it's kind of a new thing. It feels like they developed it for Strixhaven to make red, white more that play out that way. You don't see it as much in Cube, where you're trying to get under them and go fast.
This actually is not a lethal attack.
No, I'm surprised. What happened to the all-in swing and lethal play? I imagine that Brady discovered there's a card that Zhao could have that would keep him alive, and then he might lose on the crackback, and that this play was safer. But what could it be with Voice of Victory out? Nothing I can think of.
Right. Voice of Victory really like locks down so much of what could potentially be there.
And even Mother of Ruins 2? What could possibly be in green-white that would keep somebody alive from that state? Well, I'm a little confused, but I wonder too if we're not just seeing what the result of technical difficulties is sometimes. We've seen that cost
Yeah,
many people some important games.
that is true. And I mean, we see the clock is on Zhao here, but it does. There we go. Go back over to Brady now. Okay, well, Zhao's down to 5, and he needs something miraculous here. Wow, there's Othari.
uh, that doesn't do it because flying is retained on the opponent's side. But is that enough to put enough pressure on to follow up and maybe get there?
Has to be one of the better draws there for Zhao.
Yeah, but still probably not enough. I think the fact that the Mother Ruins can give protection from a color and prevent Athari from gaining life for Zhao is maybe a big deal here.
Yeah, and in fact, he's not even going to fire it off. He's just going to scoop it up. And that is game number 1 going to Brady Monroe. He is now a game away from the World Championship. Can he find a way to win one of these next 2 games and advance to our grand final over Zhao Hongchen, who needs to now rattle off back-to-back if he's going to accomplish that goal? That is a tall order.
It'd be interesting to see if our Zhao decides to bring in cards like Dam. Even though playing a Wrath in green-white seems kind of strange, it can sometimes be a catch back up button when you fall behind. And then I'm also curious to see if they lean on some of these other white cards that can be really good. We have a 3-drop white legend creature, and it's double white, so it can be a little bit hard on the mana, but that card is traditionally also very good against red-white. Meanwhile, the red-white player could bring in Bone Crusher Giant. The Stomp is another really great card. And Enduring Innocence could also potentially draw extra cards, but Emeritus of Truth could often give you a 1/1 and be an active Swords to Plowshares. So there are a lot of choices for both players. We know the green-white player doesn't want cards like Endurance. They don't have graveyard synergies that you're trying to harsh on. So there are some very valuable cards to sideboard out.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Man, these sideboards are like way stronger than I thought too. Bone Crusher Giants in the board there for Brady. You just brought it in though.
I think that's just what happens sometimes in Cube when you are already dedicated to your deck early in the draft, is you end up with a bunch of extra bonus cards.
I've never had that happen, but I'll take your word for it. Portable Hole is going to take out Avacyn's Pilgrim here. This was going to be a kind of perfect start for Zhao, right? He could have the turn to Arwen or Sentinel of the Nameless City, his choice. But instead, it's going to have to wait for yet another turn.
Yeah. This is interesting here that we go for the Garden. It must mean that we don't have a fetchable white source. So we were just hoping to draw the 3rd land, which got there, thankfully. But it's going to play right into the Reprieve anyway. Brady kind of has a pretty good stopping power hand. Turn 1 Answer, turn 2 Reprieve, turn 3 Elite Spellbinder, which might make the Othari into a 7-drop, which you can kind of ignore it for a while at that point. So a lot of powerful responses, and things are lining up so far pretty well for Brady.
And Brady's going to go ahead and Reprieve here. Wow, unexpectedly absent too.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like playing Remand and Relapse back in the day. This is sort of the bane of why you never want to be on green creature decks, because you just get toyed with, essentially.
Yeah, and you have no recourse. That is the reason why many experienced players don't enjoy playing decks like this. But there's the Elite Spellbinder. Paulo Vitor on the battlefield, and he's taking a look. Brady is at Zhao's hand to see what he'd like to tax here.
I think I'm taking Ice Till Explorer here in this spot.
Yeah, that's what he decided to. Ocelot Pride. but he can't cast it. That is rough. These tap lands can really get you. But at the same time, those 2 lands he has on the battlefield are the reason that he can cast Othari in many scenarios. So you take the good with the bad. All right, there's Skyclave Apparition to take out the Sentinel. That's going to mean Elite Spellbinder gets to attack. Down to 16 goes Zhao. Oh, but there's Umezawa's Jitte. Can he get something to stick on the battlefield?
No, we know Brady's hand, and we know that that's not the case.
Wow.
I feel bad for Zhao. Things did not line up for them, and they were not even able to like have a close game, it feels like. And wow, the discipline of Brady not to path to exile there and not lean on unexpectedly absent later. Wow, and they drew the One Ring. Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
Well, that's probably going to close the door.
I guess the question is when? Like, is that a right now thing? Yeah, you just run it out and get it rolling? Okay.
Yeah. And then your opponent doesn't have a good attack, and you just start flooding your hand with every possible advantage.
Draws Skull Clamp, declines to cast it in favor of leaving up Path to Exile here.
Well, we know the opponent has Othari and is likely going to play it, and while it won't hit us, it'll make it 2/2 and then stack for the following turn. So it might be just better to keep the mana up and path. Plus, we don't need Skull Clamp to draw cards anymore. We're just going to use the One Ring for that.
That's right.
Zhao doesn't even have double white for the Jailer.
I know. That's what I was going to say too. Brutal. That is one of the best come from behind cards you can have. But he can't cast it. The mana situation, even with a Jetmir's Garden on the battlefield, is still a struggle here for Zhao Hongchen. He's going to cast Othari, and that is exactly what Brady was hoping for, because he's going to path to exile it. Well, there's your other white source, I guess. But now the One Ring is well and truly going to run away with this thing. Brady is at 19 life. He's ahead on board. He has more cards in hand, and his life total's higher. This is the dream for Brady Monroe. He just needs to close this thing out, and he's going to be playing in the World Championship.
I feel like I already want to congratulate them on the World Championships.
Yeah. Oh, this thing is over.
There is temptation here to play the Glorybringer, swing 7 in the air. Then Brady gets to play the Jitty on the indestructible creature and get in, and it actually is a fair game. But I don't think it's enough to catch back up. The One Ring is going to make sure that Brady has 4 new resources next turn. Brady has Lorehorde Charm to kill the Jitty, so really all it's going to do is take out the Apparition or the Spellbinder. It's a nice play for a turn, but it doesn't catch up to the One Ring, which is why that card has been banned from Modern for so long.
Totally. And this is also mana intensive for Zhao, right? He's got to spend 4 mana to get this Jitte going, and that's a big tax when Brady has advantages across the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, Arwen's going to get in there. So a little bit of forward momentum here for Zhao Hongchen, but it just feels like too little, too late. The One Ring absolutely crushing this game right now.
That's another scenario too where it's profitable not to block. A lot of people are tempted. They say, oh, the Jitty could just take it out anyway, but it can't take out the Spellbinder and the Skyclave. So you take 2 and you go to 17. You don't worry about the One Ring taking you to 15. You're going to gain so much life and do so many gross things that the game will be over before you have to worry about your life total. Plus your opponent's at 6.
Yeah, they're at 6. So Zhao has to take out the binder, still gain 2 life with the Jitte, which he's going to do right now. And that's just to stay alive.
And because really, it doesn't stay alive.
Brady already had 6 damage in the air.
We can just Lorehorde Charm to a ++1 and trample, and I think that's enough to win right there. And if it wasn't, we could removal spell the blockers. We could use the Giant, just take it right to the dome. We just hit for 4 in the air, and then they gain 2 life and go to 8, so we can't kill them with just the Glory
Exactly.
Bringer. But between the charm, the giant, the removal spells, and the trample,
it actually is. It is lethal, right?
It's
Skull
lethal
Clamp
right
makes
now.
it 5. Yeah, 5, and then 2 more from the giant, and then 1 more from the charm.
Yeah.
You could just pump your team.
Now we know that Zhao has Swords to Plowshares in their list, so smart players probably playing around that, and we don't need to go for the win this turn, but let's see what they do.
So Brady mapping out the situation with 8 cards in hand after having played his land for the turn.
I suspect
it was a cool play by Zhao. Like, yeah, this Ocelot Pride is interesting, and like he gained the life proactively so he could get the extra to get the cat tokens going. I mean, it's like it's a shame because he really did, have some potential here, but the One Ring just seems to have slammed the door on this game.
Yeah, there wasn't.
If that was any other spell, it would have been interesting, but
there wasn't room for Zhao to have played it any different. I think they already played it as well as they could have.
Agreed. Okay, exert the Glory Bringer. This is also already one little test on do you have Swords to Plowshares? Because would you actually let me go to combat? Would you let me exert my Glory Bringer? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the next test will be Lorehold Charm +1/+1. And it looks like Zhao is going to activate Arwen anyway, which will leave him completely tapped out. And that means that the way is clear. Yeah, that's going to be game. Wow. Brady Monroe.
I think we're a point short, right?
Are we? No,
if I think we charm.
Is he out of mana?
7 damage. Yeah, we're out of mana.
Yeah, you're right.
So
I thought he had
smart.
I thought he had the red for the Bone Crusher.
It's very smart of Zhao to have used the Lorwyn there. And I think it might just be better at this point. The Arwen, sorry. To just take it and then to take out the Jitty or to use the Absent on the creature when Jitty's attacking. And then just win next turn when you untap with the Giant or the Bringer. You can even play the Giver here if you want to use the Charm instead of the Absent. But I agree that Zhao actually got the better of Brady on this turn. And I think the trigger from the Arwen was missed as one of the potential lines, because we could have put the clamp on the Glorybringer and then charmed to deal 6 and then Bone Crusher to deal 8. We didn't need to attack with the apparition. But once that attack was made and a lifelinker was about to grow and get indestructible, our choices were forced in a different direction. So Brady playing these things out, sorcery speed was probably another node to the Mana Tithe, playing around that. The Glorybringer's not going to untap next turn because it's exerted, so Zhao actually has some breathing room for a turn. This is kind of strange.
It is kind of funny. 1 mana short there from Brady from just having lethal or going for it with the Glorybringer, which would have also been lethal, but opened himself up to the potential for Swords to Plowshares. So now we've got Palace Jailer into Scythecat Cub into Lush Portico plus a trigger.
Yeah.
And remember, you know, the One Ring is a liability at some point.
It certainly is. We're going to be at 7 this turn. Now, Brady has a 3/3 unblockable hasting creature for 4 mana in their deck, and basically Zhao's at 1. So there's still a lot of top decks that Brady could draw.
Pyromancer, Jackrabbit, Bone Crusher, unexpectedly absent, down to 6 though. And is it there?
We drew it.
Oh, there's a gut.
We drew gut plus removal spell. Yeah.
Wow. So Brady makes it interesting, but Gut makes it a lot less interesting when it comes to making games not that interesting. Gut's very, very good at that. And that is going to do it. The Menace token's going to get across the line and finish off Jiao Hong Chen. And that means that Brady Monroe wins the Vintage Cube side of the Magic Online Champion Showcase, and in fact secures that seat at the World Championship. Ely, what a win for Brady.
That was awesome. It was a fun match to watch, seeing those two powerful decks and great players do their thing. It's funny, if Palace Jailer had hit the Giver, would that outcome even at the end have changed? Because Gut wouldn't have had an attacking creature. So that would have been a very interesting next turn if we had changed lines just a little bit.
Wow. Yeah, that one ended up being a little closer than it looked, but ultimately the raw power of the One Ring was what powered Brady to the victory in that decisive game number 2. Let's take a look at our final standings here, because we do now have the full breakdown of how this tournament ended up going. As you can see, with an 8-player field, there can only be one Brady Monroe, undefeated at 3-0, and coming up just short was Jiao Hong Chen, also finishing 2-1 and securing some of that sweet, sweet money was Eakin, Andreas Eklund, as well as Christopher Ellis with that amazing blue artifacts deck there. So even though those players stumbled at one point, they were both able to pull 2 more wins out of the thing and pad their money total, at least for this side of the run. Worth keeping in mind here, though, none of these players are out of the running for being our Mox champion, nor for that seat at the World Championship, because this is only half of the deal, and we still have Modern to bring you in just a little bit. Before that, though, let's have a quick word with Brady after his big win. All right, I am here with Brady, otherwise known as Einstein 9998, who just took down the Vintage Cube portion of the Mox here. First thing, congratulations, Brady. That's an incredible achievement. It puts you in a great position for the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
It must be pretty crazy to think that you get to kind of just free roll the rest of this thing through Modern. How did you feel about your Vintage Cube draft and the rounds? Was it a fight for you, or did things go pretty smoothly?
So I didn't open any power, which limits how happy I could be with my deck. By the end of the draft, it looked pretty solid. A good way to have strength in your deck without having power is to have a low curve, which I did. I had some powerful cards as well on the top end, between like Gut and the One Ring and Elspeth. And my first 2 rounds went to 3 games, all of them, and they all felt pretty close. The finals was not close, not necessarily because of the deck matchup or anything, but just the way the games played out. So yeah, I was like reasonably happy with having a Boros deck, because I think Boros is one of the better archetypes you can have. And even the like 70 to 80% Boros deck is potentially better than the 80 to 90% of the other decks.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a safe space to be for sure in the Vintage Cube. The level of consistency that you can get with the Boros deck is so much more consistent. The consistency is consistent, versus some type of deck where you're trying for something maybe with that crazy top end combo finish, something wild like that. So that's a really solid deck and a nice job by you. Do you consider yourself a Vintage Cube specialist, a Modern specialist, not a specialist?
Well, I definitely consider myself a Legacy specialist, but that's not one of the formats for this event.
Yeah,
I do like playing Limited, and I've played a lot of Vintage Cube. I don't know if I'm allowed to call myself a specialist, but
you are.
Maybe I am. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, you've got a nice little bit of credibility going in that direction at this point.
Yeah. It helps for sure.
It doesn't hurt. So how do you feel about Modern going into those rounds? Were you thinking I'm really happy with my deck, and I'm really, feeling like this is where I want to place my bets? Or was it the Vintage Cube rounds that you were kind of leaning on?
It is definitely nice to do well in Vintage Cube, doing it first, and that was the format I was more comfortable with. Now that the deck lists are posted, I think my Modern deck is in a pretty good spot as well. There were some uncertainties going in with who is going to play what. There are a lot of decks in Modern that are reasonable to play, and I ended up picking Eldrazi, which is kind of like middle of the sort of power level, in my opinion, but it has a lot of flexibility and it can go way over the top with the ramp. And sometimes Karn the Great Creator is just a really good card.
That's right. Well, that is awesome. Congratulations, Brady, on your Vintage Cube win, and good luck in the Modern rounds.
Thank you.
Yeah, it must be nice, Ely, right, to secure that Vintage Cube spot, and then you go into the Modern rounds just thinking like free and easy. You've already got your seat in the grand final. You're playing for the money, and if you can do it, you can even make it to the grand final and play against yourself and just scoop up the whole thing.
That'd be pretty cool. Have we seen that before?
Not when I covered this. No, I don't know if anybody ever has, but not since I've been covering them. Yeah. It's certainly possible, though. I mean, these are, it's 3 rounds, right? Like a lot can happen in 3 rounds. And, especially if somebody gets through the Vintage Cube round, which has that unknown factor of what am I going to open? How does my draft go, versus if they just nail it, or if maybe they're a Modern specialist or something like that. Yeah,
that would be a cool achievement. That'd be something that somebody could definitely brag for a while.
Definitely the ultimate dream crush, I think they would call that. Yeah. Ely, thanks so much for hanging out and being our expert commentator today on Vintage Cube. I know it's one of your and my absolute favorite things, and it's been a total pleasure to have you in the booth.
Oh, thanks for having me, Marshall. It's very nice to be invited. Very happy to be here, and happy to do it with you too. It's always an honor.
That's great. Yeah, we had a good time. Now, however, we are going to be turning our eyes towards Modern. We're going to be bringing in Reed Duke, and we're going to be going over the players, the decks, and then watching the matches to see who it is that can make their way through Modern to the grand final, and of course, the World Championship as well. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to be setting up for Modern. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champions Showcase. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and now I am joined by Reed Duke. Reed, welcome to the booth. It's great to see you.
Thank you, Marshall. Great to see you, and hello to everybody who's watching at home.
That's right. We're bringing you in for the Modern rounds here. We just finished up with the Vintage Cube portion of the tournament. Let's take a look at where things stand big picture from there. As you can see, Brady Monroe down in the lower left was our Vintage Cube 3-0, and he has secured his seat in the grand finals. But interestingly, you'll still see his name here on our standings coming into Modern, because everything resets. Everybody's back to 0-0. And once again, we're going to play out elimination matches until we get to the 3-0. Now, people get to keep playing even if they lose, because there is prize money available for each match win, including $500 just for sitting down to play this round. Then it goes 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, with an additional 4,000 for our champion here. So we're going to get started straight away here with our Modern. Let's take a look at our opening round here, where we've got Claude versus Jiao. You can see Claude's from South Africa. He's playing in England currently, but originally from there. And then we've got Zhao from China. And as you can see, Claude is our most experienced player in the field. With Reed, you can laugh at this, only 19 and a half years of experience playing Magic. That's nothing, right? I mean, you've been playing longer than that.
Of course, yeah. We've got modern cards that have been around longer than either of these players have been playing.
That's right. But interestingly, the note here, two things to note about the win percentages, Reed. One of them is that Zhao actually has the highest in the field at 60.3%, but he's only 0.1% higher than Claude here. So effectively, they have the same win rate with both a good number of matches under their belt.
Yeah, this is pretty much a dead heat. Also, a number beginning with 6 is really, really impressive, especially in a format like Modern that's, volatile and fast changing. To be able to keep up, be a step ahead of the metagame, and maintain that consistently high win rate across a huge number of games means that we're dealing with 2 expert players.
That's right. And of course, experience in Modern is one of the most important things, but what weapon did you choose? Let's take a look at the deck list from our players here, and we can see our first list here from Claude. It looks like he's on an affinity build here. What do you make of this deck, Reed?
Well, I was doing some Modern research and content recently, and affinity stuck out to me as kind of maybe the top deck in Modern right now, the one that you should always prepare to face in any Modern event. So no shock that Claude has brought this one. It's fast, it's powerful, it's even got nice interaction with the likes of Galvanic Blast and the blue permission spells. So affinity is a high performer, and especially if someone is not prepared with the proper sideboard hate, it's easy to run good and just steamroll the competition with this one.
Okay, so a good shot here for Claude. What about on the other side of the battlefield? What has Zhao brought to the table? Brood Scale combo. Boy, I hope you put your commentary hat on today, Reed. These decks can be kind of tricky. What do you make of the Brood Scale combo deck here?
Yeah, the Basking Brood Scale deck is definitely one you see in Modern, but the way I would describe this is it's an expert level deck. So it's not going to be the first thing that somebody who's new to Modern tries. That would be more like a straightforward creature deck, Boros Energy, Rhinos, whatever it might be. Not that those decks are easy, but they're at least easy to understand. Whereas the Brood Scale deck, it has a complicated creature-based combo. It has sort of a dual-pronged game plan of ramping or assembling the combo. And it has tons of different ways to search up its cards from its library, find silver bullets for the right situation. So there's a lot going on with the Brood Scale deck. And this is one that, like I said, you'll run into it if you play enough volume of Modern. But I'll give you a spoiler that this is actually the most well-represented deck among our 8 players in the Magic Online Championship, with 3 different competitors deciding that this was the best choice for the weekend.
Wow. Okay, that really stands out in such a small field of only 8 players. Really great stuff. Okay, well, let's head down to the feature and get our first round of Modern underway here. And I'm really curious to see how the matchup plays out. Do you have a sense for this matchup, Reed? If I gave you the choice of being on either side of this, do you have a sense for which one you'd choose?
Well, before I answer that, I want to flag a key card, which is going to be Vexing Bauble from Zhao's side, the Brood Scale player. Because if this comes down on the first turn on the play, it shuts off all of the 0 mana artifacts from the Affinity deck and really disallows them from having their most explosive, impressive draws. But as you can see here, Zhao has Vexing Bauble, but he's going second. It's already too late. So despite, we already know Modern is a fast, unforgiving format, going first is a significant advantage, but the die roll is even more important in this matchup because it changes the context of that most important card, Vexing Bauble.
That is incredible. And you know what's even more incredible, Reed? It still drew a counter from Claude. Like after he played 3 0-mana plays, had no more left in hand, he still countered the Vexing Bauble here, and that's led to the Kappa Cannoneer on turn 2.
Yeah, so turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer, he is cleaned out, so no more follow-up ready to go. But this is a fast and brutal clock. We know there's basically no way to remove this creature from the battlefield. So now what we see is the pressure's on Zhao. He has to assemble his combo in, let's call it 2 turns, before this creature's just going to kill him in an unblockable, non-interactive way.
Zhao's going to take 5 here after weapons manufacturing comes down. And no cards left in hand for Claude, kind of just where he wants to be. We're going to see Basking Brood Scale, though. For Zhao, you see he has Kozilek's Command and Sowing Mycospawn in hand.
So this is the combo here, Marshall. Blade of the Bloodchief with Basking Brood Scale. This is what this deck is trying to assemble, because as you're going to see demonstrated on your screen, whenever Basking Brood Scale gets a +1/+1 counter for any reason, it creates an Eldrazi spawn token. And then you could sacrifice the Eldrazi spawn token, and when it dies, Blade of the Bloodchief gives a +1/+1 counter to the Brood Scale. You could do that any number of times while generating an unbounded amount of mana, making a huge creature, and the game would, potentially still be interesting if this was all Zhao had. But with that infinite mana, he's going to be able to play an infinitely large Kozilek's Command. And let's see what he can do with it and if he can leverage it into an immediate win.
So one thing he can do is just kill the Cannoneer, right?
Yep. Yeah, so he could kill the Cannoneer and pay the ward. He can also scry his whole library.
And still have an infinite mana.
Yeah, so what he can do is he can scry until he sets Glaring Fleshraker as the top card of his library, draw 1 card from the resolution of the Kozilek's Command, play the Glaring Fleshraker, and then continue the combo. And now he's doing all the same stuff we already saw, but every iteration Claude also takes 1 damage. So as long as you can assemble an all colorless mana path to victory,
wow,
you win. And that's it.
That was impressive. What a 2-card combo there for Zhao Hongchen. He picks up the first game even after that brutally quick start from Claude, where he was on the play. He played land, 3 artifacts, countered something, and then played Kappa Cannoneer, and it wasn't enough.
Right. Wow. So beautiful
Welcome
first showing from the Brood Scale deck. You teed me up with that question of which side I was going to take, and I was going to say, hey, whoever wins the die roll, right? Because the Vexing Bauble turn 1 battle is so important. And when Claude just exploded out on that first turn, I thought it was going to be too late. But this is the power of that sort of like, oops, I win switch that you can flip in the Brood Scale deck. Is, no matter how bad your situation might look, you can always just assemble your combo.
Really impressive. And Claude's deck isn't really that well known for interaction, right? Like so many of these slots have to go to, these artifacts that cost 0 ideally, or maybe even 1 mana or whatever. And it makes it a little bit more difficult for him to break up combos like that.
Exactly right. It wasn't as though he had a missing piece in game number 1. He had the fast explosive draw, turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer, 1 well-placed metallic rebuke in the middle of all of it. That's about the most you can expect.
Right.
Affinity is not the type of deck where you're going to have multiple removal spells in your opening hand and have that be part of your game plan. You really need to focus on presenting your own board and your own game plan. And if you can throw in 1 wrench in the works from the opponent's perspective along the way, that's great. And it's very, very difficult to set up more than that, though he's going to try with these Galvanic Blasts and Consign to Memories.
Yeah, he wants to have some way to interact with these combos, but as we know, every single one of those cards that you put in is weakening your own primary game plan by a little bit. It's that careful balancing act that these type of decks have to play. They usually don't have that many spots for sideboard cards to come in, and if they do put in too many, it can weaken their primary game plan, where you find yourself in that weird situation where you did successfully stop your opponent, but then you didn't do anything on your side, weren't able to apply enough pressure, and your opponent just simply rebuilds and beats you a little bit later than they would have. That is a high wire act that is very difficult to hit, and we'll see how Claude approaches it here. He's going to be on the play here in game number 2, and that was a very quick game for our opening plays here. Modern is no joke. If you haven't been watching it recently, it's fast. These decks are streamlined and extraordinarily powerful. All right, a good start again. He's got Pinnacle Emissary. He's going to warp it in, and is he going to go for the explosives on 0 to get another token, or is it just going to be the Mox Opal? Emery, maybe? Okay, he's going to go for Emery.
Hard to imagine a better draw than this for Affinity, where you get to create a bunch of permanents on turn 1. You have Emery, which can generate value turn after turn. You even have, exactly as we said, that one well-placed piece of disruption ready to go in Galvanic Blast. And look at the lands, Urza's Saga and Fiery Islet. So, you know, if whatever your initial flurry of action doesn't get the job done, you're going to get a ton of value out of your lands too.
Wow, and another Urza's Saga off the top. So yeah, we are going to see just an army over the next few turns. And in the meantime, the Pinnacle Emissary gets to come down, and he's going to go ahead and use Emery just to create another token. He will not get to keep Tormod's Crypt because of Vexing Bauble, but he can live with that. He turned it into a 1/1.
Yeah, I love plays like that where, you know, you kind of shortcut in your head, oh, Vexing Bauble stops me from casting anything that costs 0 mana. Technically, no, it counters your spell, but if you want to get a cast trigger using your Emery and your Pinnacle Emissary, you are totally allowed to do that.
Haywire Might's going to come down and ruin the Urza's Saga party, at least for the moment, because there is that backup Saga in hand for Claude, so he gets to get that ball rolling again. And he's going to do the same thing with the Tormod's Crypt. It will get countered, but it will once again produce a flyer. And he's jamming for 6 here. Claude is off to the races, and he's already got Zhao down to 14 life. Can he cast Metallic Rebuke here? Yeah.
Yeah, so once again, Zhao has the combo rolled up, but it's going to be different this time because of the interaction Galvanic Blast and Metallic Rebuke.
Right. So he's going to go ahead and allow the Brood Scale to resolve, and then he's going to use Galvanic Blast on it. This is with the Adapt trigger on the stack. So away it goes. So that's combo averted here for Claude. And he's got his engine rolling now. Urza's Saga. Oh, he got consigned to memory too.
Yep,
Boy,
so
this is how you described it, Reed. This is that scenario that you said of having, you know, the well-placed interaction to back up a really great start. Excuse me. And that's exactly what he has here.
Yeah, and it's also exactly the way you would prefer it to happen, which is that you have the explosive opening, and then after turn 1, you start drawing the interaction turn after turn once you've already established the board. So really, really difficult for, honestly, any deck in Modern to beat a draw like this out of Affinity, and this is why it's one of the top most played, most successful decks in the format right now.
Yeah, once again, I keep going back to what you said when I asked you about which deck you'd prefer, and you know your answer was, well, which one won the die roll, and how different these games could look if that simple die roll was flipped. Okay, here comes Sowing Mycospawn, but it looks like that even might earn a counter here.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with Modern, Consigned to Memory is one of the most played cards in the entire format, and I think almost certainly the most played sideboard card. And that's an illustration of why it's so good. Sowing Mycospawn is powerful because it's really good against normal counter spells. It creates a creature and a cast trigger, and kind of like if either one of those resolves, you're happy and you got a good exchange. But Consigned to Memory, not only does it counter any Eldrazi spell for 1 mana, you can also replicate it, counter the cast triggers, counters, these 0 mana artifacts like the Blade of the Blood Chief, and there's just a huge range of profitable things you can do for it. So that is a card you're likely to see a lot over our Modern rounds.
Curious to see how the sideboarding goes versus, or excuse me, when you're on the play versus when you're on the draw. Has to have some impact. You see both players moving around cards here. Zhao looks like he wants Dismembers. Damping Sphere perhaps for Claude.
Conceptually, a good way to think about it is if we're both playing fast decks and we both have good draws and I'm on the play, I'm going to win because of the built-in advantage of being on the play. If I'm on the draw, now it's up to me to do something to reclaim the advantage and break up the natural dynamic. So that's why you might see the Brood-Scale player turning to something like Dismember on the draw, but not on the play. On the play, let's just do my thing, focus on the normal plan A game plan, and on the draw, I gotta find some way to interrupt you and make sure you can't just steamroll me.
Yeah, both of these decks very focused on their own game plan and really just try to make exceptions, to disrupt the opposing plan. And it looks like they're putting the final touches here. Claude looking at those 3 copies of Consign, and yes, deck has been submitted. So we are going to be underway here in game number 3 of our opening round of Modern. How does that hand look for Zhao up top there, Reed?
Well, he already mulliganed 1. It had a turn 1 Vexing Bauble on the play, but that was about it. It was a 1-lander, so he decided that was not enough. He more wanted just something a little safer with lands and spells. Now he has what I would say is an unexciting 6-card hand. You could put one of those Sire of 7 Deaths on the bottom, and then you have turn 2 Kozilek's Command for 1, but it's he doesn't have the combo rolled up, he doesn't have green mana, so there's some missing pieces here, and of course no turn 1 Vexing Bauble. So he's probably thinking, can I do better? Can I expect to do better on 5, where maybe a turn 1 Vexing Bauble is good enough to justify the mulligan? But he decides he kind of took the safest possible route here, where he mulliganed the 1-land 7-card hand, but decided to keep sort of the functional but unexciting 6.
Okay. Now, on the bottom side of your screen, you'll see Claude here, who doesn't appear to have that ultra explosive start like we saw from games 1 and 2 from him.
That's actually not a coincidence, Marshall, because I think, to your point, the sideboarding of play versus draw, Claude was probably in the mindset of, hey, I'm going to have to prepare for the world where my opponent plays Vexing Bauble before I get a turn. So I'm going to move a little bit away from stuffing my deck full of 0 mana artifacts and going for the explosive draw, and instead, maybe set up to play a more normal game with Arcbound Ravager, Emry, some disruptive elements.
You feel this deck can do that?
It's definitely not my favorite. Sometimes you got to get scrappy in a match of Magic, and doing your best to play a plan B or a plan C can sometimes be appropriate, rather than just saying I lose to my opponent having Vexing Bauble when they have 4 in their deck. So you got to do the best you can with the situation you face, but this is not the forte of the Affinity deck, that's for sure.
Okay. So it looks like Emery's going to hit the battlefield. It did actually hit a Mishra's Bauble and a Mox Opal for free. as well as another engineered explosives. In the meantime, Kozilek's command for 1 will net Zhao a spawn token, and then he got a land off of it.
This is an awesome turn because just look at how many options Zhao has available to him, and they all are pretty reasonable. Like anything from activating Urza's Saga to Kozilek's command to get rid of the Emery, which is the one he's going to choose, to playing one or more of these green spells to start working towards his combo. And this is why I mentioned the Brute Scale combo deck is sort of an expert level strategy where it's not going to do the same thing every game. You have to have strong judgment in terms of how likely is my combo to work. Do I want to settle in for a ramp game? Where and when are the most important spots to interact with my opponent?
You can see he's left himself with 3 spawn tokens there. Perhaps wanting to set up for Sire of 7 Deaths, but now staring down a bunch of untapped blue mana from Claude. Maybe Zhao's going to pivot here. Looks like he's going to activate his Urza's Saga on its way out the door.
Oh, wow. No,
Oh,
so
he's gonna
so this is
consign?
actually Claude is activating Urza's Saga on Zhao's turn. And at first I was like, why is that happening? Did he misclick? It was to turn on Metalcraft for his Mox Opal and access blue mana to consign to memory Chapter 3 of the opposing Urza's Saga. So really
That
cool
is
stuff here.
hilarious. So
it
somehow
could
he
have
was an
saved the game
artifact
there.
short. Yeah, totally.
He was an artifact short until he made the construct token, and he might have just saved the game because Zhao has Basking Broodscale in hand, and the Urza Saga would have found Blade of the Bloodchief to assemble the combo.
Now, the downside here is that Claude has left himself tapped out, and that will open the door for Sire of 7 Deaths to come in.
Yep. So there was a window, if he had so chosen, that he could have engineered explosives away these 3 Eldrazi spawn tokens to sort of cut the mana of his opponent. He didn't do that, and I think that makes sense because he spent his mana in other important, profitable ways. But now the consequences, he's facing down Sire of 7 Deaths uncontested.
I mean, does he have a way to interact with that thing? Like, he doesn't have much going on, and I mean, it does have 7 keywords on it. They're pretty good.
Yeah, it's a lot. Well, one thing he could maybe try to do is just create an 8/8 creature. Because these construct tokens can add up. He's got Arcbound Ravager if he wants to stack everything onto one body. Because the Sire of 7 Deaths, the one thing it does not have is Death Touch. So if you can actually beat it in combat, it doesn't happen too often, but it's you could try it.
That sounds very reasonable to me, because he's going to get Urza Saga to make a construct, and now it's going to go search up a thing. So it's already going to be 5/5, and then he has Arcbound Ravager in hand. By the way, he got Shadow Spear with it. He has Arcbound Ravager, so we're getting there pretty quickly. And he can afford to take a hit from the Sire. It's not fun, but it's not going to kill him. He's at 19.
Yeah, and then he could in theory take 2 hits and then start to recover his life total with his own Shadow Spear. So despite this game moving fast in terms of the players doing explosive, powerful things, it actually could plausibly go a number of more turns depending on if somebody's able to combo or how long the Sire of 7 Deaths goes unanswered.
Instead of the Ravager, though, Claude has decided to leave up Metallic Rebuke this turn, so he'll just take a hit from the Sire, drop down to 12. Zhao jumps up to 26. And there's Ancient Stirrings, one of the goats for these type of decks. Let's see if Zhao can find something great with it. Oh, he does. He finds Kozilek's command. Not bad.
If you've ever heard that old bit of Magic strategy to use your life total as a resource, this is an example here where in a lot of games, you're like, oh my god, I'm getting hit by Sire of 7 Death. That's a 14-point life swing. I have to do anything possible to stop that from happening. But Claude actually recognizing that life total is not necessarily the most important thing at this moment. So he can sort of pump the brakes, plan to take a hit, maybe even two, and sculpt a winning battlefield over the course of multiple turns. And he decides that maybe that is the course that's going to get him to a win here, rather than trying to, flounder and panic in the face of this really, really scary Eldrazi.
Well, interestingly enough, Claude draws Skateboard for the turn, puts it on the stack, but that's going to draw a response here from Jiao. He's going to go for Kozilek's command to kill one of the constructs, but that Metallic Rebuke does take care of it. Now the window for Dismember, though, is only open until this Skateboard resolves, so he's going to have to fire that off to kill a construct. Then the Skateboard will come down.
So now we have an interesting combat step coming up here, Marshall, because Sire of Seven Deaths has Menace. So in order to contest it in combat, Claude has to first, before anything else, present 2 blocking creatures. Now, if he wants to win combat, he needs one of those creatures to get to 8 toughness. So those 2 things are difficult to do at the same time, but it's possible he could thread the needle. For example, cast Arcbound Ravager, line up a double block, then before damage is dealt, start sacrificing creatures and make a big sacrificing artifacts and make a big construct. It's also sort of a delicate tightrope, because anything you sacrifice to add counters to the Arcbound Ravager, by definition, shrinks the construct. So,
right.
Go ahead.
It's funny because these 2 cards are from different eras, and they both have a very different approach to benefiting you for having a bunch of artifacts on the battlefield, and they do not work nicely together in that way. So he's in a real position here.
Okay, Marshall, so now we're about to see the combo.
Oh, the combo's coming down. There's a blade.
Yep. Now, he doesn't have the green mana to adapt, but that's okay because he has an Eldrazi spawn ready to go. So we can equip and start comboing. However, this is different from the situation we saw in game number 1 because there's no cards in the Broodscale player's hand, and therefore no mana sink for the infinite colorless mana. So instead, what this combo is going to do is just make an infinitely large Basking Broodscale, and that's it.
Okay.
So right now, that seems pretty good. Like, just have a million creature, and maybe that's enough to win the game. But it's not over yet.
Okay, and it looks like he can't quite get that train rolling until next turn. He's just going to pass the turn back. Engineered explosives.
Okay.
He already had one as well.
Yeah, he had one on the battlefield for 0, which is not super meaningful here. And then, we can rule out getting up to 7. But then the question, do you want to play this on 1 or 2? To kill the blade, to kill the Broodscale, and in either case, you have to lose some of your own material along the way.
Yeah, either way, you're either losing Shadow Spear plus Skateboard, so just basically 2 artifacts, or your Arcbound Ravager.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, you tap. Well, let's see. Has a land drop been made yet this turn? He started the turn by using Shivan Reef to sacrifice Fiery Islet and drew the Engineered Explosives. So let's say you shock in Steam Vents, you tap 2 for Engineered Explosives on 2. Okay. You can do that, but you can't use the explosives right away because if you kill your own Arcbound Ravager, then you do not have 2 creatures, you cannot double block the Sire of Seven Deaths, and you're dead by definition. So what you can do is you can play the explosives on 2, pass the turn, line up a double block against the Sire, sacrifice the explosives to kill the brood scale, put your Ravager counter on your construct token, but then you're still going to lose combat against the Sire of Seven Deaths. So I think this is a really bad spot for Claude, unless he finds something that I haven't found. Perhaps. Okay,
yeah, and
so
you don't
now
have enough mana to get the Shadow Spear on there either, right?
well, you can do that as an
No.
alternative to Engineer Explosives, which might be what he has to do. So you can go
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna chump block your Basking Brood Scale with a lifelink creature in order to take the hit from Sire of Seven. Oh, you can't do that either because of First Strike. On the
Oh, that's
Sire.
right.
Holy smokes.
Oh.
Marshall, like, I know that you're coming in maybe as the limited expert rather than the modern expert, but these are
Yes.
booster draft combat skills coming in here. Like, this is not
No
the way
kidding.
I expected a match of modern to play out.
Same.
Okay.
So
So
what if he-
here's the way I see it, Marshall.
Uh-huh.
If Zhao attacks with both creatures, he wins the game because either Claude double blocks the Sire of Seven Deaths and he makes a 1,000,000 Basking Brood Scale, and it doesn't even matter about Claude gaining some life.
Mm-hmm.
Or he blocks the Brood Scale and takes the damage from the Sire and he dies to First Strike. But Claude has unlocked door number 3 here, where he is actually declaring an attack to preemptively put himself above 7 with the intention to block the Basking Brood Scale with Arcbound Ravager. So now the question becomes, what next? You know, what happens
Yeah.
after
Because the
that?
downside to that is that he had to just put the engineer explosives on the battlefield with no counters. He just needed the extra artifact to get to 8 toughness for his construct. So now he's just completely spent. He doesn't have anything except for the top card of his library coming. And as you can see, Zhao's now doing the thing. So the Basking Brood Scale is going to get up to, I suppose he'll probably just put it to 14 for now. He's got an Urza's Saga in hand, but that isn't a place to spend mana currently. So he's just going to force Claude to chump block with the Ravager. Probably just sack it, put the counter over, take 7, go to 7. It's just hard to imagine how Claude can rip any single card, though, to get himself out of this mess.
Yeah, so it is tough. The good news is he's going to have a big lifelink creature, but there's nothing bigger than the Basking Brood Scale for the rest of the game, for as long as that's on the battlefield. So what can happen? You know, maybe he starts his turn by drawing something like Thoughtcast and then gets
Okay.
the ball rolling, you know, in like, as you said, I can't think of any single card here that gets him out of this mess. And actually, his particular take on Affinity does not have either Thoughtcast or Thought Monitor. The best draw might be Krang Mastermind.
Yeah, I think
There's
he took that
also-
out too.
You know, another Engineer Explosives makes it interesting. Maybe Sink into Stupor. So, yeah, we're gonna see.
Something? Yeah, because if he can kill the Brood Scale, we're kind of back in business.
Yeah, then it's just 2 giant lifelink creatures. But
And he couldn't do it. Didn't find what he needed. And that is Zhao taking that down that match with that potent 2-card combo. Reed, that combo looks really impressive for such cheap mana, especially on a deck that can create a bunch of mana and make that really easy.
yeah, that's an impressive combo, Marshall. And what I'll say is that there's a lot of different combos in Modern. Like, you know, I could probably sit here and rattle off 100 if we had the time to do that on the air. But the real challenge is, how do you build a combo into a functional, well-rounded deck? And that's exactly what the Brood Scale deck is here. Oh, you want a Pithing Needle my Blade of the Blood Chief? Well, now I'm ramping to Sire of Seven Deaths. you want to, deploy these various like hate pieces or your own proactive stuff. Well, I've got plenty of interaction, Boseiju, Nature's Claim, Silver Bullets. So, in a world where there's a lot that your opponents can throw at you, the Basking Broodscale deck threads a really nice tightrope of fast and powerful while also interactive and lots of control over the game.
Well, Jao made it to the finals of the Vintage Cube side. Wasn't quite able to get there, but off to a good start here with the initial round win in Modern. Let's take a look at our next match. We do have more round one action to bring you here. Take a look at Brady versus Christopher, our two American players. What a name, by the way, Crisis Averted. Reed, how good is that?
Love it.
That's too good. Brady was our winner in the Vintage Cube side of things. So Brady probably, sipping on a soda, kicking back, got his feet up. But remember, there's money to play for here as well. They got $500 for sitting down in this round, but this round will net them an additional $1,000 for winning just a simple match here. So it's still a lot to play for. And as you can see, Christopher, not exactly a Modern specialist. 12 Modern matches in 13 years. So he's not quite at one match a year.
So the story I'm telling myself here, and I'd love to talk to Christopher to validate, but it seems to me like he qualified for the mocks via whatever his favorite format is. And then he's like, I have to play what? I have to play Modern? Let me learn this on a short timeline and see what I can come up with.
Yeah, totally. That totally lines up, especially when you look at how many Modern matches Brady has with 3,800 in the books in an even shorter time frame. So let's see what our players have brought to the table here. Eldrazi Tron for Brady kind of went down the middle here with a classic.
Yep. So we talked about the Basking Broodscale deck being multidimensional, where it's got the creature-based combo or the ramp element. Well, the Eldrazi Tron deck is just going all in on the ramp plan, and there's a lot to like about a single-minded, consistent game plan where you're basically going for the same thing every single game. Allows you to chalk your deck full of stuff like Ugin, Eye of the Storms, because hey, you're designing your deck to get to 7 mana, so you're going to be able to do that in a very large share of the games that you play.
Okay, and on the other side of the battlefield, what do we have? Christopher has, there it is again, the Broodscale combo deck. Yeah, these type of decks have long been my favorite type of deck in Modern. I don't mean Broodscale or even this version or anything like that, but any of these decks that have such a powerful 2-card combo but can rely on a reasonable backup plan have had such long-term success in Modern. Going back years and years, there's been numerous versions of these. Think back all the way to the Splinter Twin days and that type of thing. But there's been numerous versions where they have these combos that pop up and you kind of go, whoops, gotcha. But if they don't, they have a totally reasonable game plan where they get to cast spells and they get to do things where, the more fragile combo decks tend to fall apart if they can't do the exact thing that they're trying to do.
Yeah, for sure. That's really the hallmark of a truly great Modern deck, is being able to present multiple threatening angles that your opponent has to worry about, being able to play against a wide range of opposing decks and, navigate a wide range of challenging situations. So the Broodscale deck is proving itself to do that. However, traditional knowledge is, in a ramp mirror, you want to have the biggest guns, right? So in the absence of the Basking Broodscale combo, like if Christopher is not able to assemble that, I'm definitely picking the Tron deck here because it just does the same thing much more quickly and efficiently.
And just can go over the top. Okay, well, let's get down there and see where we're at in the match here. It looks like Christopher does, in fact, find himself up 1 game over Brady. And we're kicking off here in game number 2. And this will be kind of interesting, Reed. It looks like we don't have Brady's hand. This happened a little bit when we were watching him play Vintage Cube as well. So we'll just kind of play from Christopher's perspective, and hopefully we'll get Brady's hand back in there at some point. But this is how Modern's normally played, right? You get to know your cards, but not theirs.
Well, Marshall, you're going to think I'm psychic here, but my prediction is that Brady is going to play Urza's Power Plant and Urza's Mine in the next 2 turns.
Oh,
boom.
There's the mine. I don't understand how you did it. Oh man, anybody who's ever played Modern for a while knows the inevitability of them having Tron on turn 3. It feels like they have it every time. They really don't, but it really feels like that. But we've got a real fight here. There's the Basking Brood Scale. So power into power here, as we'll see the power plant grabbed by Brady, giving him the full 7 mana here on turn 3. What can he do with it? Weird matchup here for the Ugin players, right? Because all the Devoid cards are kind of blanked at least a little bit by some of what Ugin's trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. So if this was some, let's say like a Yawgmoth deck, some kind of different, more normal creature-based combo, then Brady's best play would be, hey, I'm going to play Ugin, I'm going to get rid of your combo piece or your mana dork or whatever. But you can't do that because Basking Broodscale is devoid. So that shuts off, one of the normally very exciting plays that Brady would have available. Torpor Orb here. That itself shouldn't stop the Broodscale combo, because it's about the creatures dying, not entering.
And speaking of, there's an Ancient Stirrings there for Christopher. As you can see, he doesn't currently have the combo fully assembled, but let's see what he wants to do this turn. Oh, he's going to go for Malevolent Rumble here and start digging. Oh, yeah, there's the hands now from Brady.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so similarly, Devourer of Destinies would have been great to just kill your opponent's only permanent, but the devoid nature of this matchup certainly changes things. And Disruptor Flute, keep in mind, that has flash, so he's protected on multiple levels here, is Brady. The only real missing piece for him is some kind of permanent that would create a snowballing advantage for him, like a Planeswalker. Oh, and Christopher found Blade of the Bloodchief. So I noticed Christopher's opening hand. Basically, he kept 2 lands, Basking Broodscale as one half of his combo, and then Malevolent Rumble and Ancient Stirrings to dig for the Blade of the Bloodchief, and he eventually finds it here on turn 3.
Okay, well, that's just going to sit there and be very annoying. We're going to see Expedition Map get cracked here, and then are we going to see that flute? No, he's going to wait. Wow, the Stone Brain, man, this is a sideboard heavy draw here for Brady.
Yeah, so because he has the Dismember, one thing he could do is just kill the Basking Broodscale and then exile the rest, so that he never has to worry about his opponent assembling their infinite combo. That is going to be great under a lot of circumstances. In this one, he might, since his own draw is slow, he might have to worry about, well, what else can my opponent do? Can they ramp to something powerful? Am I going to lose to some Urza Saga constructs? Looks like he actually went after Kozilek's Command.
Wow, and he nailed it too.
And he nailed one. Yeah, you're right. Wonder how he decided that. Maybe was the Kozilek's Command revealed to the first Ancient Stirrings? I can't remember, and I wouldn't swear to that, but that could be one possible explanation for Brady choosing that. In any case, it's looking like a good, strong play from what we can see.
Nature's Claim off the top there for Christopher. He found another malevolent rumble after being forced to kind of cash in the Kozilek's command for it. You see Brady playing the control route here with Torpor Orb on the battlefield. He just did the Stone Brain, and he has Dismember and Disruptor Flute still in hand, so he's very much shields up here, where Christopher is going to go for a combo here and kind of force the issue. But Brady's going to be all too happy to accommodate, and he's going to fire us off Dismember. There is another Basking Brood Scale in hand, however, for Christopher.
So now the question is, what can Brady do if Christopher just rinse and repeats and plays another Basking Brood Scale? The game is paced in such a way that the Disruptor Flute can buy a little bit of time, but eventually he's just going to be able to pay the 3 extra mana. Okay, excuse me. Disruptor Flute adds 3 mana to the casting cost of a creature, but it shuts down the activated abilities unconditionally. I was thinking it would just tax the ability of the Blood Chief.
Yeah, so he's just going to name Blade of the Blood Chief here. And at least as long as the flute's on the battlefield, it will just shut it down. Now, we do see Nature's Claim in hand here for Ellis, though, and that could be interesting. Ooh, and this is where it gets a little rough. A second copy of Torpor Orb here for Brady.
Yeah, Marshall, you talked about that concept of over sideboarding in the context of our primary feature match this round, the Affinity deck. But, this is an example where, not to say that Brady necessarily made a mistake in sideboarding, but drawing 2 Torpor Orbs in this style of game where you have 100 mana and you're just dying for something to do with it, it is a little bit awkward. He would definitely prefer that to be one of his heavy hitter cards, one of his payoffs.
For sure. And here it comes, Nature's Claim. It's going to take out the Disruptor Flute. And is this going to set up the combo? You see the Basking Brood Scale in hand. The Orb doesn't do anything against it, so he's kind of ready to go here.
Yeah, that's right, Marshall. I'll tell you what the Orb does is it shuts off winning the game immediately via Glaring Fleshraker.
Oh. Okay.
So
because that's an ETB trigger. All right.
Yeah. So Christopher is going to assemble his combo. He can make an arbitrarily large Basking Brood Scale. He can make an arbitrarily large amount of colorless mana. But the Glaring Fleshraker doesn't win on its own, and we know that his Kozilek's commands are removed.
By the way, there's Haywire Might. Does he have enough green mana to take out the Torpor Orb, and then the Fleshraker he can play with all colorless? He needs to be able to do Brood Scale and Haywire Might for green, right? Which it looks like he's got.
Yeah, it looks like it. So sacrifice 1 spawn, equip the blade,
right.
Assemble your combo. Now colorless mana is no issue. Haywire Might,
I think he's just about to do it.
And then Glaring Fleshraker will get the job done. So as Brady, as much as I was saying the double Torpor Orb was wasteful, Brady's actually probably wishing that he played the second one.
Did you see on his screen, he like pulled it forward, like, I want to play it now. Why didn't I do it?
We should mention that even if he had the second Torpor Orb in play, he would have to draw something really special, or else he would just die next turn to the Basking Brood Scale attacking.
Yes. Yes, so it's still a very difficult situation there, but ultimately, Krasis averted indeed. That is 1-0 for Alistair. So a very nice start to the modern round for him as well. So that's going to kick off our first round of action here. And as you can see, modern is rough and tumble. There is a lot going on, and these games happen quickly. And there's a lot of combo-centric stuff happening in modern, so you don't want to miss it. We're going to take a short break here from the Magic Online Champions Showcase. But when we come back, we'll be gearing up for the next round of Modern. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champions Showcase. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and I'm joined by 2011 Mox champion Reed Duke, also Pro Tour Phyrexia champion as well. I'm just going to glaze you up here, Reed, because you got that resume behind you now. 15 years ago, you won the Mox, and it's still going strong.
Yeah, thanks for remembering the good old days in terms of my own relationship to the Magic Online Championship. This is a tournament series that has a lot of emotional investment for me. So it gave me my start, gave me opportunities at a time when I couldn't get out there and be traveling to a big tournament every single weekend. My circumstances didn't allow that. But Magic Online let me play, let me learn how to become competitive, let me network with other great players, and it's a big part of why I was able to, have the Magic career that meant so much to me over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same way in terms of, I actually started on Magic Online. I used to play back in the day, but when I started to play competitively, I dove right into the drafts on Magic Online with the help of my friend Ryan Spain, and that gave me my start as well. And I know there's a whole lot of people like that too. So it's always great to see great things happening with Magic Online. And that's what's happening right now. We are in the middle of the Mox. We're heading into the second round of Modern. We've already finished our Vintage Cube. Let's take a look at our matchup here for this next round. We have Filippo. So that is, he is ready to go with only 3 years played, and but still has somehow managed to dwarf the 19-year career of Eakin, Andreas Eklund, with only 137 Modern matches. Reed, how is that possible?
It's shocking, but I guess he's just all limited all the time. He knows what he wants out of Magic the Gathering. He knows what his favorite format is, and he's here playing Modern because he loves to compete, and that's what that's the terms of engagement here today.
Yeah, and in his particular case, by the way, he is trying to make a comeback here, Reed, because he ended up finishing 2-1 in his Vintage Cube draft, but he had easily the best win percentage and the most matches played in Limited. He really was supposed to be the Limited end boss here, but he ended up having that questionable line of play in his round 2. It ended up costing him, and he wasn't able to make it to the World Championship or the Grand Final. So now he has to pick up a Modern deck. He's already won one round. Let's see what our players are playing here. Filippo is on, is it Prowess? One of the stalwarts of the field. How do you feel about its positioning these days, Reed?
Yeah, Is It Prowess is just a crisp, effective strategy. It's really clear. It's full of high quality cards, including being one of the best homes for expressive iteration in the format. So this is a fast, effective deck with good sideboard options. Absolutely no complaints about Is It Prowess.
Yeah, expressive iteration being the top end somehow of the curve.
Yep.
If you take a look at it, it's just all zeros, ones, and twos. Sitting across from him, though, is Eakin, Andreas Eklund. What did he bring to the table? Boros Energy.
Really
what do you think?
Love getting to see Boros represented in this tournament because Boros has been, well, I'll just say the best deck, the deck to beat in Modern for a couple of years here, kind of since the previous banned and restricted announcement in 2025. However, last month, the best card out of Boros got banned, Flage Titan of Fire's Fury. So I know I personally read that announcement and I said, well, that's it. I loved playing Boros before, but it's going to be extinct now without Flage. Boy, was I wrong about that, because players have adapted. It has remained a top tier strategy. And here we have one of the best players in the field bringing it and, even advancing to 1-0 after our first round of play.
Yeah, even with his admitted lack of experience in Modern, Eakin is a limited player through and through, but he's putting the pieces together here. Let's get down to our match here and let's see how things go for round number 2. Filippo versus Andreas. As they take a look at their opening hands, both look like they have functional hands here, Reed.
Yeah, I would even go so far as to say a great hand for Filippo. Now, keep in mind, this is an 18 land deck. So if you can tell me, hey, I've got 2 lands, both colors of mana, a 1-drop and a 2-drop, and nice supporting cast, boy, I am thrilled. I'm off to the races. Eakin, on the other hand, he's on the play and he took 1 mulligan. Almost certainly he's going to keep this one. It's just a matter of what's he going to choose to put on the bottom. And he decides to set himself up with a turn 1 Guide of Souls and a couple of interactive removal spells.
Critically, Eakin is the one who won the die roll here. And in matchups like this, in fact, in every matchup, but particularly matchups like this, it goes a really long way. Fiery Islet's going to start things off here for Filippo. He's just going to preordain. He did have some options here with Dragon's Rage Channeler, but he did not have a clean answer for the Guide of Souls, so Eklund gets to untap with it.
That's actually somewhat surprising to me that he would play Preordain rather than Dragon's Rage Channeler. To me, that illustrates maybe he's... No, I'm a little bit puzzled by these choices here. I would have thought...
weird. He's not using up all his mana.
Yeah, he's not using all his mana. And when he didn't play the 1-drop on turn 1, I thought, okay, well, he wants to set up to play it as a 3/3, dodge some of the cheaper red burn spells, something like that. But yeah, I mean, I hate to criticize, but this kind of looks to me like overthinking a little bit. Like I would have just been, hey, 1-drop, 2-drop, let's see what happens.
Right. Now he's going to be happy he still has that Lava Dart here at the ready, because it is Ragavan Nimble Pilferer that hits the battlefield for Eakin. And it is no fun to get hit by one of those.
Credit where credit's due, like Filippo's play is actually looking stronger than mine, given the Dash Ragavan.
This is going to be a nice tempo swing back for Filippo. And critically, Eakin says, well, I'm just going to let this guide fly free. So it's going to hit for 3, down to 13 already. It's Filippo. He's got Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, because, he did have the Corey Steelcutter play available there, but instead he's going to go for, once again, kind of delayed his plays, and he's going to plot the Select Shot Show Off.
Corey Steelcutter is the most important card in this matchup from the side of Is It Prowess? So setting up to get as much value out of that card as quickly as possible is a good strategy. And he will be able to deploy both on turn 4.
Yeah, that will trigger one of them, and then the other one can get triggered off of the Show Off.
Well, it's actually, it counts specifically the second spell of the turn, which is part of the reason I would have loved to get one out prior to turn 4, because, yeah, you really only have one window.
Right. Ooh, Lightning Bolt. But a 4 toughness creature. The Blood Moon, is that just nothing better to do there for Eklund? Is that doing a whole lot here? I guess it is shutting off the Fiery Islet.
Yeah, so the Prowess deck does not play any basic islands. So while Blood Moon, clearly it's not matching up particularly well against Filippo's particular draw, it does do something in the sense that, hey, there's no more preordains or expressive iterations for the rest of the game. Those are completely shut off by the Blood Moon.
Well, it looks like Filippo has a pretty nice attack here if he wants it. All right, well, he's going to go for Lightning Bolt plus Lava Dart to take out the Guide of Souls on the other side. But it looks like that's going to prompt Ekin to fire off his Solitude. And that'll kill the show off. But still, all this is happening. Filippo getting those extra surveil triggers as well, and perhaps trying to set something up for the next turn with the Corey Steel Cutter. And he gets to bash for 7 here to knock Eklund down to 10. And it's just a land off the top for Eklund.
Yeah, so you got to figure, basically any castable spell here is going to be lethal.
Yeah, it is. He's found a Lightning Bolt. And that's plenty enough to get the job done. So Filippo takes an unorthodox line, but it does end up leading to a game 1 victory. Now it's time for sideboards, and you can see that Eklund immediately takes out the Blood Moons. He did not like that being his turn, his 3-mana play in game 1.
Yeah, I think he would have preferred it to be a blank white card that he could have pitched to the Solitude. He would have been happier with.
Just, the keyword just says, this card is white.
I'll say, Marshall, that game illustrated one of the very, very important strengths of the Prowess deck, especially when it comes to this matchup in particular, which, if you think about it, Andreas had, pretty strong defensive hand, multiple removal spells, and on the final turn, he was even tapped out and got to Solitude, the Slick Shot show off to stay alive. But boy, those things come at a price, because all of the creatures from the Prowess deck, they cost 1 or 2 mana, and there's Corey Steel Cutter. So, how long can you make those 1-for-1 exchanges before you find yourself in Andreas's position like he did in that game of just, boy, I have no cards left and I'm dead. So right, it's a deck where it forces you to have removal, but if all you have is removal, that's not good enough either. You really have to present a powerful game plan with being prepared with removal spells for the key Slick Shot show-offs or whatever it might be.
Totally. And that's why you were saying, right, that the Corey Steel Cutter plays such a critical role, right? It just means if you're trying to 1-for-1 this deck, which you have to, or else you just die to show-offs or whatever, and you're going to fall behind. Wow, what a start here, though, for Eklund. Take a look at this. This is straight away Guide of Souls into a Johnny Nakatl Pariah, 1 into 2.
Right. So, well, in game 1, he also had turn 1 Guide of Souls on the play. His hand was much more reactive, whereas this one is very assertive with, if he wants, he can go 1, 2, 3 with basically making the best play in his deck on each of the first 3 turns and having Solitude backup.
You see the Corey Steel Cutter comes down. It does, in fact, create a token thanks to Mishra's Bauble. Oh, interesting. Ekin looks like he wants to run out a Johnny here.
Oh, it looks really good too, Marshall, because
it sure
you can
does.
Legend Rule, you transform one of Johnny, and he even has a 1-mana red creature in Ragavan so that he can use the 0 ability of a Johnny and kill off the monk token as a blocker all at the same time.
And have that red permanent on the battlefield. And by the way, that is not a bad permanent to have on the battlefield too. It'll leave him with the Ragavan for attacks next turn. And this is overwhelming very quickly here, because he gets to smash here. And he's going to put the counters on the Guide. So this is actually an attack for 5 damage, and down to 11 is Filippo. He's got a good hand, but being on the draw here is really punishing him.
Yeah, so now you try to disassemble this, but look how many permanents. I mean, okay, I lightning bolt your Ajani, I lava dart your Ragavan. That leaves me not dead, but like, what's the plan here?
Okay, well, he's going to just cast Slick Shot Show Off so that he can use these removal spells to pick off the creatures and then use the Show Off to kill the Ajani, but yikes. So there's Lava Dart after the Show Off, which he can cast yet again if he'd like. And then the Show Off should take out Ajani, I'm assuming. And it will do so successfully. I mean, he's trying, but this is a very difficult situation.
He's actually assembled a reasonable defensive play here where he can Lava Dart a cat token at instant speed and trigger prowess on his monk to make it 3 power. So that means, he's kind of, in a way, neutralized the cat tokens as threatening attackers, but still no answer to the flying Guide of Souls.
Filippo's at 10 life currently. If Ekin wants to, he could attack with all, assume one's going to die, one's going to get eaten, but he would get in for an additional 2 points of damage if he felt that was the way forward. Looking at his hand, maybe not so much. He's got a Solitude and a Guide of Souls.
Right, so if he wanted to be as aggressive as possible, he could just Solitude the monk token and attack with everything.
Right.
He's not going to choose to do that because his position is so strong, and he just wanted to make sure something crazy doesn't happen with the Slick Shot Show Off.
So he can have that Solitude as a backup plan just in case something wild happens. And to be fair to him, he is at 24, so it's unlikely that something crazy goes down. But I mean, look at the hand that's already, or the turn that's coming together here for Filippo. Even just with Double Bobble, Lightning Bolt, that amount of damage is starting to get kind of uncomfortable there for Ekin. The good news is, again, he's got 24 life to play with, so he's not going to just die.
Filippo has access to 2 cards that give double strike, 1 copy of Violent Urge and 1 copy of Assault Strobe. Now, I would predict that those cards are not in his deck after sideboarding in a removal heavy matchup like Boros. Those are more for combo matchups where you just want to kill as quickly as possible. But that would be a way to lose if you are frivolous with your Solitude and then die to a double striking Slick Shot Show Off. So
totally,
Eklund is not going to let that happen.
Nope, he's just going to say, do your worst. And as it turns out, it wasn't even that bad. It was a couple of baubles, which are going to turn into cards in hand here for Filippo. It's a Lava Dart and a Bloodstained Mire, but Eklund's still sitting pretty with Solitude backup, and he's even drawn a Ragavan this turn.
So right now he's deciding if he wants to discard any cards to the Fable. I would presume he's going to discard at least the Ragavan. Just because that's so ineffective in the face of Lava Dart and Monk tokens. But no, he actually just... Again, this is a way of playing that you'll see from players when they think their position is so strong is, hey, I know I'm going to win this game, so let's not introduce any unknown variables. My hand is good enough. I'm not going to get greedy. And let's see if Eklund is able to put something together with the resources he has available.
Yeah, it's difficult for him because there's 3 mana available for Filippo and 2 fresh cards in hand off of those baubles. So there's a lot of unknown information here from Ekin's side. So he just needs to play this one kind of straightforward, and it looks like that's what he's going to do.
One thing about the Ragavan is it does give a crucial 3rd energy, which could create a meaningful trigger of the Guide of Souls.
Oh, is he going to go for it here? Looks like he may want to take out the slick shot show off.
That's the only flying blocker, and it is not easy for the prowess deck, which is mostly red-based burn spells. Not easy for them to kill a 6 or an 8 toughness creature.
Filippo's only at 5 life here.
So what Filippo could do is he could just use everything he has to deal 6 damage to the Guide of Souls. That would be Lightning Bolt, Lava Dart, Flashback Lava Dart, Flashback Lava Dart, lose 2 lands. And then the outcome would be he has some monk tokens against the ground army. He gets to gain a bunch of life from the Solitude trigger. But he does have, obviously no gas in the tank and down 2 lands to show for it.
Yeah, if he does that, which he probably is forced to do, and he's doing, in fact, it just means that all cards are on the table here from Eakin's side, so he'll have a lot of information about what's going on. And there's Ragavan Nimble Pilferer, and now if he wants to go Lava Dart and then sack to try to finish off the Guide of Souls, he will not be able to kill Ragavan either.
Well, he's in a bit of trouble here. If he lets the Guide of Souls trigger go on the stack and Eklund targets something other than the Guide of Souls itself, now he has 2 flying threats that are going to dominate the game, and he can't kill them both.
Right.
So if he was going to take this line of lightning bolting the Guide of Souls, I would have loved to see him just unload everything in response to the Solitude, stop any further generation of energy, gain a whole bunch of life off the Solitude trigger. But now I think he has allowed things to sort of spiral out of control a bit.
It does feel like that. Now he is moving in with that plan. He's back up to 8 because of the Solitude trigger, but it is gone now. So his life total is only going one direction from here. And then there's Lava Dart. And also, you mentioned it, Reed, but it's worth noting that his lands are also disappearing. Now, this deck can operate on not that many lands, so it's not the end of the world, but feels like the walls are closing in a bit here on Filippo. He falls down
Unholy
to just
Heat.
4. Mm-hmm.
That saves the game because he can now point that at the Goblin Shaman token, which he will have to do. But now he's facing Reflection of Kiki Jiki. And yeah, so I think a lesson here is if you know you're going to have to spend your removal spells to kill some of these creatures, you often want to consider doing it at the earliest possible moment, because Goblin Shaman token, Guide of Souls, these creatures have triggered abilities that generate value over the course of the turn. So now it's like we basically had a forced play, but because of the timing that Filippo chose in waiting, the result is that Andreas now has an extra treasure. Now it's not purely bad, because you could make a case where, hey, trigger some surprise prowess abilities, and maybe Eklund gets a little too excited and I get to line up some profitable blocks. But at this level of competition, I would usually just not try to set those traps and take the nice discipline play, get these creatures dead at the earliest possible opportunity.
Speaking of, Eakin is picking apart the board and, in fact, about to attack for lethal. And that is going to be game number 2, going to Andreas Eklund, trying to fight his way back after a disappointment in the Vintage Cube side. He finds himself in relatively uncharted modern waters here, but he won his first round, and now he just evened things up with Filippino Cipini in the second round here. 1 game apiece. Eakin's going to find himself on the draw against a very fast, very potent deck and needing to find a way to win if he's going to put himself into that third round that will decide who gets to go to the World Championship as well as the grand finals of this event.
So, Marshall, I know one of your hobbies is keeping an eye on the difference between the way players sideboard on the play versus on the draw. One card I see Andreas fiddling around with is Wrath of the Skies. I don't think he had that card in his deck when he was on the play, certainly not both copies, but now on the draw, he's saying, hey, might need to play that long game, might need to wipe up some tokens from Corey Steel Cutter, so it makes a lot of sense to me. Similarly, Ragavan, nice assertive play you can make on turn one, but on the draw, once your opponent has maybe already gotten some monk tokens going, or they've got Lava Dart in the graveyard, it's going to be much less effective.
That's very cool and absolutely potentially backbreaking card, Wrath of the Skies.
He did not bring in High Noon, which I bet will surprise a lot of players at home, but does make sense to me sort of based on the texture of these games and how costly it is to spend a turn playing a setup enchantment like High Noon.
Looks like Filippo has a functional but not particularly assertive opener here.
I don't mind it though.
Corey Steel Cutter.
He's got that Corey Steel Cutter with a decent supporting cast, and that is the best way to win against Boros in my experience, because Boros is so much removal that trying to rely on a slick shot show off or a Dragon's Rage channeler can be rough. But Corey Steel Cutter is exactly the engine that you want, and he's got it here. Ready to start triggering on turn 3 and hopefully every turn after that.
Now he has to decide if he wants to set up Steel Cutter for next turn where he can go Bolt, Swift Spear, or he could just go Swift Spear, Bolt the guide, and attack for a couple right now.
I like that. Seeing how powerful Guide of Souls has been.
Yeah, is the next turn cycle where Guide of Souls can really punish you, or if he leaves it on the battlefield for a turn, is that fine?
The answer is both, I think. It is okay to leave the Guide of Souls for one turn because Eklund is not very easily going to be able to generate 3 energy and a trigger. But it's what I was saying last game. You basically know you're going to have to kill that thing sooner or later. So why not just get it off the battlefield now?
That's exactly what he decided. But Eklund, it looks like he's broken serve a little bit here. He gets to fire off an Ajani here. Oh, but this is nice. Now for Filippo, he has the Corey Steel Cutter into Preordain, although it is going to cost him some life to do so, but he will get that trigger and get those monks rolling. I see the Wrath of the Skies in hand, by the way, for Eakin. He's also got Seasoned Pyromancer and a pair of Voice of Victory, though I will say no more mana available for him at the moment.
And Filippo,
there's a Marsh Flats off the top. That was big.
Elected to not attack because he doesn't want to kill the cat token and transform the Ajani.
Looks like he's thinking about casting Seasoned Pyromancer. Which would be a little bit rough. I don't know how important Voice of Victory is.
Well, that's a great question, Marshall, and I think that's exactly what the players are going to have to decide. So if I'm on Andreas's seat here, the first thing that I'm thinking about is what do I want to accomplish with this Wrath of the Skies? And if the answer is I want to take my time and eventually cast it for X equals 2 and kill the opposing Corey Steel Cutter, well then, hey, playing out these Voice of Victories doesn't make a lot of sense because I'm just going to, with the plan that I'm trying to execute, I'm going to kill my own stuff. So that, to me, means it makes a lot of sense to go straight for the Seasoned Pyromancer. And, granted, some of these tokens are going to get killed by Wrath of the Skies anyway, but at least you get to develop your board. You get to find that 4th land. The Pyromancer itself has a high mana value, so that'll stick around. So it all makes sense. It looks good to me.
Yeah, these tokens could help buy significant time or even dissuade Filippo from being able to attack profitably in these early stages, though he did find Lava Dart. Also, new edition Flashback is here.
Yeah, so he's not going to be happy against this Wrath of the Skies. He's going to lose all of his permanents. The good news, the saving grace, is that he can kill the Ajani before that thing goes out of control. Because can you imagine, Marshall, if Andreas destroyed everything, leaving himself with an Ajani transformed and a seasoned Pyromancer to start rebuilding?
God. Yeah, that'd be brutal. Because Wrath of the Skies hits not planeswalkers, right? It hits like creatures, enchantments, artifacts.
Correct. So Andreas would have to transform the Ajani first, find a way to do that.
Right.
But it is plausible that, you know, he could leave himself with that board state.
Wow, he's hitting the cat token.
So maybe he's forcing the Ajani to transform so that he can attack it. That is
He might be,
one
but
way to play it.
there's some material out here. That sounds very scary. Although that being said, we can see now triple monk token plus monastery swift spear. That is a significant board that Filippo has been able to assemble here.
Yeah, so I mean, 2 more prowess triggers could represent what, 18 damage, plus you get to lava dart something. Not everything has trample, so we're not looking at a lethal swing here, but it's getting dicey.
It is, and two of the things do have trample, and as you can see, Ekin is just going to go all in on blocks here, even left a Johnny, and is going to block with it here as well, because he's looking a little bit further down the line and saying, okay, next turn, I'm going to wipe the board. Wow, and look at that. The seasoned Pyromancer is still there too. God, that worked out beautifully there for Eklund. I wonder if Chipini could have killed it. Obviously, there's obvious reasons not to, but if you think of Wrath of the Skies, oh man, what a beating. Just a 5 for 1?
Yep, and you know, killing off 2 copies of that most important card. So now Filippo has to pivot, and he he's got to decide, okay, am I going to try to finish the game by piecing together burn spells, maybe using this flashback on Lightning Bolt, or well, that's an ideal draw. That is the best possible thing that could happen for him.
Literally the nut draw, expressive iteration to find him some action. And speaking of action, Ekin has a ton of it. Ranger Captain, Solitude, and another Ajani in hand with 4 mana available, so he is ready to go. But there's no threats yet for Filippo, though he is getting close. He drew a Lightning Bolt, and he has Flashback, so he's 2/3 of the way to just killing Andreas with burn spells.
Yeah, and 1 Lava Dart in the graveyard, so 7 out of 9 even. Another Lava Dart, he could get enough.
Oh, he did find Lava Dart, but he doesn't have enough mana.
No, but he can count to 9 over the course of a couple turns here. However,
Solitude.
Andreas has some ways to throw a wrench in the works, either with Guide of Souls picking up a few life points, or Solitude on his own creature as a surprise.
And that matters a lot, right? Because if you're Filippo, you're thinking in terms of 9-0. That's it. That is your entire game plan. And he has a lot of that lined up. In fact, he has all of that lined up here. So even like 1 point of life or 2 or something like that can completely change it. And we see Ekin's life total go to 10 now.
Yeah, so I would have been tempted to fire off the Lightning Bolt on Guide of Souls because, you know, every burn player knows that almost only counts in horseshoes, right? You know, you can't deal 9 damage when the opponent's at 10. That is not a valid line of play in competitive tournament Magic. You can't go for that.
No, you have to let go of those lines. And he ends up using it on the Ranger Captain. Here's Preordain. Now what? Now he needs to find a real threat again. Because he had to burn the creature, or he chose to burn a creature. So now trying to do chain together burn spells doesn't seem likely. There's a Monastery Swift Spear that will get the festivities rolling at least a little bit here.
Yes, you could flashback Lightning Bolt, the Guide of Souls. Then that's one problem gone. You get to chip in for 3 more damage. And if your Swift Spear survives, then you've got something going. But you could also think you gotta take a more long-term plan and use the flashback on the expressive iteration. So it's tough. There's no super appealing line that our prowess player can go for here.
Man, that Wrath of the Skies really did come in clutch there for Eakin. Saw 2 Quarry Steel Cutters hit the bin at the same time, as well as any creatures that were around. That is rough. It's like Eakin's deciding if he wants to block, or maybe it's just Filippo deciding. Yeah, it is just Filippo deciding if he wants to fire off some lava darts to get in some more damage. He knows he needs to kill the Guide of Souls anyway, so he's going to go for it. And that'll net him 2 more damage coming through this turn as well. So down to 7 goes Eakin. But once again, the turn gets passed to him. He has Voice of Victory, Guide of Souls, a Johnny, and a Solitude as well. So he's got a lot of action. And there's Guide of Souls again. And now a Johnny. It's such a backbreaking thing when at some point Filippo was thinking, well, can I chain together enough burn spells to get you dead? And now all of a sudden, another Guide of Souls. He's got to be so annoyed at seeing another one. And Eklund's life total's back up to 9 again. Wow. And these little chip-ins with the Pyromancer have really started to add up. Because now Filippo's at 8.
You asked that question, Marshall, of like, boy, was there a way you could navigate this such that the Pyromancer would be dead after the Wrath of the Skies turn? It didn't look like the 2-2 and Filippo's at 15 life that was going to be a determining factor in the game. But when you get to these low resource situations, every little bit absolutely matters.
It was a lightning bolt there for Filippo too. So he did end up having so much burn spells available, but the Guide of Souls triggers just gaining little bits of life here and there have really helped out Eklund. I mean, more or less have saved the game for him. Oh, wow. Did Eklund just get a Johnny flipped off of that dart?
Yeah, it looks to me like Filippo is trying to burn both creatures and then attack the Ajani.
Oh. Okay.
That's not going to work because of the Solitude, though I do, I appreciate a player going for a bold play when you see the game taking a bad turn like this.
Definitely. Yeah,
I also wonder what his intentions are with this flashback, because he's been holding this for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, at one point we just viewed it as another lightning bolt, but at this point he sacrificed too many lands to really make it like expressive iteration territory where maybe he could rebuild. And it's starting to feel like he's just too far behind. And look at this backbreaking play here from Eakin. He finally fires off the Solitude because the lightning bolt is attempting to clear out the only blocker left. And this means that it's more or less wasted. This is a devastating play here from Eakin. There's the flashback. And there's the lightning bolt. But that is not what Filippo had planned out for that turn. And now he's just facing down a 4/4 flyer that's going to chew him up in 3 turns. All he can find is a lava dart. That's not going to do anything here. Oh, Ragavan. I guess that lava dart's nice to have now. But still, the problem lies in the air with this Pyromancer smashing for 4.
Yep, last turn to find something for it.
Can he find an answer? No, it's a land off the top. And Philippa Chiappini cannot find anything. And Andreas Eklund is somehow going to be in the finals of the modern round. How is this happening? He's only played like under 200 modern matches ever. And this is a guy that's been playing 19 years and he has over 29,000 limited matches and under 150 in modern. And he somehow has made it further in modern than he did in the limited portion. Rita,
he's just taking the windy
sometimes.
path. You know, it would have been too easy to just start the morning with a 3-0 and limited.
Wow, that is a wild chain of events there, and definitely not what we expected to see. But maybe he can avenge that mistake he made back in the limited rounds, because you know that was one that I think he feels like he let that one get away. And maybe he's got a chance to get back in modern. Oh, we've got more round 2 action to bring you here. Let's take a look at our competitors. Crisis averted. That's Christopher versus Junkmanor, which is Jiao. And as you can see, clearly in favor of Jiao here, with way more modern matches played and the best modern win percentage in the field. So this one is definitely in his favor. Let's see if he can convert. What is Christopher on? I mean, it says crisis averted, right? You'd think. Well, close. He's close. He's on brood scale combo.
Interesting here, Marshall, that we have our most accomplished modern player in the field and our most novice modern player in the field, but they're both sitting at 1-0 with the same deck choice. So whatever
That's
Christopher
funny.
did to prepare, he's made some good decisions along the way. He finds himself in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, on the other side of the battlefield, slightly different build, I think, but the same idea. Yeah, different build, but same idea here with brood scale combo. And well, you really have to, I mean, in a relative mirror match as well, like those tend to be pretty skill testing. And it really does feel like Jiao has the advantage. Can he make it to the finals of both of these? Because remember, he's the one that drafted white green in the vintage cube and made it all the way to the finals, only to lose to Brady there. Let's find out right now. We'll join the action as we go. And yes, indeed, Jiao Hongchen is up a game over Christopher Ellis. And we'll see if he can close it out here. Oh, a mulligan here. Nope, never mind. He was just playing his land.
That's a
What land is that,
Gemstone Caverns, actually. So he's starting the game on the draw with a free, one land ahead of schedule here, Gemstone Caverns.
That's funny. I was like, I do not recognize that land, but that's because it's one of the alternate names. Now I get it. Let's see here. Malevolent Rumble for Ellis. And he finds Emrakul the Promised End.
Well, that's a plan. I mean, he's got double Eldrazi Temple, a spawn token, so he can ramp to that way ahead of schedule. And you got to figure in a combo mirror, if you steal your opponent's turn, you're going to find something devastating to do.
Definitely. Even if it's just waste all their, combo stuff, right? Even if you don't win the game that turn, you can just rip up a bunch of their cards and leave them with nothing to do. This draw seems to have stalled a bit here for Jiao. He's got Dismember, Kozilek's Command Dismember for his last 3 draw steps. And he hasn't cast anything in a while. There's Kozilek's Command for 4, though, for Ellis. Going to find some action and give himself some Eldrazi spawn tokens as well. This is on end step here. Ellis really going for it here, trying to find something, maybe recognizing a missed land drop and a lack of action here from Jiao.
So I just checked, Marshall, and Gemstone Caverns is a really interesting template because it normally taps for colorless mana, but if it has the counter on it, which it gets when you put it onto the battlefield going second, it changes the colorless mana into colored mana. So Jiao actually can't get the necessary pips to play these Kozilek's commands at all. despite
Are you serious?
the way his lands look.
That's crazy. Glaring Fleshraker off the top here for Zhao. I guess it gives him something to do at least. He's facing down. Oh, sorry. Christopher Ellis is controlling this one. That's Emrakul on the board. So what can you do now?
Powered that out with Kozilek's command. You'll see this in these Eldrazi decks sometimes, basically like doubling your mana. I'm going to take one turn to make a million scions or spawns, then use it to cash it in for a heavy hitter like Emrakul. So yeah, what can you do here?
You can do
this
two
is sort
dismembers.
Yeah, actually, Emrakul has protection from instants, so there is no legal target for dismembers. This is actually kind of a saving grace of having such a small amount of mana. Is there's nothing really for Christopher to do. So I think we might be watching the worst ever Emrakul turn, Marshall.
Seriously, he just passed it. That's it. He
did no legal targets
nothing
for Nature's Claim or Dismember. So the only thing he could have done was cast Glaring Fleshraker, which would have just done his opponent a favor.
That is absolutely hilarious. He literally did nothing. And look at that with the Fleshraker down. That is game number 2 going to Christopher Ellis. He evens things up in this experienced versus not experienced at this deck in this modern format. And Zhao Hongchen is going to try to avenge that here in a game 3. Wow, what a nice way to pick up a win there for Ellis. He saw a hand so bad that he couldn't do anything and was able to win the game. Okay, game number 3. What do we got here? It looks like a bunch of setup here for Zhao. He's got the Ancient Stirrings and Malevolent Rumble, so he'll be able to see a lot of cards there.
Yeah, I always have a little bit of trouble with hands like this because you think these cards could be anything. By turn 3, your hand could be completely different, including you could have assembled your combo. But is the matchup fast enough that you can take your time to do that? I think yes, and he agrees that he's going to keep this speculative hand. Meanwhile, on Christopher Ellis's side, he can set up the combo via Urza's Saga, searching for Blade of the Blood Chief, and then Basking Broodscale. Slightly less likely to happen smoothly after sideboarding, where both players are going to have more answers to one another's combos.
Let's see what he finds with the Ancient Stirrings. That's going to be Zhao's first play. Soul Guide Lantern. Sure.
This is an illustrative of how well-rounded the Broodscale combo deck is. The primary combo of Basking Broodscale and Blade of the Blood Chief doesn't use the graveyard at all. Soul Guide Lantern does nothing against that. But it has this sort of side quest, this backup plan of, hey, I've got 2 copies of Emrakul, the Promised End. And that alone is like, now people are bringing in hate cards against multiple angles. They're trying to thread this needle of shutting down everything you're doing while still playing their own game. And it's so challenging to play and sideboard against.
That's really tough, especially I found that when the baseline for the deck are creatures in that case, then you can often find yourself with these ways to shut off a combo, these ways to hit their graveyard, and they're like, attack you for 3, attack you for 2, and all of a sudden you watch your life total start to plummet because now you also have to have creature removal in there somewhere too. That is a lot, especially if you're trying to do anything yourself, like, put forth any type of game plan.
Yeah, remember the previous round, it was like double Torpor Orb, Disruptor Flute, like a million different things. Mm-hmm. And it's just, the Broodscale deck can work around it given enough time and the right card selection.
It's going to be a turn 2 Glaring Fleshraker here for Ellis. Ooh, there's a Blade. So halfway there for Zhao. Also for Ellis, who has just the Broodscale on his side. Combined? Power would be unlimited, but instead it's Prismatic Vista.
One interesting card in this game is the Boseiju Who Endures for Zhao, because that hits a lot in the deck. It can hit the Blade of the Blood Chief, but it could also go after one of these 2-mana lands like Eldrazi Temple. It could go after the Urza Saga itself. So a lot of options here, and he is going to go after the Eldrazi Temple, but that might not actually work out super well because it does leave Urza Saga plus Basking Broodscale, with Christopher Ellis now having access to the whole combo.
He's going to surveil, and it looks like trying to dig for Blade of the Blood Chief. He has Ancient Stirrings to help him get further into his library as well. Wonder how cheap Emrakul is getting over there for Zhao Hongchen. He does have his copy in his hand. That's
Instant sorcery creature land, so 9 mana, and he's currently sitting at 5. Could realistically come down in, call it 3 turns if some mana sources, including a double land, comes off the top. Oh, Soul Guide Lantern can get cycled too, so that's even another way to get one point closer.
Right.
However, if no one draws any super meaningful cards in this game, what's going to happen is Christopher Ellis will tick the Urza Saga up to 2. He'll do something, maybe he plays the Broodscale, maybe he makes a construct, maybe he casts Ancient Stirrings. But the key is that the turn following that, he's going to increment the Saga to Chapter 3, get Blade of the Blood Chief, play the combo, and then he'll have, an enormous Basking Broodscale, and if he can find something to dump his colorless mana into, he could potentially win the game. Or why not do it one turn sooner?
Oh, wow. That's really interesting because I think he actually surveilled a Broodscale to the yard, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
And then drew the Blood Chief instead? Oh, man. Let's go. That's crazy. Does he hold off one turn here, or?
Well, he has numerous pieces of 1-mana interaction, so there's a lot of appeal to just passing with this commercial district open where you could, Nature's Claim and opposing Urza Saga, or Unholy Heat and opposing Basking Broodscale. There's just so much you could do.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, if nothing happens, I could even see a world where you just fire magic away that one Eldrazi spawn token, because in a Emrakul mirror match, 1 mana on either side of the battlefield can absolutely determine the game.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I was wondering, wow, he did. Yes, that's exactly what he did. I love it because he has the combo. He feels that the longer this game goes, the better for him. And the way that Zhao gets back in it is by doing something broken like Emrakul real soon. So even 1 mana could be an entire turn cycle that Christopher gets to set up the combo. So really cool play there from him. Taking out that Eldrazi spawn token and saying, go for it. Your move.
So I just did a check to see if there's anything Christopher can get off of Urza Saga Chapter 3 that turns his combo directly into a win. I couldn't find anything. You can't search for Walking Ballista with Urza Saga Chapter 3. So the game could be interesting, hypothetically, if Christopher Ellis makes an enormous Basking Broodscale, but we have the Emrakul plan still in play. there's a lot of crazy stuff that can happen if those two things face off against one another.
Okay, here's the Soul Guide Lantern. And he's just going to pass the turn back over.
So he's representing Kozilek's command with the mana he has available.
Here's your chapter 3. He's going to tap it for mana and bring in Springleaf Drum. That will represent an extra mana. So Zhao's representing Kozilek's command for 2 right now.
Yep, which that would be a phenomenal play if he has it, because he could exile the Brood Scale while at the same time generating some more spawns for himself to power towards that Emrakul.
Well, here we go. Blade of the Blood Chief on the stack. And it does resolve.
All right, and since the Brood Scale is not summoning sick, actually just an attack will be lethal here. No opportunity for that Emrakul to come down. So it's either Zhao has the Kozilek's command, or else he's going to have to sacrifice the Soul Guide Lantern, hoping to draw either Dismember or Nature's Claim to break up the combo. But if he can't do either of those things, game's going to be over.
Okay, Ellis is going to go for the equip. Are we going to see a response here from Zhao Hongchen? Yes, but it sacrificed Soul Guide Lantern. The equip happens. A creature dies, and off we go.
I think it's over, Marshall. I guess the one thing he could still do is...
He did. He got there. Christopher Ellis picks up the match 2-1 against Zhao Hongchen, who had a much bigger body of experience plus win rate. I mean, we don't even really have enough matches on Ellis to know what his win rate is, but wow, what an upset for him. That is incredible.
Yeah, so the story of the modern rounds, Marshall, is in the finals, we have our 2 players who, it seems like playing modern was a chore for them. They're like, you know what? I qualified through a different format. I was excited about the cube draft rounds, brought my modern deck just because that's what everybody's doing. But here they are playing for huge stakes in the finals.
That is incredible. Maybe our 2 least experienced modern players in the field. I mean, seriously, these guys were, maybe other format specialists will call it, but they have won their first 2 rounds. It is going to be Ekin versus Crisis Averted. We're going to take a short break here from the mocks, but when we come back, we'll have the last round of Modern, and then we'll have our grand final as well. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase. That's the mocks. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. He's Reed Duke, and thank you so much for joining us. We are well and truly down the stretch on the tournament now. We have a huge inflection point coming, though, because the way this tournament is structured, there's a Vintage Cube and 1 3-0 winner from it. They get a seat at the World Championship and a seat in the Grand Final. That's already done. Then on the other side of the bracket, it is Modern with the same setup. We are now in the finals of that Modern side. This is it. The player who wins this next match gets a seat at the World Championship, as well as significant prize funds, $4,000 extra here, and then a chance to play for another $4,000 in the grand final. So there is a tremendous amount riding on this match. Let's take a look at our players who made it to the end. Two players who read have a combined less than 150 Modern matches and two pretty unimpressive win percentages as well. How did this happen?
Yeah, so what we said here, Marshall, is that these are players who are not playing Modern day in and day out because they love it. These are really, really good Magic players who qualified through other formats, who suddenly found themselves having to compete in a Modern tournament and try to get up to speed relatively quickly. Guess what? Looks like they did, because they're both 2-0. They're in the finals, and they're successful with their respective decks.
Super impressive stuff. Let's take a look at the list here from our players. The first one is Ekin, Andreas Eklund. And this is probably the most impressive for me, because Ekin, for anybody who plays Limited on either Arena or Magic Online, knows that name, because he's almost always at the top of the leaderboards for Limited. He is a Limited powerhouse. He came into this event with not only the most matches played in Limited, which was over 29,000, he also had easily the best Limited win percentage at 67% over that sample size. We are talking about one of the best Limited players around, and he made a mistake in his Vintage Cube round, which cost him, and then he had to play Modern, which he doesn't play, and he's in the finals. So he is trying to make up for it and put himself into that grand finals. Reed, he has brought Boros energy to the battlefield here.
Well, if you think about somebody coming from a Limited background who's an expert at Magic fundamentals, Boros is actually a pretty good choice for them, right? Creatures, removal, navigating these complicated battlefields, including combat, and also just good judgment in terms of putting on a clock and making things as difficult for the opponent as possible.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Ekin is going to be trying to do against his opponent, Christopher Ellis. Krasis averted, and again, somehow has even less experience at Modern, yet just won a mirror match against our highest win percentage Modern player, Zhao, in the last round. So who's a Modern specialist now, I guess, as Christopher Ellis has brought Brute Scale Combo to battle.
Yeah, so this was the most popular choice among our 8 expert players. 3 out of 8 showed up with Brood Scale. It seems to be performing well. Christopher Ellis making it all the way to the finals. We've been calling this a well-rounded deck, difficult to play against, difficult to sideboard against. Boros, I think, has some pretty good weapons here. The first thing I'll point out is that one of the reasons a player might choose Brute Scale is it's a great home for Vexing Bauble. That card's great in a wide range of matchups. It's exciting in a world where Violent Outburst was just unbanned. Not effective against Boros. So that's 3 cards and, one angle of attack that is not really going to serve Christopher Ellis super well here. Then, you move towards the Brood Scale combo itself. Guess what? Boros has a ton of instant speed removal. So while that might work, you might be able to slip it in if you're careful. It's not a foregone conclusion that that's going to win you the game. What's left is the ramp plan, which I do think that actually is quite good against Boros. If Christopher Ellis can sort of angle things and steer towards games where he has more copies of Eldrazi Temple, sets up to ramp to Emrakul the Promised End, maybe Writhing Chrysalis or a big Walking Ballista along the way, that could get him there. But, he's going to have to navigate carefully, because Boros is going to simultaneously apply a clock and have ways to shut down his Brood Scale combo.
All right, well, Let's see what happens. This is the Modern Finals with everything on the line. Magic World Championship invite, 4,000 extra dollars. Is it going to be Ekin? Is it going to be Crisis Averted? Let's jump in. How do these opening hands look? And more importantly, who won the die roll here? It looks like Chris did.
I like Chris's hand, and I was feeling kind of meh about Andreas Eklund's hand. He decided to mulligan it.
Okay, so he felt the same way you did, I guess.
Yeah, and he ended up with a hand that is potentially really good, but it's a one-lander. So let's see if he can spike that second one off the top.
Unholy Heat takes out his turn one play of Guide of Souls, and it will lead to a glaring Flesh Raker on the very next turn here. Oh, there's Elegant Parlor off the top, though. And with Galvanic Discharge in hand to take care of the Raker, that is going to be very nice there for Andreas. He gets to use up all of his mana and even surveils a 3-drop Fable of the Mirror Breaker into the graveyard so that he can continue to play his game plan. His hand looks pretty good. Ocelot Pride, a Johnny Nicodle Pariah, Thraben Charm, and a Voice of Victory. But it is time for Writhing Chrysalis. You talked about that one. Modern Horizons 3 common getting played in Modern here.
Did you play a lot of Modern Horizons 3 booster draft, Marshall?
Like infinite.
And yeah, the Writhing Chrysalis, famous as one of the best commons ever in any limited format.
Yes.
But I was going to ask you, would you first pick Writhing Chrysalis or one of these Ajani's or Ocelot Pride Mythic Prayers?
Yeah, that's
what side are you taking here?
Well, my heart is with Writhing Chrysalis, but I'm taking Ocelot Pride, like for sure.
Right.
I mean, it arguably has a bigger board by that time anyway. It's like all of a sudden you've got all these 1/1s. Yeah, 1-drops are just too good, Malevolent Rumble here for Christopher, as he sits behind his wall of Eldrazi currently with the Writhing Chrysalis double Eldrazi spawn. And we'll see if he
this
can
is
dig up something with
exactly
the Rumble.
what I would have wanted my hand to look like and my game to look like if I was Christopher Ellis. Let's not worry about these 1-drop artifacts and my little creatures that get 1-for-1 with Galvanic Discharge. Let's just ramp with Writhing Chrysalis to bridge the gap, fill that graveyard, get those Eldrazi temples, power out Emrakul. That is a nice, clean, effective plan for beating Boros. But I really like his chances in game 1 right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because we see Goblin Bombardment in hand here for Ekin, which is, really nice with a Johnny Nicodle Pariah. Gets it flipped. It's a red permanent. It kind of does all the things for it. It can be a finisher for you. But boy, I'll say when your opponent has Emrakul, the Promised End, and you're running Goblin Bombardment, that is a way to lose your board real bad. So let's see how this goes. Any attacks? No, he's going to leave the Chrysalis back. And there is land number 3 there for Ekin. So that means that he can double spell this turn. Uh-oh, there's the Goblin Bombardment. And Ellis has to be licking his chops over there.
Well, one thing Ekin can do is he can start shooting down these spawn tokens. It's a tough way to do it, but if he can keep Ellis off of Emrakul mana, then he can still manage the game.
So we do see a Johnny transformed here. That will now make Ocelot Pride and then a Cat Warrior to take out another spawn token. This is a steep hill to climb, but Eklund has at least taken the first few steps up there. As we see Writhing Chrysalis grow ever bigger, it is currently a 4/5, even with those 2 spawns down.
So taking stock, we have artifact, creature, instant sorcery, creature, land, and enchantment, because Urza Saga represents 2 types. So that means Emrakul is costing 8 mana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, reduced by 5 exactly. There's 5 mana from Ellis's lands. He can play another one from hand, and he has an Eldrazi spawn token.
So he's one short?
He's one short. Not a coincidence, by the way. I'm sure
Right.
Andreas Ecken was thinking of Emrakul and wanted to manage the mana in such a way that, he was not likely to face that. But since Ellis can't Emrakul, what can he do instead? Well, he's got a Vexing Bauble, probably just going to cycle that. He can attack the Ajani with the Writhing Chrysalis, but there's plenty of material for Andreas to be able to block and protect his Planeswalker. So it's not a great turn.
No. Yeah, the second copy of Emrakul, the Promised End in hand, is really annoying here for Ellis. The first one I think he'd still be pretty happy to have, but looks like he may be digging for an Eldrazi Temple or something like that. But yep, here comes the Chrysalis, and that's probably going to prompt the old block and sack here. That'll take out the other Eldrazi spawn token, which moves Ellis another step further away from that Emrakul.
It's actually a super, super sharp play from Ellis. What he did was he played the Bauble pre-combat because he anticipated this move of, I'm going to block your Chrysalis and sack to deal damage to your Eldrazi spawn. And he said, well, where do I want to put that mana? I want to sack it during combat to crack the Bauble.
Smart.
Didn't wind up mattering because he didn't draw something to cast, but if you imagine, like, if he draws another Writhing Chrysalis there or something.
Dude, Blood Moon off the top for Ekin.
So that further cuts the mana. He also can make a techie play of preemptively Thraben Charm to exile the opponent's graveyard. If we get to a point where he's like, hey, the only way I'm losing this is Emrakul, he has moves here.
That is really interesting. He's going to attack with Ocelot Pride. He still has a Johnny triggers to go too. And he'll get a token from the Pride. He can't quite get up to Ascend, but that won't take too long either. And so he is going to go for Blood Moon here. That'll shut down the Eldrazi Temple and make those groves a bit worse. But the forest over there still means that Ellis can cast green spells if he finds them. Wow. And he's going to be happy about it because he just found Malevolent Rumble off the top. This is game number 1.
The advantage bar has flipped. At first, I thought Christopher Ellis was going to win for sure, but Andreas Eklund has been successful in managing his opponent's mana, and Christopher Ellis, he doesn't have the intermediate stuff. It's just Emrakul or nothing, and so far it's been nothing.
Wow. And funny enough, the Thraben Charm could actually kill the Chrysalis now, right?
Yeah, double damage. Damage equal double the amount of creatures.
Yeah. Springleaf Drum and another Grove of the Burn Willows here. That is not going to do it. And Christopher Ellis is sitting on pocket Emrakuls and nowhere to go with it.
He's getting close, though, because he added
Chrysalis.
An artifact to the graveyard, and now Emrakul costs 7 mana. So it's all going to be this Thraben Charm. If Andreas Eklund sees through the plan and uses the Thraben Charm to exile the graveyard, I think he has a great chance of winning this game. If he misses it, flies a little too close to the sun, plays that Voice of Victory instead, then Christopher Ellis is going to play Emrakul and he's going to win the game.
Yeah, it is funny because I'm going back to the Goblin Bombardment thing, right? Like that has been a key permanent for him, but it also means that Emrakul is just that much better versus, if he just killed something with the charm and, maybe Christopher got to run a couple of his creatures into a blocker or something like that. Okay, well, he's going to start off with a Johnny. Life totals are still pretty high. Christopher's at 17 and Andreas is at 21. So that isn't really the thing. This is the key, though. He only has the one white source right now.
Right, because of his own Blood Moon. So he gets to play one white spell this turn, and there's one move he can make that wins him the game, very likely, and a lot of moves he can make that do not win him the game.
Yeah, but now it's so... Yeah, that's interesting. So he kills the Writhing Chrysalis, and that allows him to start attacking once again, and it puts Christopher in an awkward situation because, you know, he'd love to be able to prevent that Ocelot Pride from gaining life here with his spawn, but he wants to keep it in play. He's going to go for Thraben Charm. He sees the line here, Reed. Exile any number of target play. That is an incredibly good play. Wow. And he also is fully ascended here. That means he gets 2 cat tokens. Wow. What a play there from Ekin. Here's Basking Brood Scale.
No, don't play that. Don't play that. The one way I can envision Christopher Ellis winning is if he combos all in one turn. Like a surprise combo. But I guess that's never going to work against Bombardment. I didn't want him to play it because it's just going to die to the Ajani 0 ability. But I guess, you know, it's my plan was super unlikely to work either.
He can still a little bit crimped by his own Blood Moon, but I think he'll live with the results there. He's got a second copy of Ocelot Pride here. And that's going to take down the Brood Scale, as you mentioned. And wow, Ekin impressively moves forward to pick up game number 1 over Christopher Ellis. And he's just
that
a game
was amazing.
Away.
Like, if you're winning that game where, you know, you're on the draw, your opponent had the really nice, smooth opening, you couldn't really get anything going until later in the game, but you're able to come back, manage the battlefield, keep your opponent down on mana, and score that win. Now you go to sideboarding. Hopefully things get even a little bit better. And yeah, I mean, that's got to be feeling great.
Wow. Especially given the way this tournament's gone. You know, we watched Ekin draft in the Vintage Cube round, and it was a bumpy ride. There was not one of those easy seats. He drafted a 5-color deck, which he's very comfortable with, but still, it was one of those things where, like, Reed, I'm sure you've had this happen. He was prioritizing mana fixing like you're supposed to, but then having a hard time finding the payoffs. And then in pack 3, the mana fixing was just completely flowing to him and no payoffs were, where if he had been greedy earlier, it actually would have worked out better. But that's not how the cards broke. Yeah. So then he ended up with like having to really kind of scrap together a deck. But he's so good and he was playing really well with it. And he just had one kind of stumble that didn't work out for him. And, you know, you only get to have one loss at this thing, you know, before you're no longer eligible, you know, to make it into the World Championship and the Grand Finals here. And that's what happened to him. And now he is one single game away from getting that seat. And that is, he's got to be feeling it now, because this is not his normal comfort zone. But I have to say, what you said is totally true, Reed. You can tell that his limited skills are 100% coming into play here when it comes to combat and managing the board and stuff. And then, I mean, I guess he's just really good at Magic, because in limited, you don't normally have to exile somebody's graveyard so that they can cast their 13 drop. That isn't usual, but he saw that line too.
You know, Marshall, it's almost absurd to talk about going 2-1 in a world-class competitive draft as underperforming, but that might actually be the case for Andreas Eklund in this tournament, just based on his extremely high level of skill and preparation in Vintage Cube. What do you think?
Totally. And you know, the funny part is the other really, like, so his deck was mid, there was one really great deck in the field, and it was Christopher Ellis. He had almost mono blue with like Ancestral, Blue Mox, Tolarian Academy, Candelabra.
Wow.
Like he had Ely calls it the mud deck, the blue artifacts deck. And he also went 2-1. So he almost got there too. So these players are both our limited champions coming back for revenge. Let's see if Eakin can get it over the line or if Christopher Ellis can even things up. He gets to be on the play here, and he's got Ancient Stirrings. His hand is Fire Magic, Writhing Chrysalis, Blade of the Blood Chief, and a pair of lands. Undoubtedly looking for his combo piece here. He found it. Basking Brute Scale.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now that is the combo, and I said I don't love the combo against Boros just because of the high density of creature removal. But hey, like, you're on the play, you found your combo right away. It's totally plausible that Andreas will just play 1-drop, 2-drop, and effectively be dead. That can happen here.
You see the sideboard tech here for Eklund as well, the Obsidian Charma.
That is an amazing card, especially with that Arena of Glory to give it haste.
Oh, totally. Okay, but this is a beautiful curve here for Eklund, though he is tapping out. So here comes Ocelot Pride after the Ajani hits the battlefield. The only thing on the board here for Ellis is just the Blade of the Blood Chief, but he does have the Basking Brute Scale here as well.
Yeah, now we should mention, Marshall, that you need to get the Basking Brute Scale equipped, and you need something to start the ball rolling.
So
because,
to die?
Yeah, you need a creature to die and or another way to get a counter on the Brute Scale. Adapt does it, but there's not enough mana for that. So Ellis has the combo, but he can't actually execute the full combo right now.
So he's going to have to be patient, use Fire Magic, and then I guess the question is, do you expose the Brood Scale? Oh, wow. He used Fire Magic.
Yeah.
Do 2 to each thing, and he just wiped the board.
Yeah, I love that.
That is amazing.
He killed 4 creatures, which usually that's devastating. You're like, oh, well, that's just game over, right? You kill 4 things with your 3-mana board sweeper. But, if you think about it, it was actually only 2 cards from
It was a 2-for-1.
Eklund.
Yeah, the cards are so good. Ocelot Pride and Ajani Nikal Pariah. But we're going to see Seasoned Pyromancer as Eklund tries to rebuild his board. And boy, he actually has the tools to do so. He just ditched 2 lands and got 2 copies of Guide of Souls for his troubles. No land here for Ellis. He finds Unholy Heat. Is he supposed to hold on to the Basking Brute Scale until he has the thing, or is he supposed to run it out and then hope his opponent doesn't have a removal spell and then go for Adapt and go off? Feels risky.
It's a great question. It is super risky. I think at this stage in the game, I would default to that classic limited player move of just what spends my mana the best. I think, the game's getting to a point where Andreas has enough mana and he's a thoughtful enough player that you're not really going to get that surprise thing where, oh, he tapped out and I stole the game out from underneath him. So, if he's got removal, he's got removal. And if he doesn't, then you could play the Brute Scale, set it up over the course of 2 turns. And at this point, I think just making him have it is a perfectly reasonable approach to the game.
Yeah, there's also a hidden effect that you get from that sometimes goes overlooked. In this case, I don't think it would matter particularly because of the way that Eakin's hand is played out. But when you do force your opponent not only to have the card, but also to cast it, right? And that can put a dent in their plans, where if you wait too long, the board can just snowball and get away from you too much. In this case, I think Eklund would be quite happy to just say Galvanic Discharge, guide, go. That's a pretty good triple spell turn for you. But, sometimes he has a 2-drop or a 3-drop, or he doesn't have 2 1s or whatever, and you force your opponent to use up their mana there too. Difficult decision point, though.
So any mana that they spend on a removal spell is a mana they're not spending to cast a creature and keep attacking you.
Mm-hmm. Christopher was in the tank for a while, but he has decided to go for it. He's put the Brood Scale into play, and he's also going to play Haywire Might and just use up his mana this turn, just like you said, Reed. But Eklund has a pretty nice turn here if he wants it. Double Guide. He's going to attack first and say, well, if you're going to let me trade, I'll do it. But Ellis likely uninterested in that. Souls. Guide of Souls number 2. And is this something that Eklund is going to want to do now, or is there an advantage to waiting?
So the advantage to waiting is you could make your opponent commit mana and resources to the combo.
Mm-hmm.
The disadvantage is that your opponent can adapt at instant speed if you try to play some kind of cat and mouse game.
I see. So he's going to just go ahead and main phase it to use Galvanic Discharge to get the job done here.
Totally reasonable.
And unfortunately for Ellis, the mana woes continue. He does have 3 lands, but it's been a few turns since he hit a land drop, and he doesn't have any of his doubler lands. They're all just kind of normal lands. So he has been limited to just a few mana, only 3. Last turn he did use up all 3. Now he could do it again by playing the Glaring Fleshraker, but I don't even know how much that really does here. He's going to play it though. Guess it's his best.
So Marshall,
blocker.
I'll tell you a story of the way these 2 games have played out. Something that players might not notice at home, but the strength of the Boros deck here is that every card is excellent. All the cards are cheap. They stand well on their own, highly effective. So what Andreas Eklund has been able to do in both games is trade resources often enough and effectively enough that Christopher Ellis can't combo and can't ramp to Emrakul. When the dust settles, you see cards like Blade of the Blood Chief sitting there unequipped. You see Emrakul the Promised End stranded in hand. Last game it was 2 stranded in hand. So what the Boros deck does is it interacts just enough to dismantle those plans, and then it leans on that inherent advantage of, hey, every single one of my cards is in play and it's really strong and effective, while you have all of these half combos that you can't make use of. And in a close competitive game, like high level Modern, that is absolutely enough to determine the outcome.
That's a great breakdown, and you can see it happening right here. And now we can throw an additional wrench in the works here, Reed. How about some sideboard cards that are a little too late? The Pithy Needle into hand here for Ellis, just adding fuel to the fire. He just has too many different things going on. If he was all in on the combo, all in on Emrakul, if he was all sideboarded up and could keep this board under control, any one of those directions might be leading to a win, but Ellis is in big trouble here as he's missing another land drop. He just got hit for 4, down to 12 in the air with the Seasoned Pyromancer. And we're going to see Blade go on the Fleshraker. Then Pithy Needle's going to get played.
So the Pithy Needle is here with the goal of naming Goblin Bombardment. It's a bullet that Christopher can find off of Urza's Saga Chapter 3. Note that it doesn't do anything against Guide of Souls because those are actually triggered abilities rather than activated abilities. Okay. So pretty ineffective here. Honestly, like he might sacrifice his Haywire Might on his own Pithing Needle.
Yeah. Not great. Well, he is going to use Unholy Heat to take out the Voice of Victory and pass the turn back over. Funny enough, both players have been stuck on 3 lands for quite a while now, but Eklund seems to be pretty content with that arrangement. We also see Rest in Peace out of the sideboard here for Eklund. He has not put it on the battlefield, and in fact, he's actually going to fire up Ragavan Nimble Pilferer. And you can see the energy is flowing with double Guide of Souls. It doesn't take long. And there's the Rest in Peace now.
Rest in Peace should be enough to turn off Emrakul for the rest of the game. I mean, I know it's a target for Haywire Might, but that's so far for Christopher to try to rebuild under this amount of pressure.
And this amount of pressure is adding up very quickly here. Ragavan is now flying through the air. We have flying monkeys.
And by the way, that was not dashed. That was Arena of Glory exerted. So the Ragavan will stick around, retain those 2 counters and the flying.
And that's why he was able to cast the Rest in Peace this turn as well. Hey, Ellis is down to 4, and he is facing down multiple lethal threats, and all he finds is Glaring Fleshraker. It looks like Andreas Eklund is going to make it through to the grand final. How is this possible?
Hey, he's a great player. He knows his stuff.
Man, he needs to play more modern. We might have just created a monster here. Hasn't he terrorized the limited queues long enough?
Yeah, so he's been around a long time. I played the Mox with him over 10 years ago, 2013. And he has just been, I mean, he's number 1 in basically any online limited ranking, whatever format you choose, Magic Online, Magic Arena, you can find him. He is a high volume player, and he is very, very good.
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking to Paul Cheon, and he was trying to get to number 1 Mythic on Arena a while back. And he's like, oh, no, it's Ekin number 1. He's like, I'm never going to catch him. He's like, I just can't do the volume that guy can do. Well, you see that Christopher Ellis has put out a bunch of creatures on the battlefield, but it doesn't look like there's anything he's going to be able to do here against these 2 flyers. Eklund's casting Voice of Victory to make sure that there's nothing possible.
Yeah, this turns off Kozilek's command, which would be the only relevant instant that could be played for colorless mana.
And here comes the team here for Eklund. 2 different lethal flying attackers. And he does it. What a win for Andreas Eklund. An incredible victory for him getting through in Modern. You would have never been able to guess that, especially if you talk to him, because he also says, like, no, I don't know what I'm doing in Modern. I'm a limited player.
Yeah, but those limited skills, able to successfully translate them. He's playing sharp, he's playing well, and he's on to the finals.
That's right. We can take a quick look at the standings as they stood near the end here, because, you know, we did have this big picture view on Modern. And as you can see, it was Andreas Eklund who made it through. Who finished 2-1? Well, we know Ellis did. And then, Zhao Hong Chen, really, you know, probably our best Modern player in the field, also finished that way, as well as Lucas Hervas. Getting the job done there as well.
Wow. That's actually all 3 Basking Brewscale decks all went 2-1.
Oh, really? Oh,
Looks
that's
that
incredible.
Way, yep.
It was only Eklund who was able to usurp them. So that will set up Brady Monroe versus Andreas Eklund. If you're wondering, by the way, it is going to be Modern that we actually do the finals in. So the decks that they chose for the second half of the main event there, that's the same decks that they're going to be playing. Now, I actually had a chance to chat with Ekin right after his victory. Let's hear from that. Okay, I am here with Andreas Eklund, otherwise known as Ekin, who is, you're kind of known for being like the ultimate limited grinder, one of the best limited players around. You always seem to be at the top of any leaderboard where limited is being played, yet you somehow just made the finals in modern. How did that happen?
Yeah, I don't have a clue actually. I don't think I even had 50% win rate when I was practicing for this tournament. So
that is just so crazy because
I just picked up an aggro deck and went with it.
It's so funny because you really are super well known in the limited space as being one of the best players. You're always at the top, yet you weren't quite able to get over the line in the vintage cube portion. After that didn't work out, how are you feeling going into modern?
Yeah, after my loss in the second round of the cube, I really felt I had to sharpen up, because that was one of the worst games I've ever played, I think, in the second game of the second match. So I took a deep breath and then I focused.
And you took your modern deck of choice. Now, your preparation for the event, would you say it was skewed more towards the limited portion or more towards the modern portion?
I think I did about the same amount of games.
Okay.
I tried to do like one modern league per day and like a couple of drafts. So in between the grinding on the MTG Arena for the Arena Direct stuff. So.
Oh, that is crazy. And now you find yourself in the finals. What is your confidence level going in, Ekin?
I mean, I just 3-0'd, and that's like the first time I win 3 matches in a row, I think, with this deck. So maybe I can win 4, maybe. We'll see.
Okay, well,
it might be tough, but I don't know.
You know, it's just one match, and maybe you can pull it out. Didn't get there in limited, which he's known for, but converted in modern, and now he can find himself in the finals. Thanks, Ekin, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Newly crowned modern specialist Andreas Eklund finds himself in the finals. We're going to take a short break here from the mocks, but when we come back, it is time for the grand final. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champions Showcase. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Reed Duke here, and we are ready for the grand final. Now, there's kind of an interesting thing here, Reed, because I think these players will probably have breathed a pretty big sigh of relief just for getting here, because there was that huge inflection point of making it to the World Championship that you got for winning either the Vintage Cube round or the Modern round. And that's what these players have done, but their work isn't quite done yet.
Yeah, it's a very exciting tournament structure where you sort of have things divided into 2 and a champion of each section. So we have Brady Monroe, our 3-0 Vintage Cube drafter, and we have Andreas Eklund, who as sort of a surprise dark horse 3-0'd the Modern rounds. They're both going to Worlds. They both get to leave, considering themselves a champion of their respective format. But we still have a lot to play for, and we have the winner of the Magic Online Champion Showcase title still to give out. So we've succeeded in making every match feel very exciting. The players have a lot to play for, and they can't quit till it's all over.
That's right. Let's take a look at our players here who have made it to our grand final. It has been a tough road for both of these players, and you can see that it is Andreas Eklund versus Brady Monroe. That's Eakin versus Einstein 9998 as these two face off against each other. Really interesting to see these two stare each other down because of that psychological component that we just mentioned, Reed, where you're going to feel that sense of relief. And it is hard to get back on the horse after you feel like you kind of accomplished the most important thing, which was for both of these players. They said that getting to the World Championship was really huge checkbox. But you know what? They're still playing a match for $4,000 and the title, right? Like, they can't take that part away from you. And, competitors like these two, that matters to them. This isn't just, if all you're trying to do in life is make money, this isn't what you're doing, right? You have to have that competitive spirit and you have to really value that kind of thing. And I know you have that, Reed, and these two gentlemen share that with you as well. And we get to see which one of them is going to be your Mox champion here and take home that extra $4,000. Let's take a look at the deck list and see who's playing what. First up, that's right, Boros Energy, the red-white deck here for Andreas Eklund. You like that choice for him because of his limited prowess, Reed.
Yeah, I like playing Boros myself. This is a deck I picked it up and basically fell in love. The play patterns, the individual cards, the deep sideboard roster, it's just everything about it feels really nice to be playing, especially as somebody who might be translating skills from another format coming to Modern. Mm-hmm. And yeah, Boros is particularly cool at this snapshot in time because just a month ago, one of the key cards from the deck, Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury, got banned. I thought that was it. My beloved deck is extinct now, but this is not the case. Boros Energy remaining one of the top tier choices in Modern, and Andreas Eklund has piloted it all the way to the grand finals.
That's right. Sitting across from him, though, is Brady Monroe, who's got kind of right down the middle, I guess you would say, Eldrazi Tron. Is that fair, or is this the big version of Eldrazi now? How do you categorize this version?
Well, there's no doubt that the Eldrazi are a very powerful creature type in Modern, and there's a wide range of ways that you can play them. We saw several Basking Broodscale decks. There's, of course, just like more classic green-style Eldrazi ramp. But Eldrazi Tron is one of the most powerful and straightforward in the sense that the game plan is crystal clear, right? You're trying to get to 7 mana as quickly as you can, whether it's through the Urza Tron lands or a combination of Eldrazi Temples and Ugin's Labyrinths, and you're trying to play single paymaker cards that are good enough to win games on their own, like Ugin Eye of the Storms, Emrakul the Promised End, and All Is Dust.
Now, one card that I see here feels like it might be important. I see Chalice of the Void ×4 in the main here for Brady. When we looked at the other deck, it looked like a lot of the cards were sitting at that 1 and 2 mana slot. How important is Chalice in the matchup?
Great spot there, Marshall, because often when you see Chalice of the Void in Modern, the objective is to put it on 0. Like, hey, I want to counter your living end that you're cascading into, or I want to play this turn 1 on the play against Affinity, shut down all your zeros. Eldrazi Tron is maybe the one deck in the format that is actually intending to cast this for mana, like to put it on X's 1, maybe even X's 2 in some weird corner case games. But yeah, I think if Brady can have some kind of reasonable interactive draw where he's able to control the battlefield and put the Chalice of the Void on 1, that can be an effective play against Boros. The question is he going to have enough time to do that?
That's right. And that is exactly what we're going to find out right now. Let's get down to the grand final here and see who it is that's going to take this thing down. You can see we've got our live cameras there. There's Brady on the top, Andreas Eklund on the bottom part of your screen. And how do these openers look from your perspective here, Reed?
I'm looking at Andreas's hand first, and boy, that is a volatile one because he's got Sacred Foundry, he's got the best possible 1-mana play in Ragavan, and he's got the best card in the matchup in Blood Moon. So I think with those 3 cards alone, I'm pretty much keeping my hand. The bad news, or at least the dangerous news, is that it is a 1-lander. But Andreas, from his perspective, he's like, look, there's a couple ways this can go well. Either I can rip some lands off the top, go 1, 2, 3, smooth curve into Blood Moon, or maybe I don't hit my lands, but the Ragavan goes unanswered, and then I can stack up some treasures and maybe get the job done that way. So that's an interesting one. And then up top, we have Brady keeping his hand. Well, that's an excellent hand as well because he's got the Devourer of Destiny to sculpt his first draw step, but he also has 2 Tron pieces in Expedition Map. So ready to go with turn 3 Tron on the play, exactly like you dream it up.
Oh, and there's Dismember off the top too. So now Brady has a choice. Before it was just go get 3rd Tron piece, let's go. Now he has to say, do I really want to take a hit from Ragavan? Ooh, land number 2 though for Eklund.
Well, Marshall, this is going to be crazy because I think Brady could definitely talk himself into, hey, I'm going to take 1 hit, I'm going to assemble Tron, then I'm going to start playing these 7 drops and overpower my opponent. But if he does that,
Blood Moon?
Ekin has turn 2 Blood Moon.
Wow, look at this. Brady finds the line, does use Dismember, and yes, there's not great news. It is in a Johnny follow-up, and yes, that does set Brady back significantly on his timeline. Oh, but he just ripped Power Plant right off the top, Reed.
Unreal.
Oh my God.
So the Tron player having turn 3 Tron, you sort of come to expect that that's going to happen a lot, but turn 3 Tron on the play while you get to interact, kill the 1-drop creature, that is like just another level. That's very, very powerful.
That's the I'm thinking of a card. And there it is. You saw a fist pump there from Brady as well. He was stoked, and it looks like he's going to go for Devourer of Destiny here. And how in the world is Eklund supposed to keep up? He even ripped 3 lands in a row.
Yeah, so if Brady had not drawn Urza's Power Plant, if he had to sacrifice Expedition Map to get it, he still would have got Blood Moon before he got to play one of his 7 drops.
Oh, I would be going nuts right now if I was Eklund. He looks calm, cool, and collected, but this has been a string of bad beats from his perspective because he actually ran hot and hit land. And there's that Chalice of the Void that we talked about, Reed. That's going to lock out any future 1-drops.
Yeah, so he has another Ajani to work with, which is not nothing. Now he could maybe threaten to block the Devourer of Destinies, transform into a Planeswalker.
Yeah.
And Brady, he's not close to playing a 7-drop, but he can start deploying these 4s.
This is getting interesting.
And actually, I'll note that Thought Knot Seer is shut off because Brady cannot access a colorless mana pip under the Blood Moon. Sometimes you'll see a Wastes in the Eldrazi Tron decks, but Brady has elected to not play that. He has just the Swamp instead.
Look at this Chalice of the Void number 2. Like, if he puts this on 2, like, what percentage of Eklund's deck is just not castable anymore? Like 90 something?
Yeah, I would say about 90.
Yeah.
I can read them. I can count them on my fingers. He's got a few 3-drop creatures, one Fable of the Mirror Breaker, a Blood Moon, which is redundant, But yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
it's basically like he would have to win the game with what he has currently on the battlefield. Two of the 3
Brady's
drops
sitting
are
at
Ranger Captain of
14.
Eos, which are double white, can't be cast of the Blood Moon. So yeah, that the Chalice, he's not going to go for it though.
Okay, he's going to go for Karn, the Great Creator. And what does he get to do here? Go search something up?
Yeah, so his sideboard includes Darksteel Citadel, if he just wanted another land to get a little closer to all his dust. He actually plussed, which I like that play a lot, because what you basically get to do is like kick the can down the road and decide later. Your Planeswalker is probably not going to die in combat, so maybe you have a little bit more information to work with next turn when you have all your mana and you kind of know exactly what you want. But yeah, I mean, I think his goal here should be to play the Chalice on 2, just like you said, Marshall, and then just sit and wait and get your mana, and then try to work towards all his dust, which will lock up the game, especially when the Chalices are on the battlefield.
He's going to use Thraben Charm to take out the Devourer. And I suppose he's just going to, get Karn down to 1 loyalty. And he has the double Galvanic Discharge which are more or less stranded.
Expedition Map is a dead draw. It's shut off by his own Chalice. The only thing he could do, if he, for some reason, valued his own Expedition Map more than whatever he believes is in Eklund's hand, he could plus the Karn on his own Chalice.
Oh.
Yeah, boy, things would have worked out really nicely for Brady if he had played the Chalice for 2 first. But now, oh my goodness, he's unlocking the Expedition Map the hard way.
He sure
He's gonna
is.
replay the Chalice.
Is it back on 1 again?
It's back on 1. It actually looks fine.
And this is funny. Eklund's going to take this opportunity to just get 6 energy.
Tell you one other thing he could do, Marshall. He could Galvanic Discharge his own cat and transform.
And Karn. I forgot that it hits Planeswalkers.
Oh yeah. The Karn is done and dusted. But what I'm really curious about is he going to kill one of his own creatures in response to this Chalice?
Yes, he is. And you can see a lot of facial expressions from Brady Monroe as he's watched this game go from amazing to how is Eklund still in here? There's Goblin Bombardment, but the damage is going to really start flowing now. What's Brady at, 10?
Brady would love to peel 2 lands in a row and all his dust. I honestly don't even know if he gets 2 more turns.
Yeah, and he hit another Chalice of the Void here right after his opponent played Goblin Bombardment, and he's just going to do nothing.
What a game,
Uncastable
Marshall.
Solitude.
Hindsight 2020, but if Brady had picked to play Chalice for 2 instead of Karn on that 1 turn, I think this game goes much differently.
Yeah, definitely. He's down to 3. And that is going to be game. Goblin Bombardment is going to finish the job. How in the world did Andreas Eklund win that game? When that power plant came off the top, I thought, well, that's that. Right? Like the perfect start for Brady Monroe. Yet Andreas Eklund calmly worked his way through the problem and finds the victory. He is now 1 win away. That is incredible.
That is incredible. It was a really, really nice win from Ekin there.
Wow. Monroe has his hands on his head like, what just happened here? And what do I need to do to get back in this thing?
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, that was a Blood Moon game, right? So he did not get to operate his deck. He had basically 1 window to cast what he wanted. He played Devourer of Destiny. Then the Blood Moon came down and he was severely hampered for the rest of the game.
True.
So
yeah.
he could be hoping like, hey, let's play some games where Blood Moon is not around and I get to do my thing. But boy, it can be a little bit of a deflating moment when you're like, hey man, I had turn 3 Tron on the play and I still lost. Now I got to go
Tron too.
back into this match and try to win the next 2 games. It's tough, but you know, every game of Magic is different. The subtle plays, even late on those turn 4, turn 5, they matter. So, you know, you got to just get back into it and say that game wasn't it, but game 2 and 3 will be.
Yeah, those draw steps in that mid to late part of the game for Monroe were pretty rough. He kept hitting chalices when he really needed, you know, we really just wanted to see, I don't know, some middle card, right? Like a Thought Not Seer or something that he could just cast at that point that would affect the board directly. And instead it was a bunch of preemptive cards against a player who already had a board state. So they're putting the final touches now on their sideboarding plan. Brady Monroe's got to just shake it off. Yes, you of course could fall for the mental trap of saying, you know what, I had a pretty good day anyway, right? I qualified for Worlds. I made a good chunk of change. No big deal. But that's not where you want to be, right? Not if you're a competitor, you're like, this, you're gonna have to pull this away from me. I am going down fighting. And that's what Brady Monroe says as he plays Ugin's Labyrinth into Mind Stone, into Expedition Map, but he's only staring down at a Torpor Orb.
Yeah, so he's missing, you know, basically a way to assemble Tron and a payoff. This, of course, remember he did take a mulligan down to 6, but Thought Not Seer is a really nice one. He can strip away one of these land hate pieces, Blood Moon and Obsidian Charmaw. We know these are 2 of Ekken's absolute best cards in the matchup. And now his goal is to Torpor Orb before the Obsidian Charmaw comes down.
Which he will be able to do. But in the meantime, Andreas is advancing a very reasonable game plan here. Oh, Ugin, Eye of the Storms. But he is not quite at that point yet, right? So Expedition Map to get 2/3 of Tron going, then the Torpor Orb.
Yep, so he's looking to draw Urza's Mine or 2 running lands to play this Ugin. If he can get that down in a reasonable time frame, he's probably going to win the game. Thought Not Seer does a lot in terms of blocking here, especially because Torpor Orb shuts down not just the enters battlefield triggers of the creatures you're casting, it also stops Guide of Souls from accumulating energy.
Right. There's the Charmaw, but no trigger. Still, it's kind of big. Okay, there's a second copy of Power Plant. You did say he could find 2 lands in a row. That's 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's tempting, like, to try to find some action with the Mind Stone, but there's no way I would do it here. I would just hope that my next draw step is a mana source.
Okay, here's Goblin Bombardment.
That's going to be a lot.
Check something.
I mean, checking if you're dead, you're not quite, but the Goblin Bombardment with a Johnny is just so absolutely brutal. This could even be enough to beat the Ugin, honestly.
If that's the case, then Andreas Eklund could be mere turns away from being our champion.
All right, so if the bombardment comes down, one option is you could go after the Thought Not Seer. So let's say you sacrifice the cat, ping the Thought Knot. Then you 0 the Ajani. You make a 3rd creature. You do have a red permanent, so 3 more damage to Thought Knot Seer. Then you get to attack with Obsidian Charmaw and the Guide of Souls. Then the Ugin gets cast, and what do you even go after at that point? The Ajani, the Charmaw, and the Bombardment are all very real problems.
Yeah. Yeah, very difficult. And it looks like a little bit of desperation here for Brady, who does in fact crack the Mind Stone to see if he can find some way to interact. Instead, it's Thought Knot Seer, which at least gives him something to do next turn. He also could get lucky and rip a mine. But as you said, it's starting to look really sketchy for him at all here as the Thought Knot Seer goes away, but it does only get replaced with a basic land. Elegant Parlor's going to hit the battlefield here, and we'll see if Ekin likes what he sees on top of the library. He doesn't need that much more. You got to feel... He doesn't like it, though. It's Thraben Charm. He's going to bin it. And here comes a nice big attack. I guess there wasn't quite enough energy there for a trigger. Oh, is it the Torpor Orb? Yeah, so just 5 damage coming across. Is there a mine here? It's an expedition.
It's enough because
that's enough to get Thought Knot down still, right?
It's enough to get the Ugin down actually, because the Ugin's Labyrinth allows you to sacrifice the map, play your Tron, get your Ugin, go after the Ajani. That makes sense. Then you're going to plus so that Ugin is up to 9 and you are up to 15.
15.
And
okay, we've got a game.
Yeah, we do have a game. We have a game, that's for sure, because it doesn't look like Brady's going to die this turn, and then he's going to get to untap with a ton of mana, and, you know, if the top of his library delivers...
So he does get to kill Ugin with an all-out attack plus a sacrificed creature, but maybe something great off the top. Well, we won't know yet. There's a Mind Stone. Oh, never mind. Ugin, Eye of the Storms #2. Back-to-back Ugins?
Oh my goodness. And he gets to play Mind Stone Expedition map for 2 additional triggers. Marshall.
Oh, he's going to just wipe his board here?
This is crazy.
Oh.
It's like Brady lost the game I thought he would never lose. And now he's going to win the game I thought he was totally dead.
And Andreas Eklund just nods as Brady looks to the skies and says, thank you. What an incredible turnaround there for Brady Monroe.
I almost feel like we're getting pranked or something. Like, these have been the most unreal, unpredictable, like, turns of events, you know?
No kidding. We went from good game to we've got a game to this game's over in like 2 turns. Wow. Incredible stuff there from Brady. And I wonder, heart rate monitor on Andreas Eklund. I mean, he had to see the finish line right in front of him there and see it just slowly get further and further away. Man, that was incredible.
Because he had 12 damage. He had an attack for 8, and he had 4 creatures sacrificed to Goblin Bombardment. Brady Monroe was at 12, went up to 15 from the Ugin plus. So it's like, oh man, it just inches away from winning the game and getting the title.
That close. So this is huge, though. We see Ugin's Labyrinth on 1 into Chalice of the Void on 1. It's already taking care of an Ocelot Pride, and there's a lot of top decks here for Ekin that are not going to be live. Man, if Brady's able to win this thing, Ugin's Labyrinth has been unreal. I mean, that is obviously a broken land, but holy smokes, has it been good. Now we're going to get a chance to see a Thought Knot.
Yeah, he's basically like committed that he has to take away any Obsidian Charmaw or Blood Moon that he sees there because he doesn't want to get his mana swept out from underneath him. And importantly, like, you lose those cards exiled to Ugin's Labyrinth if your lands get blown up or shut down.
Sure.
But, you know, Ekken's situation is not too bad here because he has Solitude to deal with the Thought-Knot Seer. By the way, pretty sharp sideboarding to leave that in after sideboarding. That's not necessarily an obvious play. But he gets to answer the Thought-Knot Seer. He gets to keep attacking. He gets to trigger 2 Ocelot Prides, maybe. And he... Okay, I guess he can't trigger 2 Ocelot Prides because he's going to have to exile the 1 and keep the Wear Tear to blow up the Chalice of the Void. But he gets to
it's
draw.
kind of interesting. Yeah, he gets a card off of it. Yeah, now he's incentivized to do it again. You know, it's interesting because getting rid of a 1-drop, right, means that, well, now the Wear and Tear isn't quite as good, but he just drew another one, and he's got so many in his deck. Nice turn here for Ekin. Guide of Souls, attack, get a trigger. Get an energy,
So now-
say go.
We have basically a respectable clock against a lot of mana and no payoff. It's a classic Tron game where you're just sweating every draw step. Oh boy, I got a couple of turns. Can I get off and all is dust and Ugin? Something.
And here comes that clock. Brady Monroe is at a cushy 21, but he's going to be dropping down to 17, and this board state's going to get out of control very quickly for Andreas Ekling. Can Brady find something off the top? It's a Mind Stone, so a potential redraw here.
Yeah, or he can just put everything on the battlefield with the intention to pull back one of his 7 drops from the Ugin's Labyrinth at the end of turn.
Okay.
So let's say he grabs the Devourer of Destinies. He's still going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana all lined up ready to go. But boy, Ekin is not giving him a lot of time for this. He's going to ascend this turn, make 2 more tokens.
He drew another land for the turn with the Marsh Flats here. Like, are we getting into All Is Dust territory here? Starting to feel that way. Down to 12 goes Brady. Ugin into hand. And another one off the top of the library.
Okay. So I imagine you're going to go after the Ocelot Pride.
Right.
You're going to plus the Ugin.
And find an Eldrazi Temple. Not another land here for Ekin. He has drawn many lands in a row. Hits Blood Moon.
What does that mean? It's actually not enough. He's got 7. Brady has 7 mana sources.
Oh, he just has 7 natural. Like, even if you shut down. Oh, wow.
So you can go.
Has to
you
decide
can send
where.
everything at the Ugin to kill that, which I think that's a good idea because you do not want to leave that Planeswalker on the battlefield for even 1 turn.
Right.
Then you cast the Blood Moon, which at least shuts down Brady's ability to pull back the Devourer of Destiny from his Ugin's Labyrinth. But we know from our seats that there's another Ugin already in hand, ready to go.
Wow, and this means that Brady takes no damage. And he seems unfazed by the Blood Moon. Oh, and he just ripped a Devourer of Destiny. Here comes Ugin again. That's going to take out the Blood Moon this time. Give him an Expedition map. But more importantly, he's at 18 life with a 9 loyalty Planeswalker, and Ekin finds another land off the top. All he can do is attack with everything to knock the Ugin down. Oh, and there's Kozilek's Command too. And another map.
So now the colorless permanents start getting cast, machine gunning down these creatures. Brady with the high life total, dominant mana position, unbeatable Planeswalker on the battlefield. He has turned around this game and match. We counted him out, Marshall, in game number 2.
Seriously. He was done in our books. And now I can't see how he loses from this point. Andreas Eklund is playing Boros. Like, he's likely to draw a 1 or 2 mana card. And yes, those are all very efficient, some of the most powerful in the format. But look at what Brady Monroe is doing. He's playing things that cost 7 or even more. And that's going to do it. Brady Monroe is your Magic Online Champion Showcase winner with Eldrazi-tron. What a win for Brady.
Yeah, huge congrats. That was a really, really exciting match, with game 1 being close. Game 2, I'm not going to call it close because I was just so sure that Andreas Eklund was going to win. But then Brady made the sick comeback, Ugin into multiple permanents to turn around a close game. And then game 3, he was, able to do his thing, stripped away that Obsidian Charmaw with the Thought-Knot Seer, not a moment too soon. And then once Ugin starts coming down, his deck just starts purring.
Wow. Incredible. Yeah, you can see the raw power of Ugin able to get him out of even a board state and life total where he was way behind. I had a chance actually to chat with Brady right after the match. Let's take a look at that right now. Okay, I am here with Brady Einstein 9998. Congratulations, Brady. You took the whole thing down. What a win.
Thanks. It was awesome.
You must be so excited.
Yes. Certainly qualifying for Worlds in the first half of the tournament was very exciting. The rest of it was kind of coasting by, but it is very nice to go even in Modern and get an additional 4K at the end.
Yeah, super nice. Had to be funny. Your opponent in the end, Ekin, not known for being a constructed or modern player at all, but somehow found himself in the finals. Were you surprised to see Ekin across the table from you?
I mean, not that surprised. Obviously, he's a limited specialist, but all of the players in the mocks are very strong, and it's also just 2 rounds before the finals. So really anything can happen.
How did the finals go from your perspective?
I lost game 1.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of funny. I was on the play. I kept Devourer 2 lands map, 2 Tron lands. Devourer found the 3rd Tron land or Dismember. He also kept 7 pretty quickly. And I was like, okay, the way I lose is Ragavan into Blood Moon.
Okay.
And so I kept the Dismember on top. I go land map, they go land Dismember. Land Ragavan, I Dismember it. But I'm still not going to have enough mana to play anything before the Blood Moon on turn 3, if there's a 3rd land. Oh. Except I drew one of the remaining 2 copies of Power Plant, and so I could cast something. There's an Ajani in play. I chose not to cast the Thought-Knot Seer in my hand that would have exiled the Blood Moon. I think that was a mistake. And the Blood Moon came down next turn and I lost. But thankfully, brought it back into post-war games. Torpor Orb stopping Charmaw and Ugin exiling all of my opponent's permanents was good enough.
And then game 3?
More of the same.
More of the same.
Started off of a double labyrinth draw. And then eventually drew enough lands and Mind Stones to be able to cast Ugin and take over.
Wow, that is absolutely incredible. What a journey for you. Gets there through the Vintage Cube side, qualifies for Worlds, and now takes down the entire mocks with a modern victory over a limited grinder. It is a weird and twisting story, but a really great one for you, Brady. Congratulations on your big win, and we look forward to seeing you at the World Championship.
Thank you.
Yeah, great stuff there from Brady, and a well-earned victory for him. Incredible stuff. Let's take a look at our final standings so we can kind of see how all the players shook out over the course of our 2 sections coming in here. You can see that Andreas Eklund and Brady Monroe actually ended up finishing with the same record after that final match. And then we had Christopher Ellis right there with Jiao Hong Chen, both of them at 4 and 2 to kind of pull up that next area there. Really great stuff from all of our players here. Let's see how they did monetarily, because Reed, there was a lot of money on the line for every single one of these matches. Take a look at this. Brady just took home $13,000, and Andreas Eklund with the World Championship seat, and he also got a really nice win. He actually had an additional win going into that last round, and he got himself 11K. And I got to say, if you're Filippo or Claude and you finish kind of down near the bottom there, not a bad day's work though. $2,000 a piece for them even as well. So really great stuff from all of our players, Reed. It's always fun to watch this. I know that, you've been a big part of the Magic Online Championship Series, or the Champion Showcase as we call it now, for a long time. You won it back in 2011. Did you say that you played in the 2013 one as well?
I have competed 4 times, I believe. Yeah, a few in the old days, and then I played once a little bit later. Maybe it was like 2017 or so. But yeah, long experience with this in a variety of forms. And I have to say, it's just a really special tournament, connecting players from all over the world. These long hours of practice time and sort of thankless grinding of the Magic Online queues in order to prepare and hone your game and be the best player that you can be, culminating in getting to see some of these players show their stuff. I just love it.
Yeah, super great stuff. And it's been a springboard for many players like Reed Duke and many others. And we're going to get a chance to see if our 2 qualifiers for the World Championship, if Brady or Andreas can turn that into a run at the Pro Tour level as well. Really great stuff this weekend. Reed, great job as always, and it's always a pleasure to have you in the booth with me.
Likewise, Marshall, this was a ton of fun. I hope you all enjoyed it at home, and thanks for watching, and thanks to everybody who makes this such an amazing experience.
Yeah, that's right. I want to say thank you to Reed Duke and to Eli Cassis, and for Bob, our producer director on the show. And thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us. And we will see you on the next one. Bye-bye.